resentment. This terrifying flame could use the opponent's evil thoughts, filth, and even selfish desires as fuel to burn them to ashes. It was a conceptual attack. Unless one was a true saint, devoid of all desires, even a moral exemplar like the regular Jean would be reduced to ashes by it. Knowing the Dragon Witch's abilities well, Ryu had no intention of confronting her directly. He quickly called out to Medea, and the two of them flew into the sky with a swoosh. The flames from the Dragon Witch turned into a sea of fire, igniting the ground around them, but without enough fuel, they quickly disappeared. Everything the flames of resentment touched showed no signs of being burned, as if the sea of fire had been nothing but an illusion. Seeing this strange sight, Ryu frowned deeply. This conceptual flame was far more dangerous and bizarre than ordinary magical fire. Do you think flying into the sky means I can't touch you? At some point, her casual clothes had been replaced by a pitch-black suit of armor, and her entire being exuded a wicked aura. Her once silver hair had lengthened down to her ankles under the influence of her magical power. In her left hand, she still held the dragon sword, while her right hand now carried a battle standard adorned with a dragon emblem. With a sharp flick of her battle standard, countless fireballs made of resentful flames appeared before her and shot toward Ryu and Medea in the sky. Chapter 174, FGO, 174. 2,289 words. What's wrong? What's wrong? All you can do is buzz around like a fly? The Dragon Witch continued hurling fireballs at Ryu while spewing venomous, sarcastic words, full of spite and sharpness. Ryu, however, remained unfazed, flying around in the sky, trying to find an opening in the Dragon Witch's defenses. But he couldn't find a good solution. When facing a turret-type mage like the Dragon Witch, the best tactic would be to rush her and engage in close combat. The problem was that her flames of resentment were far too terrifying. Medea had cast various defensive spells, but the flames of resentment completely ignored them, passing right through. Out of curiosity, Ryu had even let the flames brush past his fingertips to test their power. Unexpectedly, the flames clung to him like a festering wound. He tried every method at his disposal, including the highest-level anti-curse potions and even invoking primordial runes, but nothing extinguished the flames of resentment clinging to his fingers. Worse still, the area burned by the flames lost its ability to regenerate, turning into charred remains. The flames didn't die out, instead, they began spreading up his arm, threatening to engulf his entire body. This was only the physical damage. The moment he was touched by the flames, he felt a terrifying wave of resentment attacking his soul. Fortunately, he had a strong will, and there wasn't much resentment in that particular flame. The Dragon Witch was indeed Jean's opposite, not only in personality but even in how their noble phantasms interacted. If Jean's noble phantasm was a shield of faith, unbreakable in its defensive power, then the Dragon Witch's noble phantasm was fueled by hatred, summoning flames that burned the soul itself. Ryu, left with no choice, grimly sliced off the finger that had been touched by the flames of resentment. Thanks to his strong regenerative abilities, his finger quickly grew back. Now that he had personally experienced the devastating power of the flames of resentment, he was not eager to rush in recklessly again. Ryu wasn't completely out of options. The invincibility effect of Bite the Dust ability or the time-stopping power of the Time Stone would both be excellent counters to the Dragon Witch. However, the Holy Grail War had only just begun, and Ryu didn't want to reveal his trump cards too early. He had noticed several familiars lurking nearby, clearly observing the commotion. It was obvious that their battle had already attracted attention. Revealing his trump cards now would be unwise. So, Ryu quickly made a strategic decision to retreat. Medea-chan, we're pulling out. Leaving this message through their mental link, Ryu flew behind a building, using its blind spot to quickly distance himself from the battlefield. Medea followed suit, escaping the battle in the same manner. By the time the Dragon Witch realized something was wrong, Ryu and Medea had already vanished. Damn you, Nguyen Ryu. Remember this. The next time I see you, I'll burn you to ashes. The Dragon Witch stomped the ground in rage. Meanwhile, Ryu and Medea landed in a residential area after flying some distance away. At that moment, his sharp senses detected a strong scent of blood. Master. Medea looked over in surprise. Ryu frowned and spoke through their mental link. There's no magical energy reaction. It's either a normal person or an assassin. I'll go check it out. Be careful. Okay, master. Please stay safe. Ryu nodded and headed in the direction of the blood scent. It led him to an ordinary two-story house that looked no different from the surrounding homes. The iron gate in front was closed, and the windows were dark as if no one was home. However, he noticed fresh tire marks outside the garage, and the garage door was down, indicating that someone had already returned home. Thud. At that moment, he heard a faint crashing sound, like someone falling down the stairs. The sound was so weak, likely muffled by the walls, but his sharp ears picked it up. So, someone was inside. But was it a servant or? Ryu looked around to make sure no one was nearby. It was 1994, so there were no security cameras on the streets. With a swift movement, he climbed over the wall, as agile as a cat, and stealthily entered the house. His movements were silent and graceful. Leaping through a window, he was immediately hit by the overwhelming stench of blood. A young man in purple clothing with short orange hair looked over at him in confusion. Huh? A guest? If you only looked at his appearance, the young man had a handsome face full of youthful energy, even smiling cheerfully. That is, if you ignored the blood on his face and body, and the bloody intestine he was holding in his hand. Ryunosuke Uryu, Ryo said coldly. A flash of confusion passed through Ryunosuke's eyes. Huh? You know me? Oh well, doesn't matter. Since you're here, why don't you join the party? He spread his arms wide as if welcoming him. One had to admit that Ryunosuke's good looks and sunny disposition could be quite deceptive. If he were to start a cult, he'd unquestionably be the leader. Unfortunately, Ryu had already seen through his nature, a young man with severe psychological issues. Ryu's body tensed, and then there was a sharp crack as the wooden floor beneath him splintered. In an instant, he shot forward like a spear, closing the distance to Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke was skilled in serial killing, but that was more due to his cunning and criminal instincts. Physically, he was just an ordinary young man. On the other hand, after experiencing countless worlds, Ryu had long since transcended human limits. Before Ryunosuke could react, he was already upon him. Without hesitation, Ryu punched Ryunosuke in the stomach. Thud. With a muffled sound, a fist-shaped imprint appeared on Ryunosuke's back. Gah. He immediately dropped to his knees in front of Ryu, vomiting blood, bits of organs, and the remains of his last meal all over the floor. Humph. Ryu snorted coldly, then started examining the room. His face darkened as he took in the hellish scene before him. This was the living room. There were still warm dishes on the dining table, and he could almost imagine a family of three sitting together, chatting and enjoying dinner in a cozy atmosphere. But all of that had been destroyed by the monster standing before him, wearing a human skin. Blood spattered the walls, floor, and furniture. In what seemed like an attempt to showcase his artistic talents, Ryunosuke had sewn together the bodies of a man and a woman in such a grotesque way that their original forms were barely recognizable. Ryu looked at Ryunosuke, still kneeling and unable to get up, and a cold, cruel smile spread across his face. The night was still young. Ryu was not a good person, but he had his limits. And right now, in front of him was a beast without any limits. Since it was a beast, naturally, he would use methods reserved for dealing with beasts. Outside the villa, Medea, who was on guard duty, suddenly heard a muffled scream filled with agony. It was as if someone had hit the mute button, as the scream abruptly stopped. Immediately after, Medea sensed a faint magical fluctuation as a soundproof bounded field enveloped the entire house. Curious, Medea began walking toward the house. Medea, stay outside and don't come in. Ryu's voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Medea hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided against investigating. As long as she confirmed her master was safe, that was all that mattered. Understood, master. After that, the mental link went silent. 2 hours later, Ryu looked down at Ryunosuke Uryu, who was lying on the ground, his face smeared with snot and tears. Ryu nudged Ryunosuke with his foot. Stop pretending to be dead and answer me. What's 1000 minus 7? Ryunosuke's vacant eyes showed no response. TCH. I thought you were tougher, but it turns out you're just all talk. For 2 hours, Ryu tortured him using various cruel methods, then used healing potions and runes with restorative effects to keep him alive. Ryu had expected Ryunosuke, who enjoyed using bizarre methods to murder others, to have a strong will. But after less than half an hour, Ryunosuke had already broken down. This guy had all sorts of twisted methods for torturing others and even called himself an artist. But when it came to enduring pain himself, he crumbled. What a cowardly weakling. Ryu found it all rather boring now. He stomped down, crushing Ryunosuke's skull, and then turned toward the front door of the house. As he opened the door to leave, he suddenly looked back, his gaze sweeping over a closet inside the house, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Then he stepped outside. Bang! The door closed with a soft sound as if cutting off everything inside the house from the outside world. All that remained were 3 mutilated corpses and the dripping sound of blood hitting the floor as if recounting the tragedy that had just unfolded. At that moment, the closet door gently creaked open, and a small red-haired boy crawled out. Barely 3 minutes after Ryu and Medea had left, a figure landed in front of the villa where the dramatic events had just unfolded. Long silver hair flowed down to her ankles, and she wore pitch-black armor that exuded an aura of malice and authority. There was no mistaking it, the figure was none other than the Dragon Witch, Jean Alter. As soon as she touched the ground, she activated her detection abilities, but quickly realized the people she was searching for had already disappeared. Damn it. I'm too late. The Dragon Witch stomped her foot in frustration, the concrete beneath her cracking under the force. 1 hour earlier. The Dragon Witch had angrily returned to her base. It was an abandoned factory. The rusty iron gate was only half intact, and the towering chimneys were weathered by years of wind and rain. Most of the factory windows had been shattered, and stubborn weeds were pushing up through cracks in the ground. The wide factory hall seemed to tell of a once glorious past, but now it was covered in moss, making it a playground for rats and cockroaches. Damn it, I'm so pissed off. That bastard. If I ever see him again, I'll burn him to ashes. The Dragon Witch stomped, her long boots making loud thudding sounds on the ground, sending clouds of dust into the air, and causing her to cough. Damn you, Nen Ryu. It's all your fault. But the Dragon Witch seemed to fear kicking up more dust, so she stopped halfway and lowered her foot. She crossed her arms over her chest, grinding her teeth in frustration. Her agitated movements caused her ample chest to press together and jiggle, as if about to burst out of her clothing at any moment. Just as the Dragon Witch was fuming. A strange man wearing a purple-blue robe, with bulging frog-like eyes and holding a book made of human skin, suddenly emerged from the shadows. Anyone familiar with the Fate anime series, or who had played a certain gacha mobile game, would instantly recognize him as the infamous Bluebeard, formerly the French Marshal Gilles de Rais, and the #1 Jean fanatic. Ah, my holy maiden. You've returned. Gilles de Rais immediately shouted in a bizarre chant-like tone. But the Dragon Witch was still furious. Don't call me a holy maiden. In a flash, she jabbed her 2 fingers straight into Gilles de Rais' bulging frog eyes. Splat. With a soft squelch, Gilles de Rais clutched his face and howled in pain. Hearing what he had said, the Dragon Witch suddenly felt the urge to turn him into a roasted frog. Ah. This is the most precious gift from my beloved Jean. Even the Dragon Witch couldn't bear to watch any longer. She kicked his side in disgust. Idiot. Stop messing around. After this brief farce, the two finally began to converse normally. I ran into that bastard in Guinryu. Even though she had calmed down, the Dragon Witch still gritted her teeth whenever she mentioned his name. However, Gilles de Rais became even more riled up than the Dragon Witch. Nen Ryu. That vile blasphemer of the Holy Maiden. That traitor who deserves to burn at the stake. I must offer his soul to the evil gods of the otherworld. Gilles de Rais shouted as he tugged at his hair in a frenzy. Hey! You idiot! Stop saying things that will cause misunderstandings. And stop calling me a holy maiden. The Dragon Witch's face turned red, and she kicked Gillis de Rice in the knee without hesitation. But Gillis de Rice merely looked like he was enjoying it. Faced with such a pervert, even the Dragon Witch was at a loss. Enough nonsense. We can afford to lose this Holy Grail war, but Ngwyn Rhaeau must die. Gillis de Rice's expression became deadly serious. As you command. But his next words were like a dagger to the Dragon Witch's heart. However, if I remember correctly, the Holy Maiden does possess a skill that allows her to detect the location of servants. The Dragon Witch's face instantly turned awkward as she remembered that, in addition to her Avenger class, she also held the Ruler class. But in her rage, she had completely forgotten. Arg. It's all Ngwyn Rhaeau's fault. The empty factory echoed with the Dragon Witch's anguished wails. Chapter 175, FGO, 175. 2,195 words. Jalter used her ruler class skill to detect Medea's location. She and Gillis de Rice rushed over, but they were still too late. Rhaeau and Medea had already left. Jalter quickly scanned the area again and soon locked onto the moving Medea. Let's go. This time, we'll catch that bastard. Unexpectedly, Gillis de Rice stopped her. Wait a moment, my lady. I can smell fresh blood here. He turned his gaze toward the house where the earlier tragedy had occurred. At that moment, the sirens of approaching police cars grew louder, heading their way. TCH, those annoying people are coming. We should go. Jalter's face showed impatience as she lightly leaped onto the roof. Gillis de Rice glanced meaningfully at the house, then melted into the shadows. The two quickly disappeared. Not long after, several police cars and ambulances arrived at the house. As usual, the Japanese police were late, rushing into the building. Soon, a police line was set up, and paramedics carried out a red-haired boy on a stretcher, followed by two black body bags. One of the bags appeared to be missing a segment, while the other was noticeably larger than usual. Before long, the commotion woke the nearby residents, and many curious onlookers gathered to watch. The Tsukuyomi family had it bad. Yeah, I heard that aside from their 7-year-old son, both the husband and wife were killed horribly. The police couldn't even separate their bodies. I've heard a lot of cases like this have been happening lately. Fuyuki City isn't safe anymore. My family's thinking of going away for a while. And what are the police even doing? They haven't solved any of these cases. What a waste of our taxes. Several middle-aged women gathered outside the police line, gossiping as they watched the scene. Suddenly, one of the sharp-eyed women spotted a strange figure and shouted. Hey, look at that. Isn't that a priest? Really? That looks like Father Kodomine from Fuyuki Church. I've seen him there before. Since when does the police department handle funerals? The women pointed and commented as they noticed an old priest dressed in black, with silver hair. Kodomine Rise felt a headache coming on. Due to the Holy Grail War, several heinous crimes have occurred recently. The old priest had been constantly busy cleaning up after irresponsible servants and magi, handling the aftermath. What made things more complicated was the agreement between the Holy Church and the Tosaka family. The church had planned to intervene in the Holy Grail War as supervisors, assisting Tosaka Tokiomi in obtaining the Grail. However, something unexpected happened. The Greater Grail seemed to have detected their interference and summoned a ruler-class servant to act as the arbiter of the war. The ruler class, with its various privileges and neutral stance, was a much more legitimate overseer of the Holy Grail War than the Holy Church. As a result, the church's position had suddenly become awkward. After discussing the matter with his ally Tosaka Tokiomi without any outcome, Kodomine Rise decided to reduce their interactions to avoid suspicion, especially from the ruler. It should be noted that the ruler-class servant held an extraordinary privilege, the ability to command each servant with 2 command spells, for a total of 14. Going against a ruler meant risking the depletion of command spells, followed by righteous retaliation from the other participants. With so many variables in play, even the experienced Kodomine Rise couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Whether this Holy Grail War would unfold as he and his old friend had hoped was now uncertain. For now, he could only place his hopes on the trump card his old friend had prepared. As he conversed with the police officer in charge at the scene, Kotomine Rise was deep in thought. Meanwhile, Jalter, using her ability to track servants, finally caught up with Ryu and Medea at the observation deck beneath Fuyuki City's bridge. Hehe, let's see where you'll run this time. Jalter grinned triumphantly. Ryu's face darkened as he quickly realized something. The gene in front of him might possess both the Avenger and Ruler classes. You're chasing this hard. Are you a stalker? Ryu taunted her while telepathically communicating with Medea. Medea-chan, it's possible she has a skill granted by the Greater Grail that allows her to track servants. What? Medea's face immediately showed shock, and she quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Master. I've dragged you down this time. I'm truly sorry. Seeing her near tearful expression, Ryu instinctively reached out and patted her on the head. Don't worry about it. This isn't your fault. Let's just think of a way to deal with it. Yes. Medea nodded firmly. However, this scene before Jalter's eyes was nothing short of a blatant public display of affection. How could she tolerate that? She'd rather write her name backward than let this slide. Whoosh. Without another word, she summoned her wicked dragon war flag, which appeared in her hand with a flash of light. She swung it fiercely at the couple. The flames of resentment surged forth, transforming into a sea of fire that rushed toward them. Ryu and Medea quickly took to the air to dodge. Jalter wasn't done. She hurled massive fireballs, each filled with resentment, aiming directly at him. The observation tower, next to the Fuki River, offered open terrain, making it easier for him and Medea to dodge in the air. After throwing fireballs for a while without so much as singing a hair on his head, Jalter stomped her foot in frustration. You're flying around like a damn fly. It's so annoying. Ryu, you coward, come down and let me burn you alive. Ryu shot her a look and said, no thanks, I'm already hot. Jalter was so furious she nearly lost it. Gillis. What the hell are you doing? Hurry up and help me take down these two damn flies. Jalter's shout caught Ryu's attention, and he quickly warned Medea to be careful as he heightened his guard. Soon, a man in a bizarre robe, with frog-like eyes, emerged from the shadows. I, Gillis de Rice, humbly answer your summons, my beloved lady. He made a formal bow to Jalter. Taking advantage of the brief pause while Gillis de Rice saluted Jalter, Ryu seized the moment and fired a solar ray directly at Gillis' head. However, it seemed that Gillis de Rice had anticipated this. Several colorful, octopus-like monsters emerged from his shadow. These creatures were utterly grotesque. They were covered in hideous spots, with mouths filled with rows of sharp teeth circling their centers, though they had no visible heads. These beasts, known as water demons, were summoned by Gillis de Rice using the Prelatize spellbook. They were interdimensional creatures with immense vitality, terrifying aggressiveness, and horrifying reproductive capabilities. In short, they were excellent cannon fodder. The scorching sunlight pierced through several water demons before coming to a halt. Ryu was dissatisfied with this result. The Brahmastra was ultimately a flawed version. As Ryu faced increasingly stronger enemies, this noble phantasm, which was once killed in a single shot, had now become an auxiliary harassment technique. The Brahmastra was still quite practical. Because the attack was unleashed from his eyes, it often caught enemies off guard. It was powerful and quick to release. Still, Ryu silently made up his mind, it was time to upgrade it. Of course, he would never admit that the real reason was that this move was the coolest among all his noble phantasms. After effortlessly deflecting the attack, Gillis de Rice raised both arms and, as if giving a speech, loudly began chanting in a strange, ceremonious tone. Ah! What miraculous fate, to deliver this despicable traitor right into our hands. Gillis de Rice's bulging, frog-like eyes swiveled toward Ryu. You still love sneak attacks, don't you? A rat in the sewer will never change its filthy nature. Considering your desecration of the Holy Virgin's honor. Stop calling me a virgin. Jalter screamed beside him, furiously kicking Gillis de Rice in the knee with her boot. Gillis de Rice completely ignored Jalter's outburst and continued without pause. And your betrayal of our pact, this time I will ensure your body is subjected to the harshest torture, and your soul offered to the evil gods of the other realms. Which mental asylum left its doors open and let 2 lunatics out? Ryu replied. The battlefield fell silent for a moment, and in the next second, Jalter furiously waved her black dragon banner, launching fireball after fireball. I'm so mad. Die, you bastard. However, Ryu and Medea had already anticipated this. They dodged the fireballs with ease, leaving Jalter exhausted from her efforts. Unable to do anything to Ryu for the moment, Jalter turned her frustration toward Gillis de Rice, who had been passively observing. And you, Gillis. If you keep slacking off, I'll roast you into a grilled octopus. As you wish, my beloved hoe, Lady Jean. The word virgin was on the tip of his tongue but was immediately swallowed back down under Jalter's terrifying glare. Even the notorious villain Bluebeard Gillis de Rice, who feared no gods, submitted to Jalter's overwhelming presence. Raising the prelatized spellbook, Gillis de Rice unleashed a barrage of dark purple energy spheres, which combined with Jalter's fireballs to rain down on Ryu and Medea. Ryu and Medea immediately felt the increased pressure. Having gathered enough information, he mentally signaled Medea. Suddenly, Ryu turned around and fired several Brahmastra solar beams, forcing Jalter and Gillis de Rice to either dodge or summon cannon fodder to block the attacks. Their offensive slowed for a moment and Ryu seized the opportunity. Quickly, he drew several primordial runes in the air with his fingers. Jalter, having dodged several scorching sun rays, immediately locked her gaze on him, fearing he might escape. Little did she know, she had fallen right into his trap. As Jalter focused entirely on him, a blinding flash of light erupted from him. Caught off guard, Jalter took the full force of this enhanced flashbang. Ah! My eyes! Damn you, Ngwen Ryu, you bastard! Ryu chuckled. Now, only Gillis de Rice remained in the fight, and it was clear he wasn't putting much effort into it. Ryu didn't care what was going on in Gillis de Rice's head. After all, anyone tainted by the evil gods of the Cthulhu mythos would be insane. A normal person couldn't possibly understand the thoughts of a madman. So, he decisively gave up. Without hesitation, he and Medea took advantage of Jalter's temporary blindness and Gillis de Rice's half-hearted attacks to swiftly withdraw from the battlefield. Being a heroic spirit, Jalter's eyes quickly healed. But when she tried to pursue them, she was shocked to discover that her skill feedback indicated Medea had fled to the sea. To the sea. To the sea. Damn it. Are they mocking me for not having a water-walking skill? Jalter stomped the ground in frustration, her boots thudding with each step. Before long, her skill for detecting heroic spirits completely lost track of Medea. Clearly, as the disciple of Hecate, the goddess of magic, and someone who had analyzed the Greater Grail, Medea had used her advanced magecraft to block the Greater Grail's perception of her. Naturally, the ruler class's ability to detect heroic spirits was ineffective against her. At this point, Jalter had completely lost track of Ryu and Medea. Ah. I'm so angry. Gillis, it's all your fault. If you had put in a little effort, those two wouldn't have escaped. Please calm down, my lady. Everything is proceeding according to my plan. Gillis de Rice, unhurried, made a chest salute with a confident expression on his face. Humph. If your plan doesn't satisfy me, I'll gouge out your eyes. Jalter threateningly extended 2 fingers and waved them in front of him. Allow me, Gillis de Rice, to explain my plan in detail. Gillis de Rice quickly began explaining his thoughts. My lady, you must recall the circumstances under which he allied with us in France. Humph. Jalter snorted coldly, her face brimming with anger. How could she ever forget what happened back then? To take revenge on France for betraying her, on the king, and the church, she had gone so far as to summon the evil dragon Fafnir and a massive horde of wyverns to attack every city in France. Like a swarm of locusts, the dragon horde left nothing in their wake. Countless cities were reduced to scorched wastelands. At first, she was ecstatic, reveling in the pleasure of revenge, unable to stop herself. But then, a group of self-proclaimed protectors of humanity suddenly appeared to oppose her. That was when Gwynar Yu showed up. Since he wasn't a berserker-class heroic spirit summoned by her, she couldn't control him, so she was initially very wary of him. Over time, however, Rayu's intelligence, combined with his repeated successes in thwarting the attacks of those opposing her, gradually earned her trust. Eventually, she came to see him as her most trusted ally, even confiding her deepest, most private thoughts to him. Chapter 176, FGO, 176. 2,470 words. However, at the most critical moment of the battle, Rayu betrayed her and seized the Holy Grail. Only then did she realize that his initial goal had been the Holy Grail itself. As the loser, she could only return to the throne of heroes, filled with endless anger and regret. It should be noted that from the moment Jalter was born, she carried the resentment of being betrayed by the French king, the church, and her homeland. Rayu's actions were not just pouring salt on her wounds, they were like tearing open her scars and stabbing her again. In such a situation, anyone would likely succumb to darkness. And since she had already fallen into darkness, what could happen next? Of course, a triple darkening. How could she possibly be redeemed at this point? The words of Gilles de Rais stirred the pain and resentment deep within Jalter's heart. But Gilles de Rais continued. So, given the cunning nature of that traitor, ordinary strategies won't work. Only an open and unavoidable scheme can drive him into a corner. What kind of open scheme? Jalter nearly gritted her teeth as she forcefully uttered each word, having been reminded of her painful memories. My lady still has one privilege, doesn't she? Those 14 command seals are your greatest trump card. All you need to do is proclaim the name of the ruler to the other participants of the Holy Grail War, calling on them to collectively hunt down Gwynar Yu, the violator, with command seals as the reward. A deal like this, where they eliminate a competitor and gain command seals as a reward, would be too tempting for the other participants to pass up. Even if they sense something is off, they'll likely turn a blind eye. Surrounded and attacked by everyone, no amount of scheming from that traitor would matter. This is what's called leveraging the tide of the situation and crushing him with overwhelming force. Although Jalter typically preferred brute force, she had to admit that this open strategy was excellent. The momentum of the situation is far more effective than any underhanded plot. This is a good plan. Let's do it. Then, my lady, please wait patiently for the other participants to summon their servants and gather in Fuyuki City. Fine. I can't wait to see the despair on that bastard's face when everyone gangs up on him. Dangerous, reptilian-like sparks gleamed in Jalter's golden eyes. She involuntarily licked her lips, her cold beauty exuding a deadly allure. Meanwhile, setting aside the darkened duo for the moment. After slipping out of sight of Jalter and Gilles de Rais, Rayu and Medea reunited at sea. Medea lived up to her reputation as a witch from the Age of Gods, a direct disciple of the goddess of magic. In no time, she disabled the Greater Grail's magical detection of servant locations, rendering Jalter's abilities useless. Then the two of them flew in a loop around the city in the sky, heading toward the new district of Fuyuki City. During the dull flight, Medea suddenly asked, Master, it seems that Black Jean knows you. A look of confusion appeared on Rayu's face as well. That's what I find strange too. I should be meeting her for the first time. But from what I see, it looks like Master toyed with her and then abandoned her, so she's come seeking revenge. Medea's words, as usual, were shocking. Ryu nearly choked. How could that be? Today was the first time I've met her. Is that so? Medea wore an expression of disbelief. Seeing her look, he knew she didn't believe him. This was so unlucky. If something had happened between them, he wasn't the type of man to shirk responsibility. If it had happened, he would admit it. But heaven knows, this was the first time he'd met Jalter. Ryu could only vaguely guess that this situation might be related to the unknown origin gem at the core of the Greater Grail, as indicated by the system. But whether he believed it or not, Medea certainly wouldn't. There was no helping it. Jalter seemed entirely like a vengeful woman wronged by a heartless scumbag, and her expression didn't show any signs of pretense. It was hard not to believe her. In any case, this massive scapegoat was something he would have to bear for now. With both Ryu and Jalter's forces temporarily laying down their arms, Fuyuki City entered a brief period of peace. However, Fuyuki City, known for its nuclear-level destruction, was a natural convergence of cause and effect. The current peace was nothing more than an illusion before the impending storm, just like the calm before a storm always takes time to brew. At that moment, the head of the Tosaka family, one of the three families managing the Holy Grail War, was bowing respectfully to a young man clad in gold armor, with golden hair and red eyes, who radiated an air of superiority, as if the world revolved around him. This young man was Tosaka's strongest trump card, the Hero King, Gilgamesh. A servant with 2/3 divine blood and 1/3 human blood, Gilgamesh possessed top-tier stats and noble phantasms. He had the strength to compete for the title of Grand Servant. Tosaka naively believed that summoning such a powerful servant as Gilgamesh would guarantee him an easy victory. What he didn't realize was that his compatibility with Gilgamesh was extremely poor, and from the start, their contract was doomed to fail. Meanwhile, in a secluded spot on the outskirts of Fuyuki City, a young man, who appeared no older than 15 but exuded a weathered and experienced aura, had just finished drawing a summoning circle. This should be about right. Though his voice sounded immature, his tone carried a calmness far beyond his years. He took a deep drag of his cigarette, then threw it to the ground and stomped it out. With a dramatic flick of his oversized red cloak, he began to recite the incantation to summon a servant. I declare, your body shall obey my will, and my fate shall be linked with your sword. Respond to the call of the Holy Grail. If you accept this will and this reason, then answer me. As the incantation ended, a storm of magical energy roared to life, and the violent winds made the surrounding trees creak. The summoning circle began to glow with an unprecedented crimson light. A noble and elegant figure appeared amidst the dazzling radiance. I am Meb, Queen Meb. Are you the fine warrior who will fight for me? The figure standing in the circle was a beautiful young girl with silver-crowned hair, dressed in a white gauzy gown with a white fur coat draped over it. Her long, slender legs were clad in white fur boots, and her dark golden eyes shimmered with charm as she tossed a flirtatious wink at the young man. She appeared innocent, yet her entire being exuded an irresistible allure. She was both pure and seductive, a paradox perfectly embodied in this young girl. However, her charm seemed to have no effect on the young man who had summoned her. How is this possible? Why did the one who was summoned turn out to be you? Waver Velvet wore a shocked expression as if he had just witnessed something utterly unimaginable. What do you mean? Are you displeased to see me? Med immediately pouted, her face full of dissatisfaction. Her coquettish demeanor was entirely natural, and even though one might know her true nature as a seductive vixen, it was still impossible to resist the allure she exuded. This was the Queen Med from Celtic mythology, whose charm was said to be unparalleled in the world. Faced with such a lovely woman, 99% of men would fall for her, yet the young man in front of Med happened to belong to the 1% who remained unaffected. Waver was completely oblivious to Med's charm, rubbing his forehead and muttering to himself. With both compatibility and the relic I used, I should have been able to summon that man. But why did it turn out like this? There must have been something wrong with my summoning method. Yes, that has to be it. Waver took a deep breath. Waver Velvet, calm down. You still have a chance. As long as you win in the end and obtain the Holy Grail. Smack. Before Waver could finish his sentence, a whip came cracking down on him. The whip glowed faintly with a pink light, enhanced by magic, indicating that its wielder had already lost her patience. As the most renowned Queen of Ireland, Med had always been surrounded by countless men, all of whom treated her like the stars adorning the moon. How dare this man ignore her charm and cast her aside like an old shoe, not even bothering to look at her. Looking at Waver, who was off in his world studying the summoning circle, his figure overlapped with someone from Med's past whom she despised. Fury flared in her heart, and without thinking, she lashed out with her whip. To teach her master a lesson, Med cruelly infused her whip with magic. But what happened next took her by surprise. Without Waver making any noticeable movement, her whip smacked into an invisible wall with a resounding crack, and a ripple spread outward, faintly revealing the pattern of a Bagua formation. You're no ordinary magus. Med's mouth dropped open in shock. Waver straightened his posture, and from his seemingly youthful body, a commanding aura surged forth, as if he held the world in his hands. My name is Waver Velvet. You may also call me Zhuge Liang. Fuyuki City Grand Hotel, located in the bustling new district of Fuyuki City, was one of the city's newest landmark buildings and its finest hotel. Most wealthy foreign tourists to Fuyuki stayed here, and recently, the number of such visitors has increased significantly. But today, the hotel welcomed a particularly extravagant guest who booked the entire 24th floor, Kenneth Elmeloy Archibald, a nobleman from England. At this moment, 3 figures were in the room, 2 women and 1 man. However, contrary to what one might expect, the nobleman from England seemed to be the least important person in his room. Kenneth sat in the guest chair, his face filled with suppressed rage and humiliation, glaring at the figure seated in the main chair like an empress. Golden locks crowned with a golden tiara, icy blue eyes more splendid than any gemstone, yet radiating an overwhelming sense of authority that made it impossible for anyone to meet her gaze. Paired with a coldly beautiful face, she exuded the aura of a ruler who dominated the world. Indeed, in a certain parallel world, this woman had ruled over Europe, Africa, and parts of Asia, with her empire spanning almost half of the globe. She was a holy emperor. In that parallel world, her prestige was comparable to that of the gods. What puzzled later historians was that after her empire's crown prince, the only legitimate heir, was personally executed by the emperor due to rebellion, the emperor seemed to lose all interest in an heir and never married again. This holy emperor, who remained unmarried for life, grew weary of the mortal world and, before the eyes of many, tore open space itself, mounted her beloved horse, and disappeared through the rift without looking back. This peerless holy emperor was none other than Artoria Pendragon. Now, this empress-like figure sat facing Kenneth, giving orders with imperial authority, and the clock tower prodigy known as Lord Elmeloy, with his sleeked back hair resembling a lemon, was utterly powerless before her. The missing command seal on the back of his hand was the best proof. For this holy emperor, whose spirit origin had fully ascended to godhood, command seals were nothing more than a symbol of their contract and had no real power over her. And if that were all, Kenneth could have accepted it. But now, his fiancée, Soleui Nuadari Sophiari, was standing behind the holy emperor, dressed in a maid outfit, and massaging her shoulders with a look of utter infatuation. This was the kind of treatment Kenneth could only dream of, yet it was being enjoyed by someone else. Even worse than being cuckolded was witnessing the betrayal right in front of him. Kenneth felt like the most unfortunate person in the world, and yet there was nothing he could do. He could only watch helplessly as the woman he had fallen in love with at first sight threw herself into the arms of someone else, willingly serving as a maid, a role even lower than a lover. Worst of all for Kenneth, the 9th head of the prestigious Archibald family, a distinguished magus and the lord of the Department of Mineralogy at the clock tower, had lost to a woman. This truly was a tragic tale. As the dates for the Holy Grail War drew near, a growing number of mysterious individuals began to appear at Fuyuki International Airport. A plane had just landed, and 2 of its passengers immediately attracted the attention of everyone nearby. One was a beautiful and elegant woman with silver white hair, dressed in a white winter coat, her scarlet eyes glowing with fascination. Surprisingly, she didn't have the mature air of a socialite but rather the innocent curiosity of a young girl, her gaze wandering around as she took in all the unfamiliar sights. This stark contrast only enhanced her charm, making her even more captivating. Whether they were young boys or weathered older men, many people couldn't help but sneak glances at this charming lady while pretending to do other things. If this innocent and romantic woman attracted the attention of most men, then the girl in boy clothing beside her, with her golden hair, dressed in a formal black suit and wearing black gloves, resembling a classic English butler, captured the attention of many women. With the perfect appearance of a knight guarding her lady, she was the embodiment of the ideal dream lover for many women. At that moment, the silver-haired lady seemed to make a request that troubled the golden-haired knight. Her stern expression, which had been present ever since they disembarked, softened with hesitation. However, the perfect knight quickly caved under the lady's coquettish attack. She extended her hand in a classic gentleman's gesture of inviting a partner to dance, and the lady, smiling sweetly, placed her delicate hand in her. Then, arm in arm, the lady and her knight walked away, leaving behind a trail of envy and admiration as they disappeared into the distance. Chapter 177, FGO, 177. 2,331 words. The blonde girl in boy clothing dressed in a black suit with a neutral appearance was, in fact, a saber-class servant, Artoria, King Arthur from a parallel world. For now, we'll set aside the possible complications that might arise if two Artorias, with completely different fates, were to meet. The silver-haired noblewoman accompanying her was Irisveil von Einsburn, a participant from the Einsburn family, one of the three founding families of the Holy Grail War, and one of Ryu's ultimate targets. Though she appeared to be in her mid-20s, Irisveil was an artificial human created by the Einsburn family to serve as the vessel for the Lesser Grail. Her true age was likely only a few years. So, does that mean Artoria is a lolicon? Wait a minute, wasn't Guinevere quite young when she married King Arthur? Some things are better left unexplored. With the arrival of this last pair of master and servant, the Holy Grail War had officially begun. In preparation for the challenges ahead, Ryu hadn't been idle these past few days. Normally, no matter how talented one is, it's impossible to significantly improve one's abilities in just a few days, but he was an exception. After all, he had a system. Back when he was pulled through the time vortex and sent 10 years into the past, Medea had defeated Medusa and dropped an agility crystal that directly increased agility. Afterward, when Ryu killed the abyss-corrupted dragon queen the Artoria, he earned a special lottery gacha. Unfortunately, the 10 consecutive draws rewarded for defeating the demon god could only be claimed when he returned to Chaldea. Though his encounter with Jalter had left him in a sorry state, it had also heightened his vigilance to its peak. A 50% anomaly rate, this was already a world-shattering change for any world. The information he had about the Fourth Holy Grail War could only serve as a reference now. If he treated it like a strategy guide, there was no guarantee another Dragon Queen Artoria wouldn't show up to teach him a harsh lesson. Ryu retrieved the agility crystal from his storage space. A completely green, crystal-clear gem appeared in his hand, resembling a masterpiece crafted by the finest jeweler, with each cut perfectly smooth and flawless. He could sense the immense energy contained within the gem, an energy as swift and free as the wind. However, there was a problem. He had no idea how to use the agility crystal. The system's description only mentioned that the crystal would increase his agility, but offered no further instructions. With such a barebones explanation, it might as well have been branded a knockoff product from an online marketplace, destined to be returned. The problem was that he couldn't return it, and in fact, he wished he had even more of them. Following typical RPG logic, the most likely method was to consume it. But after glancing at the gem, which was about the size of his fist, Ryu quickly abandoned this impractical idea. He didn't want to become the laughingstock of the transmigrator community, the guy who choked to death on a crystal. He also tried infusing it with magic to see if that would activate it, but the gem didn't even react. Frustrated, he decided to take a bolder approach. He gripped the gem tightly, preparing to crush it with all his strength. Unexpectedly, with just a little force, the gem shattered. Immediately, a green storm erupted from it and surged into his body. As the storm entered, Ryu instantly felt lighter. He opened his status screen, and his agility, which had been at AB+ rank, suddenly increased by 5 points, reaching 58.5. Now, he was only 1.5 points away from 60. Though the difference between 58.5 and 60 might seem small, 60 points was the threshold for an A rank. Once his stat reached a rank, it would undergo a qualitative leap. Now, Ryu's agility had surpassed his strength, becoming his second highest base stat. Satisfied with the agility crystal, Ryu turned his attention to the main course. Just thinking about the stats of the Dragon Queen version of Artoria, whom he had killed, so powerful they were practically explosive, made him almost drool. Aside from her A-ranked riding and E-ranked charisma, every one of her stats, skills, and noble phantasms was top tier. Of course, what Ryu desired most were her 3 noble phantasms. Whether it was Excalibur, Avalon with its absolute defense, or the ultimate move she hadn't had the chance to unleash, the Dragon Queen's wrath, any one of them would greatly boost his power. As for her personal skills, as long as he didn't draw the E-ranked charisma, it would be a massive win. With less than a 20% chance of failure, Ryo believed he couldn't be that unlucky. Besides, he had a secret weapon ready. Regarding her class skills, even if he drew riding, that'd be fine. Ryo wouldn't mind trying out being a true driver and maybe even finding a real dragon to ride. This kind of jackpot was incredibly favorable for him. However, when it came to something as serious as a gacha draw, it couldn't be taken lightly. Proper preparation was a must. So, Ryo called upon his ultimate move, summoning the goddess of luck, Medea Lily. In her innocence, Medea thought that Ryo had some legitimate business with her, so she arrived quickly. Then she was immediately caught by him, who wore a mischievous smile, and he shamelessly drained a wave of her lucky energy, in a biological sense. Perhaps Medea had gotten used to this by now, or maybe she had resigned herself to her fate, but her reaction this time wasn't nearly as strong as the first time. You have to admit, habits can be a terrifying thing. With the luck buff freshly applied, Ryo wasted no time and had the system initiate the special gacha. A blood red and gold card immediately appeared before him. The back of the card was completely different from normal servant cards, featuring ancient symbols and patterns that were completely unintelligible to him. Just glancing at them made his head spin, his brain swell with pain, and he faintly heard a mysterious, ancient voice whispering in his ear. Frightened, Ryo quickly averted his gaze. With his current level of power, he wasn't ready to confront such mysteries. As the card spun, the front revealed the image of Artoria in her Dragon Queen form, cruel and bloodthirsty, a far cry from the resolute King Arthur she once was. She looked even more corrupted than someone tainted by Ngramenu. The card didn't care about Ryo's thoughts. As the gacha process began, it spun rapidly, emitting an ominous dark red light. When the light reached its peak, the card disintegrated, and a dark red orb of light flew into his body. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained Class Skill, Magic Resistance, EX. What is this? A trace of surprise flashed in Ryo's eyes. Though it wasn't the best outcome, it perfectly addressed one of his weaknesses. For him, his powerful physical attributes, combined with the life-regenerating power of his mystic code and his most powerful noble phantasm, Reversal War God, allowed him to tank most forms of damage and convert them into energy for counterattacks. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he had now become a nightmare for close combat fighters. If he could master the V-shave, technique taught by Scathach to the same level as hers, he would also become a nightmare for long-range attackers. However, his resistance to magic had always been a weak point. Damage-based magic wasn't too much of an issue, as Ryo could endure it. But all sorts of strange and unpredictable magic, the curses, mental control spells, were much harder to defend against. A mage was never just a simple artillery piece. It was their cunning and strange spells, combined with intelligence, that allowed them to manipulate their enemies. This is why mages are often called mage lords. Of course, this refers to traditional mages. If they were the type to just buff themselves and charge in with swords, Ryo wouldn't fear them at all. While Magic Resistance, EX, wasn't as absolute as the defense of Avalon, its advantage was that it was a passive skill. It would activate automatically without him needing to expend any resources. Now, with Magic Resistance, EX, Ryo no longer had to fear curses or control-type spells. This upgrade had significantly strengthened him once again. If he were to face Jean Alter and Gillis de Rice again, he was confident that he could handle them without even needing to reveal his trump card, Reversal War God. While Ryo had been hiding away, focusing on his power-up, an announcement from the ruler of this Holy Grail War was delivered to all participants, except him. The message stated that Nguyen, Ryo and Medea were violators, and under the ruler's authority, the Holy Grail War would temporarily pause so that all participants could join forces to eliminate them. For those who participated, each pair would be rewarded with a command seal, promised once Ryo was killed. Additionally, Jean Alter insidiously provided Medea's true name and attributes. As for Ryo, since he had entered the Holy Grail War as a master and due to the system he possessed, the Greater Grail couldn't detect his stats. Thus, with the help of Gillis de Rice, Jean Alter had laid a massive trap for the other participants. To the others, Medea was nothing more than a weak support-type caster. As for her reputation as a witch from the Age of Gods, so what? Even if a god wasn't skilled in combat, they were nothing more than easy prey. Suddenly, Rheo and Medea became a walking treasure trove in the eyes of the other participants. Though a few keen individuals suspected Jean Alter's motives, they still went along with the plan. After all, it would remove a competitor while also earning them a command seal. What was there to lose? A massive net was slowly closing in on Ryu and Medea. Tosaka residence. Tosaka Tokiomi sat with his legs crossed beside a vintage phonograph, seemingly waiting for something. At that moment, a figure emerged. With an emotionless face, dressed in a mostly black priest's robe and wearing a bronze cross on his chest, the figure radiated the air of an ascetic who had long discarded worldly desires. "Teacher, you called for me." "Kirai, you've come." Tosaka Tokiomi nodded and gestured for him to sit. Thus, Tokiomi's so-called number one disciple, Kodomine Kirai, sat across from him in the most formal and rigid posture possible. "I believe you've received the ruler's announcement?" "Yes." "I think this is an excellent opportunity," Tokiomi said with a confident smile. "Please enlighten me, teacher." Kirai's expression remained unchanged, making it impossible to discern what he was thinking. A person who shows no emotion is theoretically very dangerous, someone with deep schemes. Yet Tokiomi trusted Kirai, believing him to be the son of his old friend and one of the most trustworthy people outside his own family. "My original plan was to have you sacrifice Assassin, allowing you to seek the church's protection, then move from the forefront to the shadows. At the same time, this would showcase the strength of the Tosaka family, deterring those who might be eyeing us." At the mention of being watched, a hint of helplessness appeared on Tokiomi's face. As one of the three founding families, he had become a prime target. Without even looking, he knew there were countless familiars from different factions monitoring the Tosaka residence. It had even become a bad habit of his to activate a bounded field every time he went to the bathroom. These constant watchful eyes had become an endless nuisance. Luckily, this situation would soon come to an end. Thinking of this, Tokiomi couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude toward the unknown participant named Nguyen Ryu, who had unwittingly contributed to the glory and success of the Tosaka family. As a reward, Tokiomi, the head of the prestigious Tosaka family, would personally end his life. Surely, Nguyen Ryu would feel honored. Tokiomi's arrogance was not without reason. After all, he believed he had summoned the strongest servant. With the King of Heroes on my side, how could I lose? Thinking of this, the frustration he had been feeling from the constant harassment by the other participants seemed to ease. With a reserved and elegant smile on his face, Tokiomi continued speaking to his disciple. "Assassin's combat power isn't great. Aside from reconnaissance, it serves little purpose." Hearing these words, Kirai's eyes flickered slightly. Internally, he almost wanted to laugh, but years of abstinent living allowed him to suppress the urge. On the surface, Assassin's attributes, along with its noble phantasm, appeared quite weak. But those numbers were a disguise. The true stats of Assassin were even more terrifying than his teacher's so-called trump card, the King of Heroes, Gilgamesh. Kirai could hardly wait to see the look on his teacher's face when he discovered the true power of Assassin. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. Kirai's lips couldn't help but curl upward slightly. Unfortunately, the dim lighting in the basement caused Tokiomi to miss Kirai's subtle expression. But now everything is fine. I'll simply have the King of Heroes take action and destroy Castor with overwhelming force. The brilliance of His Majesty's presence will surely intimidate those who covet the Tosaka family. And I will be the only master to claim a command seal. A witch from the Age of Gods, who only excels at support and healing magecraft. This will be easy. Tokiomi smiled confidently. Watching his teacher's self-assured expression, Kirai felt absolutely nothing inside. He almost wanted to laugh. And then, he did smile, one that looked more painful than crying. In the dark basement, two scheming individuals exchanged smiles. Before long, Kodomine Kirai emerged from the secret passage of the Tosaka residence. A figure was quietly waiting for him outside. Chapter 178, FGO, 178. 2,278 words. She stood there quietly, bathed in moonlight, perfectly cast in the shadow of a statue. If one didn't look carefully, they might have mistaken her for part of the shadow itself. Only the faint reflection of her figure gave away the presence of a graceful young woman. Assassin, let's go. Kodomine Kirai glanced at her before turning and leading the way. The figure remained silent, following Kirai without a word. As she stepped out of the shadows, her beautiful form gradually came into view under the moonlight. A grimacing demon mask completely covered her face. Her long black hair was tied into a single ponytail, cascading down to her waist, so smooth and silky it could easily be featured in a shampoo commercial without any special effects. A blooming red spider lily was tucked into her hair, giving her elegance a tinge of cruelty. From certain details, it was clear she wasn't very old, likely around 16 or 17 years old, yet her figure was incredibly seductive, her curves ripe like a peach, but still exuding a youthful, innocent fragrance. This contradictory combination only amplified her allure. On her back, she carried a strange-looking bow. Unlike ancient bows, which bore the marks of craftsmanship, her bow had a metallic, mechanical feel to it. From its seams, one could glimpse gleaming gears and bearings, making it look like an industrial-age mechanical bow. She was dressed in clothing typical of an aristocratic noblewoman from the Meiji Restoration period. The Kozoku was a noble class established in Japan during that time, modeled after European aristocracies. The clothing of noblewomen from that era incorporated European styles into traditional Japanese fashion, resulting in the unique styles of the Meiji period. Just from her distinctive clothing and the mechanical bow on her back, it was clear she was a modern heroic spirit. However, as one of the representatives of the mystic realm, the strength of a heroic spirit wasn't determined solely by fame or achievements. The era they hailed from also played a significant role. Generally speaking, the older the heroic spirit, the stronger they were, due to the greater mystery surrounding them. A prime example of this is a certain ancient king, who constantly insults others as mongrels but is, in fact, the biggest mongrel of them all. Considering the production levels, population, and medical knowledge of that era, the territory this so-called ancient king ruled over was probably no larger than a modern town. But because of his ancient lineage, he became one of the strongest heroic spirits. So, barring some exceptions, heroic spirits generally followed the rule. The closer they were to the modern era, the weaker they were in combat. No wonder Kodomine Kirai, under the influence of others, had concealed her true attributes, and his teacher had no suspicions. As a traditional magus, Tosaka Tokiomi firmly believed that the older the heroic spirit, the stronger they were. This was evident from the painstaking efforts he had gone through to summon the oldest king, Gilgamesh, the king of heroes. The thought of the expression on his teacher's face when he eventually discovered Assassin's true strength caused the corners of Kirai's mouth to twitch upward. Era Kirai, you seem quite pleased with yourself. Looks like you've followed my instructions exactly. How does it feel, watching your teacher being deceived without realizing it? That feeling of being the only one who's truly awake while everyone else is in the dark must be quite enjoyable, right? A clear and melodious voice, filled with mischievous teasing, rang out beside Kodomine Kirai. The girl in the demon mask remained silent, but the voice came from her. Then, something strange happened. A ghostly figure emerged from behind the girl and slowly became more solid. It was a figure more dazzling than the stars, with hair as black as the night sky, cascading down to her waist. Her face was as flawless as a goddess's, but the most unforgettable feature was her deep, dark eyes, which were so profound that one could never discern what lay within them. The figure, like a spirit from legend, floated behind the girl. At her appearance, Kodomine Kirai's usually expressionless face changed slightly. He looked at her warily. What are you up to now? Oh, nothing much. I just find you rather amusing, so I couldn't help but offer you a little guidance. The spirit behind the girl conjured a folding fan from nowhere, covering most of her face and leaving only her amused eyes visible as if she were inspecting a fascinating toy. You demon! I won't fall for your temptations again. Kodomine Kirai spoke coldly. Oh, we'll see about that. The spirit's eyes gleamed with an unfathomable smile as she responded to Kiriai's wariness. Kiriai's face remained cold as he walked forward, ignoring her entirely. If you can't find any pleasure within yourself, why not seek it in others? Humans are such interesting creatures: joy, sorrow, anger, jealousy, hatred, love, fear. And from different people, you can extract completely different forms of pleasure. Each one is a delightful surprise. How could anyone resist? The voice, like a demon's whisper, echoed behind Kodomine Kiriai. He wanted to block his ears, but the voice bypassed them entirely, entrenching itself deep within his mind. The first night passed peacefully. But this was only the calm before the storm. The next morning, as soon as the sun rose, Ryu and Medea began wandering around Fuyuki City. However, within 10 minutes, a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. "Master, what's wrong?" Medea, who had been watching him closely, asked in confusion. Ryu's expression didn't change, but in their mental link, he said, "I've noticed something odd. Medea-chan, scan the area and check if the number of familiars watching us has increased." "Understood, Master." Medea immediately followed his command. An invisible wave radiated outward from the two of them, and like a radar, she quickly detected all the magical creatures in the vicinity. In front of a magus from the Age of Gods, the tricks of modern magi were no match. "Master, your intuition was right. The number has doubled compared to the previous days. Looks like something big is happening, and it's aimed at us." There was a hint of coldness in his words. "Huh? Why? It's not surprising. Our only known enemies right now are Jean Alter and Gillis de Rice. Since they can't catch us themselves, they're using others to do it for them. They've probably issued a notice in Ruler's name, calling on everyone to hunt us down." Recalling the schemes of Kodomine and Tosaka in the original story, Ryu's mind was as clear as a mirror. In this era, whenever a judge gets directly involved, you can be sure they're playing tricks. Unfortunately, Medea couldn't stay as calm as him. "Master, aren't we in great danger now?" "Don't panic. If they come, we will beat them all." Ryu's eyes flashed with cold determination. He wasn't just pretending to be calm. A little analysis was enough to understand the situation clearly. Including him, every participant in this Holy Grail war was an enemy to each other, and that dynamic was almost impossible to change. It was like a certain popular battle royale game from before his time. Only one victor could remain in the end, and only that person could eat the chicken dinner, obtain the Holy Grail. Even if they all came to attack him, lured by the temptation of a certain ruler, the enmity between them wouldn't change. If there was an opportunity to stab one another in the back, they wouldn't hesitate. Ryu was 100% certain that as soon as someone showed the slightest flaw, these so-called allies would immediately turn on each other, no intervention from him required. One moment they'd be allies, and the next, enemies. Ryu's confidence infected Medea, and her eyes sparkled as she looked at him. "Master, what should we do then?" "Perfect. I just thought of a great plan." Ryu shared his idea with her. Medea's eyes widened, and her mouth gaped open so much that one could almost fit an egg inside. "Master. You're just too." For a moment, she couldn't even find the right words to describe him. "Don't worry. This isn't reckless, it's the result of careful analysis. Now we just need to wait until nightfall to act." Ryu's confident smile, combined with his blood-pumping strategy, filled Medea with excitement. A stunning smile, as beautiful as a painting, appeared on her beautiful face. "In that case, even if hell lies ahead, please allow me to accompany you, Master." As Ryu aimlessly wandered through Fuyuki City, several masters and servants were grinding their teeth in frustration. A walking treasure trove was right in front of them, but due to the unspoken rule of not engaging in combat during the day, they couldn't make a move. The frustration was unbearable. Time passed slowly, and soon night fell. With a flicker, the streetlights came on. Ryu's eyes suddenly sharpened, as if receiving some kind of signal. His fingers moved swiftly in the air before him. A rune, glowing with blue magical light, appeared and hovered in front of him. The next second, he vanished right before everyone's eyes. The ones watching him were mere familiars sent by masters, and they were incapable of detecting Ryu's use of primordial runes to cloak himself. They immediately lost track of him. The onlookers became frantic, fearing they might alert him, and just as he had predicted, the participants were wary of each other, so they had only sent a large number of familiars to monitor him. Neither the masters nor the servants had personally acted yet. Unexpectedly, this created an opening for him to escape. Was the entire day wasted just like that? Many masters, especially Tosaka Tokiomi, wanted to scream in frustration. He had spent the whole day preparing, even lowering his dignity to beg Gilgamesh to take action. After much effort to convince the prideful king of heroes, this happened. This wasn't following the script at all. Tokiomi had no choice but to stand respectfully to the side, bearing Gilgamesh's increasingly impatient gaze. Just as Tokiomi was cursing silently in his heart, an overwhelming battle intent surged into the sky, with its target set on Fuyuki Port. Tokiomi was so furious that his face turned green. Suppressing his anger, he maintained his elegant demeanor, bowing respectfully to Gilgamesh, who was sitting on the sofa with a glass of red wine. "My king, that man is provoking your authority." "Humph. Tokiomi, you better drop your little schemes. As for that mongrel, I'll go deal with him now." To mock this king, the one true ruler of heaven and earth, is an unforgivable crime, Gilgamesh said as he shattered the glass in his hand and stood up from the sofa. "I wish you, my king, a victorious campaign." Tokiomi bowed deeply. He didn't care about Gilgamesh's terrible attitude, as long as he could obtain the Holy Grail and reach the root. What did a little humiliation matter? As Gilgamesh disappeared into golden particles of light, Tokiomi knew the proud king had already headed to the battlefield. With him taking action, who could stand in the way? Fuyuki Port. Although the economic bubble had burst, and Fuyuki Port was no longer as prosperous as it once was, it was still a deep-water port capable of accommodating large cargo ships and was filled with shipping containers. The previously empty port was now stacked so densely with containers that it resembled a labyrinth. At this time, the dockworkers had long since gone home, and due to warnings from the authorities, not even a single guard was left at the port after dark. The entire area was deserted, with only a few scattered streetlights, making the place seem like a ghost town. In the very center of the port stood a figure, arms crossed, quietly waiting. He didn't seem to be doing anything, but to any servant skilled in battle, the overwhelming battle aura he radiated was like a beacon in the night, as if he were afraid no one would notice him. After escaping from surveillance, Ryu immediately brought Medea to the port and then, without restraint, unleashed his aura, declaring his position to all the participants. The reason he was doing this seemingly unnecessary act was to draw all the participants to the same place. Sometimes, having many servants present wasn't necessarily a bad thing, just as having few wasn't always good. If too few servants showed up, they would have fewer concerns, and it could easily turn into a situation where Ryu was surrounded and attacked. Even if the servants were cautious and didn't all gang up on him, they might still engage him in a series of exhausting duels. Ryu couldn't accept either scenario. On the other hand, if many servants showed up, they would hold each other in check, which would work to his advantage. Next, all he had to do was publicly crush one of them, pick a tough opponent and show that taking him down would come at a huge cost. If defeating him required a great amount of effort while also needing to stay wary of other participants waiting to strike, a delicate balance of mutual restraint would form. In that case, Ryu could retreat at his leisure, and the tough opponent he had in mind would naturally show up on their own. After being tricked once, a proud servant wouldn't be able to resist coming for him in person. After all, strength is often the foundation of their pride. Chapter 179, FGO, 179. 2,312 words. All of Ryu's preparations were aimed at dealing with heroic spirits. As for Magus, they were never part of his considerations from the beginning. With EX-level magic resistance, only Magus with the title of Grand could pose any threat to him. The rest of the Magus wouldn't even count as a snack before him. Unknowingly, his power had already grown to such a level. Although his calculations were meticulous, fate sometimes likes to play tricks on people. The first person to appear before him was a female knight, clad in heavy armor, primarily white with blue accents, wearing a full-face helm, and riding a pure white warhorse without a speck of any other color. Her figure was explosively voluptuous. Looking at her classic form, Ryu wore a complex, unreadable expression. He had not forgotten that it was because he drew her in FGO Gacha, and in his excitement. Now, from Ryu's perspective, it was nothing but black history. But sometimes, the most cringeworthy and foolish things you've done represent the purest emotions because they are part of a youth already past. If there was a term to describe it, it would probably be the feeling of a first love. So, at this moment, Ryu felt conflicted as he faced the female knight in front of him. Nevertheless, if she truly became his enemy, he would not hesitate to fight her. Because he had already grown into a qualified warrior, and growth always comes at a price. This female knight's true name, Artoria, class Lancer. It was not the king of knights wielding the holy sword and its sheath, but the king of knights wielding the holy spear. At least, that's how it should have been. When Ryu's gaze swept over the two golden swords at her waist, his eye twitched. The Artoria in front of him had additional settings and a history that he didn't understand. These two golden swords, which exuded an overwhelming presence, were none other than the most famous holy swords from Arthurian legend, the Sword of Selection, Caliburn, the Golden Sword of Victory, and the Sword of Promised Victory, Excalibur, the holy sword from the lake. And to top it off, she had the sword sheath of absolute defense, Avalon, the distant Utopia. In her hand was the holy lance, the anchor of storms that binds the stars, Rhongomyniad, the lance that shines to the end of the world. Her collection of star-forged noble phantasms was no weaker than the oldest and wealthiest of kings. While Ryu was sizing her up, he also noticed the probing gaze hidden behind her helm. To his surprise, he didn't sense any killing intent from Lancer's gaze. Instead, it carried a complex emotion that was hard to describe in words. Could this be another parallel world issue? Thinking of a certain Gene Alter who wanted to barbecue him upon meeting, his heart skipped a beat. At that moment, Lancer slowly raised the spear in her hand, its tip pointing directly at him. Even though the holy spear was still sealed, wrapped in a thin veil as light as silk, Ryu could still feel its terrifying power locking onto him, causing a sharp pain between his brows. Lancer's intention was clear, she was issuing a challenge. Master. More than 3 pairs of participants are lurking nearby. A nervous voice from Medea Lily echoed through the mental link. I know. Stay where you are and don't move. Ryu replied calmly. Following his command, Medea hid in the shadows without revealing herself, while he played the role of the heroic spirit. In truth, with his current stats, he didn't even need to pretend. He was already at the level of a heroic spirit. The only difference was that other masters couldn't view his basic stats through the skills granted by the Holy Grail, which was a small yet significant advantage. As for Medea, her stats had already been leaked, and she could easily be targeted as a weak point, so he didn't let her take that risk. He insisted that she stay hidden and only provide reconnaissance. With the magical expertise of an ancient era which, almost all locations in Fuyuki City with strong magical power had fallen under her control, more accurate than any GPS. A caster hidden in the shadows while the master charges ahead, this had become the norm in the Holy Grail War. Ryu chuckled inwardly as he stepped half a foot forward with his left leg, slightly crouching, his entire body like a fully drawn bow. As expected, the other participants did not swarm him. Instead, they stayed hidden, observing the situation. Each of them harbored their own schemes, all wanting to play the role of the fisherman who benefits in the end, thus keeping one another in check. Ryu no longer paid attention to the enemies lurking in the shadows, as Lancer had already made her move. The moment he assumed a battle stance, Lancer's warhorse, the legendary steed Dun Stallion, moved with her full intent, charging at him at full speed, transforming into a streak of light. Her speed was so quick that it was hard to follow with the naked eye, leaving a long trail of afterimages behind her. In less than a breath, Lancer had crossed several hundred meters and was already in front of him. The holy lance aimed directly at him, thrusting forward. In that instant, Ryu felt as if he were locked onto by the sharp spear. If he didn't move soon, the next moment he would be pierced through by the holy lance. This was only the first opponent. He didn't want to be forced to use his trump card of, desperate counterattack, which he could only use 3 times, in this probing exchange. In a split second, he completely unleashed his EX-level skill, World Ruler. Faced with the overwhelming presence of the former ruler of the planet, even Lancer, who had ascended to the position of Holy Emperor, couldn't help but hesitate. Her charging figure paused ever so slightly. Ryu seized that fleeting opportunity. Without caring whether his body could withstand it, vast amounts of magical energy surged through him. The damage caused by this power was instantly healed by the effects of Reversal War God, which simultaneously generated a massive amount of magical energy and revenge power. This cycle continued, endless and eternal. This perpetual motion-like system marked the fact that his combat prowess had essentially taken shape. Next, all that remained was to keep strengthening each point, pushing his power to ever greater heights. With the enhancement of magical energy, Ryu drew back his right fist and then punched forward with all his might, aiming directly at the indestructible Holy Lance. Clang! A deafening sound echoed through the sky, like the toll of a great bell, as a terrifying shockwave spread out from the two of them, rippling wildly in all directions. The sturdy concrete ground, capable of withstanding heavy cranes, trucks, and tens of thousands of tons of cargo, crumbled like tofu, forming a crater with a diameter of 40 to 50 meters, with countless branch-like cracks spreading hundreds of meters outward. It was a scene straight out of myth. The heroic spirits watching remained calm, but the masters were utterly dumbfounded. They had finally experienced firsthand what it meant to face a power beyond human comprehension. The two figures in the crater separated after just one clash, and from the outside, it appeared they were evenly matched. Lancer had the advantage in attributes and weapons, coupled with the terrifying power of her warhorse's charge. Ryu, on the other hand, relied on Mana Burst, World Ruler, and Reversal War God, stacking skills and noble phantasms to hold his own. Hiding in the corner, Med curiously prodded Waver with her riding crop. "Hey! Why don't we jump in now? What are we waiting for?" Waver shot her a glance, pulled a cigar from his pocket, lit it, took a deep drag, and finally spoke. "Now is not the best time. The two of them haven't gone all out yet, and the other participants lurking nearby haven't shown themselves." Despite his youthful appearance, no older than 20, his demeanor and speech were far more mature, carrying a world weariness well beyond his years. "Hey, you don't look it, but you're quite the schemer. I thought you'd be all about fairness and justice, but it turns out you're full of tricks," Med teased him with a grin. Waver scoffed with contempt. "Fairness? Justice? I gave up on those naive ideas long ago. This is war, victory is everything." Med looked at him as if seeing him for the first time. Crossing her hands behind her back, she was filled with girlish curiosity as she circled Waver, studying him. "Master, maybe we're more compatible than I thought. In another corner, Irisveil and Saber, who had been enjoying a moment together at the beach near the harbor, arrived at the battlefield earlier than anyone else. "Irisveil, why aren't we stepping in right away? Hiding in the shadows and waiting for the enemy to exhaust themselves is against the Knight's Code," Saber asked, frowning. Irisveil showed a hint of hesitation. But Kiritsugu said the situation is still unclear. Saber's face showed a trace of anger. Ever since she was summoned, she had been at odds with Kiritsugu Amiya. Kiritsugu was a pragmatist who would use any means necessary to achieve his goals. Saber, on the other hand, upheld honor and believed in fair, direct combat, where victory or defeat was glorious either way. Their personalities were too incompatible. If Kiritsugu hadn't possessed Saber's scabbard as a holy relic, he wouldn't have been able to summon her at all. "I'm sorry, Saber. Please, can we just listen to Kiritsugu this time?" Irisveil clasped her hands together, pleading. Faced with the soft words of the beautiful woman, the King of Knights couldn't bring herself to refuse. Saber's delicate face showed a hint of gloom, and she sighed softly, quietly agreeing. "I knew you were the best, Saber." Irisveil cheered and immediately hugged one of Saber's arms, pressing her face against Saber's cheek and rubbing affectionately. The silver-haired noblewoman acted like a young girl, and even the King of Knights, who had crossed countless battlefields, couldn't handle it. A slight blush appeared on her delicate face. "Irisveil, you. At that moment, Lancer made her move. Saber's deep emerald eyes widened in shock. The Holy Lance? Rhongomyniad, Caliburn, Excalibur, Avalon, Dun Stallion. Who is she? Why does she have these noble phantasms? Saber murmured in disbelief. Saber, what's wrong? Irisveal asked, puzzled. Saber quickly suppressed the flood of questions in her mind. Even though their physiques were entirely different, Saber couldn't shake the feeling that she was looking into a mirror. But this was the Holy Grail War. Regardless of who the other person was, she was undoubtedly an enemy. It's nothing. I'm just curious about the identity of that female knight, Saber said with a strained smile. Irisveal didn't notice anything unusual about Saber. She glanced curiously at the female knight, then back at Saber, especially at a certain part of their bodies that couldn't be more different. Saber, don't worry. Yours will grow too, Irisveal said, giving her an encouraging gesture. Saber didn't understand at first, but when she followed Irisveal's gaze to those impossible, physics-defying mounds, her expression froze. They're just lumps of fat that would only get in the way during battle. For the first time, the noble king of knights felt a pang of jealousy. Besides these two teams, several other groups were also lurking nearby. Several malicious gazes were fixed on the two figures in the clearing. To their surprise, after just one exchange, the female knight seemed to have confirmed something. She gently tugged on her reins, and her warhorse retreated several steps, putting some distance between them. The female knight also sheathed her holy lance, signaling a truce. Although Ryu was now certain the other party held no hostility, his confusion only deepened. He remained silent and stood upright. Not going to fight anymore? Now that I've learned what I wanted to know, continuing to fight would be meaningless, a voice of immense authority, yet filled with mature charm, came from beneath the helmet. At that moment, an exasperated voice rang out. Lancer, what are you doing? Why did you stop? The voice echoed from all directions, making it impossible to pinpoint the source. But this was just a simple magical trick, and without needing Medea's reminder, Ryu easily spotted the figure hiding on the rooftop nearby. With a single glance at that familiar slicked-back hair and that familiar green, no, lemon-colored hair, he immediately understood. Lord Elmeloy's temper was as fiery as ever, but unfortunately, the one in front of him wasn't the loyal dual-wielding Lancer, but the Holy Emperor who had once ruled half the world. Silence. What I choose to do is none of your concern. Know your place, Magus, Lancer coldly reprimanded without turning her head. Kenneth's face turned red with anger, veins bulging on his forehead. He instinctively raised his right hand, but then seemed to remember something and quickly lowered it. If word got out that the Clock Tower's famed prodigy had summoned a servant he couldn't control with command seals, it wouldn't just be his reputation on the line, the entire Elmeloy family would become a laughingstock. What Kenneth didn't realize was that his constipated expression was already making him a laughingstock to others. What a riot! A servant openly defying their master? This is just too amusing. Med laughed uproariously, slapping Waver on the shoulder repeatedly. Waver helplessly looked at his cigar, now on the ground, then glanced at Med with a look that clearly said, "Do you not realize what kind of person you are?" At that moment, the battlefield shifted once more. Chapter 180, FGO, 180. 2,392 words. Suddenly, Lancer raised her head and shouted. And you, hidden observers in the shadows. Drawn by our battle, yet still lurking in the dark, are you not better than cowards? Ryu was momentarily stunned by Lancer's taunt, but in the next second, he quickly realized Lancer was helping him. A snake hidden in the shadows is the most deadly. Once these participants in the siege are exposed on the battlefield, their ability to restrain one another will increase. The more that are exposed, the safer he would be. But why is she helping me when we have no connection? Before he could resolve his doubts, Lancer delivered an even sharper taunt. Your actions not only violate the code of chivalry, but even your names as heroic spirits are crying out in shame. I am ashamed to be associated with the likes of you. Lancer's voice echoed across the entire harbor like a tsunami. Such words, any heroic spirit with a shred of pride could no longer bear it. Ah. What is that woman saying? It's so infuriating. Med puffed her cheeks in anger, but in her pupils, one could see there wasn't much real fury. Instead, there was a hint of cunning. Waver noticed this as well and simply pretended not to hear. Waver's reaction was so indifferent that Med's small face was filled with curiosity. She prodded Waver with her riding crop. Hey! She's insulting you, aren't you mad? Seeing that he couldn't dodge her, Waver let out a long sigh. He was beginning to miss the time he spent with a certain king. After all, that king was so much better. Women are just too troublesome. Despite his feelings, Waver still answered Med's question. First of all, I'm not a heroic spirit. I simply possess the power of one, so the glory of a heroic spirit has nothing to do with me. Second, I am a strategist. Going into battle is the general's duty. Her words mean nothing to me. And the most important thing is, her taunting skills are subpar. Yet clearly, some people couldn't resist such provocations. For example, Saber, known as the King of Knights, clenched her fists in anger the moment she heard Lancer's taunts. At this moment, Irisveal, who had been standing by her side, suddenly released her. Go ahead, Saber. Saber looked at Irisveal in surprise. I think, just this once, Kiritsugu will forgive me for being a little willful. Irisveal closed one eye and gave a playful smile. Thank you, Irisveal. Saber expressed her gratitude solemnly. However, before she could take action, Lancer's taunts provoked someone else entirely. One is a mongrel who dares to mock a king, and the other is a mongrel who dares to call themselves a king. What a perfect match. A voice, arrogant to the point of disgust, accompanied the appearance of an exaggerated figure on the street. The golden armor gleamed even under the night sky, and the short golden hair stood up like spikes, piercing the heavens. His crimson eyes were filled with arrogance. The brilliant figure stood atop a streetlight, looking down at Ryu and Lancer with a condescending gaze as if they were nothing more than ants on the ground. At the same time, Kotomine Kirii, who was observing the battlefield through assassin's eyes, reported the situation to Tosaka Tokiomi. Teacher, Archer has appeared. This is really bad news. Sitting by the phonograph, Tosaka Tokiomi pinched the bridge of his nose with his fingers. On the other side of the microphone, Kirii heard the helplessness in Tokiomi's voice and could easily imagine the troubled expression on his face. A strange sense of joy surged from Kirii's heart to his head, and despite his expressionless face, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted into a smile. If I cannot experience joy myself, I shall find it through others. That woman was right. Just then, Tokiomi's voice came from the phonograph, interrupting Kirii's internal struggle. Kirii, continue monitoring the battlefield. If the situation worsens, I will use a command seal if necessary. Kirii was startled and quickly calmed his mind. Yes, teacher. After hearing his disciple's response, Tokiomi sighed again. If it weren't for the fact that the arrogant king wouldn't allow Tokiomi to link to his vision, Tokiomi wouldn't have needed to go through the trouble of having Kirii act as his eyes on the battlefield. This time was the same. According to Tokiomi's original plan, the King of Heroes should have made a grand entrance, swiftly annihilating the caster faction with overwhelming force, while also intimidating the other masters. Then he would retreat, mission accomplished. The plan was perfect. But who could have predicted that the arrogant King of Heroes would completely ignore his advice, recklessly charge out at the slightest provocation, and now he was directly confronting Lancer. If it weren't for his overwhelming strength, this king would be the epitome of a liability. Back at the harbor, on the battlefield. Faced with such vile remarks, Lancer scoffed. I am the sovereign of the four seas, the supreme emperor of the Holy British Empire, Artoria Pendragon. There is no need for me to merely claim the title of king. Once again, a voice filled with arrogance sounded from the golden figure atop the streetlight. There is only one in this world who can truly be called king, and that is me. All others are nothing but mongrels. Whose dog got loose? Calling everyone a mongrel, over and over. If you can't speak like a human, just shut up. You're annoying, don't you know that? Ryu suddenly lashed out. The entire battlefield fell silent for a moment. Not only did he speak without holding back, but he also used amplification magic, as if afraid no one would hear him. Now, every master and servant present had heard his words. Many people's lips twitched, and the same thought popped into their heads: who is this guy? His mouth is vicious. Some even went further, like a certain pink-haired queen who was laughing uncontrollably, clutching her stomach and slapping her master on the back. Meanwhile, hearing Kirai's report, Tosaka Tokiomi could only think of 2 words: it's over. The only ones who didn't react with shock were Irisveal and Saber, especially Saber. When she heard Lancer reveal her name, disbelief filled her face. At that moment, the atmosphere between the 3 main figures on the battlefield became incredibly tense. Lancer looked at Ryu with a strange expression. Ryu, on the surface, seemed calm, but in reality, he was as tense as a bowstring pulled to its limit. Archer lowered his head, hiding his expression in the shadows, but his trembling body foreshadowed the terrifying storm about to come. In the next instant, the sky behind him was covered in countless golden ripples. Over 100 divine weapons emerged from the void: swords, spears, halberds, and various exotic weapons. Each weapon gleamed brilliantly, many of them well-known legendary treasures. The Golden King raised his head and glared at Ryu, his crimson eyes blazing like molten lava. "I will tear you to pieces, you mongrel." Seeing Gilgamesh, furious and brimming with rage, a faint smile appeared in Ryu's eyes. The strongest fish he had chosen had taken the bait. That's right, he had deliberately provoked Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh was the target he selected to make an example to threaten the other servants, though this particular fish was stronger than some of the servants. Next, all he needed to do was defeat Gilgamesh with overwhelming force, and his goal would be accomplished. The other participants, who had been swayed by Jalter, would be intimidated for the time being, giving him the perfect opportunity to move on to the next phase of his plan. He had considered using this chance to kill Gilgamesh, his biggest threat, in one decisive strike. However, due to the existence of command seals, he didn't hold out much hope for that. Under Gilgamesh's furious control, more than 100 divine weapons rained down upon Ryu, even enveloping Lancer in the storm of swords. As they witnessed the might of the King of Heroes, both masters and servants were shocked, instinctively wondering how they would fare if they faced him themselves. Almost no one believed Ryu stood a chance. In their eyes, this foolhardy man was already a dead man walking. It was understandable. The enraged King of Heroes was attacking with his full power. Not only had he unleashed over 100 weapons, but each one was of A rank or higher. Without an EX-level defensive noble phantasm, there was no way to escape unscathed. As for EX-level defensive noble phantasms, they are rarer than any other treasure, and even the King of Heroes himself didn't possess one. This level of defense was on par with Gilgamesh's beloved sword, Ea, Enuma Elish, a weapon capable of splitting the world itself. How could a nobody possess such a divine artifact? However, this night would mark the beginning of an epic tale for this supposed nobody. Faced with the oncoming barrage of divine weapons, Ryu didn't dodge. Instead, he charged directly toward them. By some twist of fate, the first weapon that flew toward him was none other than Leviatine, the legendary sword from Norse mythology, known by many names such as Sword of Victory, Branch of Destruction, Flame Demon's Sword, and Staff of Calamity. And by sheer coincidence, this sword was aimed straight at his heart. From the moment Ryu had provoked Gilgamesh, he had silently activated the 3rd level of his ability, Berserker's Revenge. The cursed sword, Leviatine, its blade seemingly engulfed in unquenchable flames, whistled through the air as it stabbed straight at his heart. Seeing this, Gilgamesh's eyes flashed with satisfaction, as if he could already picture the insolent fool who dared mock him being torn to pieces by his noble treasures. Watching Ryu recklessly charge forward, seemingly about to be impaled by Leviatine, Gilgamesh couldn't help but mock him. To dare challenge the king who reigns supreme over heaven and earth, this is your. Before he could finish saying fate, the threat posed by the cursed sword triggered Ryu's ability. A thin golden membrane instantly enveloped his entire body. This membrane seemed no thicker than a bubble, yet it acted as an impenetrable barrier, protecting him as if it were an unbreachable chasm. The infamous cursed sword was immediately deflected upon contact with the membrane, and the same fate befell the hundreds of divine weapons that followed. Taking advantage of this moment, Ryu crossed several dozen meters in the blink of an eye and appeared directly in front of Gilgamesh. "Damn you! You cursed mongrel!" Gilgamesh shouted in fury. With a thought, golden ripples surrounded Ryu and silver chains shot out from within, extending toward him like the tentacles of an octopus. This was one of the King of Heroes' most famous noble phantasms, the divine creation that once bound the bull of heaven, Enkidu, the chains of heaven. However, this time, Gilgamesh's most trusted noble phantasm failed to live up to his expectations. The chains were deflected one by the golden membrane, rendering them completely ineffective. Witnessing this, Ryu's face showed a hint of a cold smile. The chains of heaven were a rare noble phantasm designed to subjugate divine beings. Although Berserker's Revenge Reversal War God bore the name of a god, it symbolized humanity's will to resist the gods. To the barrier formed by Berserker's revenge, the chains of heaven were nothing more than slightly sturdier chains. In terms of power, they weren't even as strong as some A-rank weapons. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Gilgamesh cursed repeatedly, though a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. Ryu immediately taunted him. "What's the matter, King of Heroes? Running low on weapons? Mongrel, don't you dare get cocky." Gilgamesh roared in fury, pulling out a strangely shaped sword without hesitation. This sword had no blade. It was composed of 3 cylindrical segments, covered with red patterns resembling circuit boards, and its hilt was mostly encased in an ornate golden handguard. This was Gilgamesh's ultimate trump card, the sword said to sever the very fabric of the world. Enuma Elish. Awaken, Ea. With Gilgamesh's command, the 3 cylindrical segments of the sword began to slowly rotate. A wind pressure capable of tearing apart space itself began to howl wildly in the void. Faced with such a terrifying display of power, Ryu remained calm, even feeling a bit of glee in his heart. This extreme narcissist had taken the bait, just as expected. EA's power was devastating, and even Ryu wasn't confident that his revenge barrier could withstand its attack. But EA had a glaring weakness: its charge time was far too long. In gaming terms, its attack animation had too much motion, making it easy to interrupt or evade. Once someone got close, the wielder became nothing more than a sitting duck. Mana burst. World Ruler. Berserker's Revenge. Without hesitation, Ryu activated his strongest abilities, then pulled his right fist back to his waist and unleashed a powerful punch. Machine Gun Blow. As his punch struck out, it transformed into a flurry of blows that enveloped Gilgamesh completely. At that moment, Gilgamesh was still holding on to EA, continuing to charge its power. In his haste, all Gilgamesh could do was summon a large number of shields from his Gate of Babylon to defend himself. Meanwhile, in the underground chamber of the Tosaka estate, Tosaka Tokiomi was experiencing what felt like an eternity. Listening to Kiriai's live battle report and feeling the constant drain on his magical energy, his expression grew darker by the second. To think it's come to the point where he has to use EA, his ultimate trump card. How disgraceful. "Teacher, please make a decision quickly," came his disciple's urging voice from the phonograph. Tosaka Tokiomi slowly raised his hand, which bore the command seals. With this command seal, I. Just as he was about to speak the next words, Tokiomi hesitated. With Gilgamesh's pride bordering on arrogance, if he used a command seal now, their relationship would never recover. Since so many of their trump cards had already been revealed, perhaps it would be better to seize this opportunity to demonstrate their strength. This moment of hesitation would lead to consequences beyond imagination. Chapter 181, FGO, 181. 2,381 words. Patreon status, completed. No matter how many noble phantasms there were, without their true names being released, how could they withstand Ryu's full-force strike? All that could be heard was a series of chaotic crackling sounds. More than a dozen shield-type noble phantasms were either sent flying by the shadows of his fists, pierced through, or simply shattered into dust. Even Ro Ajax, the 7-layered shield shaped like flower petals, each layer's defense equivalent to that of ancient city walls, was penetrated by his strikes. Then, as Gilgamesh's face shifted between shock and rage, and under the astonished stares of the onlookers. A fist slammed directly into Gilgamesh's face. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. The once handsome face, which had captivated countless women, was now distorted and deformed under the tremendous impact. In the next instant, Gilgamesh's body was sent flying backward by the powerful blow, spinning uncontrollably in mid-air. With a loud thud, the once arrogant king of heroes crashed heavily to the ground. Ting! 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 Several of the king's pristine white teeth fell to the ground with him. The teeth were not only stained with blood but also showed clear signs of breakage. For a moment, the battlefield fell into complete silence. One by one, shocked, even fearful, eyes turned toward Ryu's figure. Though he wasn't particularly tall, his presence seemed overwhelmingly grand. Just moments ago, when Gilgamesh had drawn Ea, its sheer power was so terrifying that apart from Lancer, who possessed the Holy Lance, no other servant could guarantee they'd survive such an attack head-on. And yet, in the blink of an eye, the once invincible king of heroes had been knocked to the ground. The nobody in everyone's eyes had become the final victor. They had truly witnessed the unimaginable. Only Lancer, mounted on her horse nearby, remained calm. Aside from using her holy lance to deflect any stray weapons that came her way, she showed no other reaction, as if she had always been certain that Ryu would emerge victorious. Gilgamesh, now regaining consciousness, glared at Ryu with his bloodshot crimson eyes, his fury and murderous intent almost palpable. His once handsome face was now twisted into an abstract portrait of blood, bruises, and swelling. Without saying a word, Ryu raised his fist again, aiming straight for Gilgamesh's head. Unfortunately, he was just a moment too late. Just as his fist was about to make contact, mere millimeters from Gilgamesh's head, the King of Heroes was engulfed in the light of a command seal. He disintegrated into golden particles, vanishing into the air. Only half of a voice, slightly slurred from missing teeth, echoed through the air. Damn it! You accursed mongrel, I will. Ryu slowly stood up, raised both fists and smashed them together with a resounding metallic clang. He didn't say a word, but his posture was clear. Who's next? There was no one willing to step forward. At this moment, Ryu, having just defeated such a powerful adversary, exuded a dominant aura. Even the most stubborn among them knew it was wise to avoid him for now. Furthermore, even if someone did manage to defeat him, they would only be paving the way for someone else's victory. It would be sheer stupidity to challenge him now without absolute certainty of success. Though no one approached him, someone did confront Lancer. A small figure, clad in a blue dress and covered in silver-white heavy armor, landed like a cannonball in front of the female knight. Holding a sword wrapped in wind, the figure pointed its tip directly at the mounted knight. I am Artoria Pendragon, the rightful king of Britain, the Night King, Arthur. You, hiding your true face behind a helmet, who exactly are you? Ryu's gaze flickered as the original saber suddenly appeared, but he stepped aside. It wasn't that he was being inconsiderate, but this was a matter between the two of them, and no outsider had the right to interfere. The conflict between oneself and oneself was something no one else could meddle in. A cold snort came from beneath the helmet, and Lancer placed both hands on the lower edge of her helmet. With a click, the imposing full-face metal helmet was removed. A face strikingly similar to Saber's, yet more mature and refined, was revealed. Staring at the face that seemed to be carved from the same mold as her own, Saber's pupils dilated, and she fell into a state of utter confusion. At that moment, Lancer spoke. I wondered which bold fool it was, but it turns out to be the failure from a parallel world. Sitting upright on her horse, Lancer looked down at the parallel world's version of herself. Her expression conveyed one message. You are the weakest Artoria I've ever seen. Go home. You. Saber snapped out of her shock, her holy blue eyes blazing with fury as she stared at the face so similar to her own atop the white horse. The hollow hill of the swords, the collapse of her kingdom, that was Saber's eternal pain and her greatest sore spot. But Lancer no longer looked at her and instead turned her gaze toward Ryu, her expression unreadable. Until we meet again, my. For the first time, a faint smile appeared on Lancer's goddess-like, cold face. But before he could decipher the meaning behind her half-finished sentence, Lancer pulled on her reins, and her steed, as if understanding, extended a pair of translucent, rainbow-hued wings from its sides and began to gallop into the sky, carrying the female knight aloft. As she passed over the rooftops, Lancer reached down and grabbed a man with slicked back hair, dressed in a rigid, monk-like outfit, lifting him into the air with one hand. She completely ignored Kiriai's angry protests and resistance as she flew off without looking back. Saber, having been completely ignored by her other self, trembled all over, and eventually, her arm, which was holding the holy sword, fell weakly to her side. Just by looking at the two holy swords, the sheath, the holy lance, and the divine horse, Saber knew that the other Artoria had been far more successful than she had. Heroic spirits are born from people's faith. If Lancer's fame and reputation hadn't far surpassed her own, how could she have overcome the constraints of her servant class and possessed so many noble phantasms? In Lancer's world, the image of King Arthur in people's hearts must be just like her. Gazing at the disheartened Saber, Raya's eyes flickered. Even for the same person, different choices lead to different outcomes. Therefore, once a choice is made, one must bear the consequences of that choice. Saber had lost all will to fight, and with Amiya Kiritsugu being as cunning as ever, he wouldn't dare to engage in battle against him now, having witnessed his power, without absolute certainty of victory. Similarly, Meb and Waver also chose to retreat. In an instant, the siege had turned into a farce, with all the participants leaving the stage one by one. Jalter, who had been hiding in the shadows, eagerly awaiting Ryu's downfall, was so furious that she smashed the crystal ball she had been using to monitor the battlefield into pieces. She even had the dangerous thought of using her command seals to forcibly order all the servants to attack Ryu. This reckless idea was quickly stopped by Gillis de Rice. If Jalter did that, her role as ruler would be over. All the remaining participants would unite against her, the ruler who held the command seals that could command all servants and used them recklessly. Sensing that there were no more traces of other servants nearby, Raya finally allowed himself a sigh of relief. Although he appeared calm and composed on the outside, only he knew how tense he had truly been inside. Just moments ago, it felt like he was dancing on the edge of a knife, one misstep, and he would have plunged into the abyss, surrounded and attacked by multiple servants. But now, it seemed his gamble had paid off. Midia-chan, come over. It's over now. Understood, master. Midia's slightly cheerful voice came through their mental connection. Ryu smiled knowingly. Only he and Midia could truly understand how dangerous the situation had just been. But just as he began to lower his guard, a sudden surge of danger jolted him. Almost instinctively, he pushed off with one foot, rolling to the side. The moment he left his original spot, countless slender black ice spikes erupted from the ground, stabbing outward in all directions like spears. From a distance, it looked as though a large cluster of blackthorns had suddenly sprouted from the ground. Had he been even a fraction of a second slower, he would have been skewered by the spikes. At that exact moment, a scream rang out from above. Midia's figure plummeted from the sky like a bird with broken wings. Ryu didn't have time to think. In a flash, he dashed forward and caught the falling her in his arms. His gaze instantly sharpened. Midia's face was pale, her clothes stained with blood, and a black arrow was embedded in her shoulder. Ryu quickly gave her a healing potion. However, his expression darkened. The black arrow seemed to be cursed with some kind of malicious magic. The usually effective healing potion had no effect, the wound showed no signs of healing and merely stopped bleeding. The best course of action would be to remove the arrow, purify the curse attached to the wound, and then begin healing. But with powerful enemies lurking nearby, Ryu didn't have the time for that. All he could do was use more healing potions to help Midia hold on a little longer. After administering emergency treatment to her, Ryu stood up, his expression icy cold, and shouted. Come out. A soft laugh echoed, and a figure Ryu never expected stepped out from the shadows. A ghostly mask, a noblewoman's attire in the style of the Meiji Restoration, and a mechanical bow still emitting white steam. Without a doubt, the tall, voluptuous girl before him was the one who had ambushed Midia. But what truly shocked him was the figure behind her, faintly visible like a ghost. Sakura, you're not dead. Ryu's voice was heavy as he spoke her name. Good day, Lord Kenshu, or should I call you by your otherworldly name, Lord Ryu? Her incomparably beautiful face bore a wicked smile. Ryu paid no mind to her words. His mind raced. Sakura being alive was a disturbing mystery. The system had clearly stated that she was dead. He had never seen the system make an error before, so why was there a problem now, specifically with Sakura? Noticing her ghost-like state, a flash of understanding came to him. He immediately scoffed. So that's it. You're just a pitiful soul without a body. Surviving like this must be quite the experience, huh? Sakura's face stiffened. Having her body destroyed was her eternal pain and an indelible humiliation. Her unnatural expression didn't escape his notice, and he understood at once. Sakura had indeed died, but she must have used some secret technique to survive in this half-dead, half-alive state. Without a body, wasn't that worse than death? The only thing likely keeping her going was her desire for revenge against him. Given her twisted nature, the true identity of the masked girl in front of him was probably. Ria's expression grew heavy as he looked toward her. As if sensing his thoughts, the girl also looked toward him, then raised her pale, jade-like hand and gently lifted the bottom of her mask. A delicate, charming face was revealed beneath the mask. Her ash-gray eyes were clear and moist as if they could speak. A small, exquisite nose and cherry blossom-colored lips made her look like a perfect, lifelike Japanese doll. Staring at that familiar yet strange face, Rhea fell silent. Long time no see, father. The girl smiled slightly, raised the hem of her dress, and curtsied gracefully as if she were a princess from a medieval European court. Long time no see, I am. Raya gazed with a complex expression at his now fully grown daughter. Although many years had passed, in the cabanery of the Iron Fortress world, he still felt a pang of guilt toward Iam. His arrival in that world had caused a series of upheavals, completely altering Iam's fate. According to her original destiny, she would have faced some hardships and challenges but ultimately found trusted companions and mutual love, with everyone working together to overcome difficulties, leading to a happy ending. But once Ryu crossed into that world, everything changed. For the sake of his grand ambition to unify the world, all he could offer Iam was material comfort. When it came to family affection, even Jean had given her more than he had. When the time came to face off against Sakura, Ryu had even chosen to abandon Iam. In a sense, he was also responsible for killing her father. Ryu suddenly realized, wasn't this the typical plot of a heroine turning to darkness and seeking revenge against her father? Iam being manipulated by Sakura seemed inevitable. After all of this was the result of seeds Ryu himself had sown. Wait a minute, does this mean I'm being blamed again? Ryu snapped out of his thoughts. At that moment, Sakura's somber mood lifted, and she burst into laughter. She had calculated everything, yet she had encountered someone like him, who couldn't be predicted. In the end, she had been utterly defeated, even losing her body. Now, she was barely clinging to life, relying on a backup plan to survive in this half-alive, half-dead state. Worse than death, her hatred for Ryu had reached the heavens. However, Sakura's will was as strong as iron. Driven by this hatred, she had been manipulating Iam all along, leading to the current situation. Seeing Ryu's conflicted expression, Sakura felt immense satisfaction. Ha ha ha. So even if you have days like this, how do you like the gift I've given you? But don't be too anxious. The present I've prepared for you is far from over. With a smile, Sakura glanced toward another shadowy figure nearby. Chapter 182, FGO, 182. 2051 words. Do you agree, princess? Immediately after, crisp footsteps echoed as the black-clad princess, graceful as a night lotus, stepped out from the shadows. Anastasia. Seeing the princess, whose demeanor had drastically changed, Ryu's face revealed a helpless expression. Great. No need to ask, clearly, this was his fault again. It seemed he had already taken up the mantle of some burden of this world and was now racing down the path of the king of burdens. When he entered this dungeon world, he could feel a deep malice emanating from the universe itself. The once adoring Anastasia now looked at him with cold eyes, as if he were a stranger. Sensing the overwhelming murderous intent from both sides, Ryu took a deep breath. His muscles tensed, like a drawn bowstring. If we're enemies, then there's no need for words. Come at me together. Ryu's expression hardened. Under the meticulous training of Scat Hack, he had learned to draw strength from intense battles. Ryu was no longer the shut-in from a peaceful era, he was now a seasoned warrior. Though he felt guilt toward Ayam and Anastasia, it wouldn't stop him from taking their lives. Ayam carried a mechanical bow, while Anastasia had just used frost magic to ambush him. Both were ranged attackers. Close combat would be the best strategy. I possess EX-level magic resistance, so their spells pose little threat. Priority, eliminate Ayam. In an instant, Ryu's mind worked like a finely tuned computer, processing the situation at high speed. Father, I'm going in, Ayam said, bowing respectfully, her demeanor polite. In contrast, Anastasia, born of royal blood, remained cold and indifferent. But what Ayam said next sent chills down his spine. Rest assured, Father. I'll take your head, seal it with magic, and keep it with me always, so you can stay with me forever. Ayam's tone was cheerful, but her words were terrifying. Behind her, Sakura wore a malicious smile. Ayam was, without a doubt, her finest creation. Father and daughter turned against each other. Humanity lost. For the already deranged Sakura, this scene was intoxicating, like a drug. Ryo frowned deeply. Ayam appeared normal on the outside, but her mind had been severely twisted. It was clear that during her upbringing, she had been deeply influenced by the madwoman, Sakura. Normal in appearance, broken inside. Ryu was no expert in matters of the heart. The only thing he could do now was release Ayam from her suffering. Ryu suddenly lifted his head and glanced at the silent Anastasia. A scorching solar beam shot from his pupils, straight toward her forehead. Without waiting to see the result, he infused his body with magic and launched himself like a cannonball toward Ayam. His movements were swift and decisive, showing no trace of sentimentality. Rather than alarmed at his cold-heartedness, Sakura was delighted. The closest of bonds turned to ruthless enemies, fighting to the death. She relished it. Whether Ryu killed Ayam or Ayam killed Ryu, Sakura would savor the outcome. Even if Ayam died, taking Sakura with her, she wouldn't care. If Ayam was broken in spirit, Sakura, in her state of living death, was rotten to her core, her soul corrupted beyond salvation. Just as Ryu was halfway through his charge, Ayam smiled sweetly, drew her bow, and aimed directly at Medea, who was lying on the ground. Ryu's face immediately darkened. He quickly stopped and positioned himself between Medea and Ayam. The mechanical bow in Ayam's hands emitted the whistle of steam-powered machinery, and white mist spewed from its exhaust vents. Ayam released the string, and under immense power, a pitch-black arrow shot forth like black lightning. The air groaned under the pressure, and the storm created by the arrow's passage carved deep furrows into the hard concrete. With just one arrow, the destructive power was terrifying. Yet, Ryu's expression remained calm. His small frame stood as still and unyielding as a mountain. Behind him was his woman, and that was all that mattered. Master. Medea's voice carried a hint of pleading. She didn't want to be a burden to him, but before she could speak, he cut her off sharply. Stay there and don't move. This will be over soon. Without turning his head, Ryu threw a punch at the incoming arrow. Amplified by Mana Burst and World Ruler, his strength was magnified several times over. In the next instant, the fist met the arrow. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the sky over Fuyuki City. A white shockwave, like a tsunami, swept outward, sending everything in its path flying. The earth itself trembled for a moment before calming. As the dust slowly cleared, the scene emerged. The surrounding concrete had been scraped away in thick layers, but the area behind Ryu remained intact. Behind him, Medea stood untouched at the center of a fan-shaped area, the only sign of the battle being the gentle breeze. Ryu, however, looked battered. His clothes were torn and tattered, barely hanging on. His body seemed as if it had been corroded by acid, and his arms were riddled with cracks, blood streaming from the wounds. He quickly downed a healing potion and combined with his natural vitality, his wounds began to heal at a rate visible to the naked eye. At that moment, hundreds of black arrows rained down on him like a storm, and from another direction came a barrage of ice spears. It was clear that Sakura and Ayam wouldn't let him recover, while Anastasia, who had summoned an ice wall to block the solar beam from his eyes, was now commanding the ice to attack. As the black arrows rained down, Ryu remained calm. He raised his hands, deflecting most of the arrows. The few that got through couldn't penetrate his defenses. The pursuit of rapid fire had severely weakened the arrow's power, and Ayam quickly realized this. As for the ice spears launched by Anastasia, they bounced off his body as soon as they touched him, leaving him unharmed. EX-level magic resistance was no joke. The two girls exchanged a glance and immediately switched tactics. Ayam began consciously reducing her attack frequency, increasing the charge time to augment the power of each arrow. After realizing that regular spells were ineffective, Anastasia decisively began incorporating the power of the abyss into her magic. This corrosive force was so powerful that even Ryu's EX-level magic resistance couldn't fully defend against it. Though he continued to knock down arrows with his palms and shatter frost spells, while simultaneously using Brahmastra to shoot solar beams in an attempt to disrupt their offense, he couldn't defend forever. His old wounds had not yet healed, and countless new injuries were accumulating. Before long, Ryu was covered in blood, looking tragically heroic. Medea bit her lip hard, her eyes shimmering with tears as she stared intently at his unyielding back. Anastasia kept her gaze fixed on the heavily injured Ryu, her expression cold, as though the admiration and longing she once held were for someone else entirely. Ayam, on the other hand, inspected his wounds as if admiring her handiwork, then let out a maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha. Father, all the wounds on your body are my love for you. Can you feel the overflowing love I have for you? Her once elegant and beautiful face was now twisted like a demon from hell. Amid her frenzied laughter, arrows infused with even more abyssal power flew toward him one after another. Boom! 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 Violent energy storms erupted around Ryu as if hundreds of cannons were simultaneously firing at him. Was he trapped in a desperate situation? Not quite. Ryu's heart was as calm as water. His combat system was already established, a typical defense counterattack strategy. Although he appeared pitiful, this was the necessary process of accumulating the power needed for his revenge power. The reversal war god wasn't just an anti-personnel noble phantasm, it could also transform into an anti-army or even anti-fortress weapon at his will. These days, a heroic spirit who couldn't fire a big attack beam wasn't worth pulling. Despite Ayam and Anastasia attacking freely, they hadn't dealt any serious damage to him. Even if a fatal strike did land, it would only trigger his other trump card, Desperate Counterattack. Desperate Counterattack completely compensated for his weaknesses. Even if his opponents were stronger than he was, as long as they weren't overwhelmingly powerful like true gods, Ryu had confidence in facing even formidable demigods head-on. The only obstacles he needed to overcome were patience and the frustration of waiting before the counterattack. As the power of revenge within him continued to rise and was about to reach the point where he could severely injure both of them, they suddenly stopped attacking. Ah, so boring. Father, don't just sit there waiting for me to show my love. How about giving me a response? Ayam's voice called out loudly, her expression one of frustration. But Ryu keenly noticed a glint of cunning in Ayam's eyes, she had seen through his plan. Ayam put away her mechanical bow and began playing with the ends of her ponytail. Forget it, let's call it a day. It was as if the mask of madness had been removed from her face, and Ayam reverted to the dignified and elegant noblewoman she once was. She lifted the corners of her skirt and curtsied like a lady. Father, I shall take my leave for now. On the other side, the surging power from the Black Princess seemed to calm down as well. You come and go as you please. What kind of world do you think this is? Ryu shouted sternly. The blood-red power of revenge surged from his body, roaring like a bloodthirsty beast. A terrifying aura rushed forth, causing Ayam's expression to shift slightly. But instead of reacting with caution or fear, Ayam's response was bewildering. Like someone with severe self-destructive tendencies, she opened her mouth wide, overjoyed, almost ecstatic. Compared to her, Anastasia's reaction was far more reasonable. She furrowed her brows slightly and, without hesitation, channeled her magic, summoning walls of ice that stood like fortresses in front of her. Ah! Such violent, such brutal power. Is this father's love? Ayam laughed, spreading her arms wide as if welcoming an embrace. Ryu's expression remained calm. The more he interacted with Ayam, the more he realized her mind was completely broken. She was the epitome of Yandere. When dealing with someone this mad, normal reasoning was futile. As cruel as it was, the only way to release her from her suffering was to destroy her completely. This was also the first time Ryu saw the abyss, the very force that had corrupted her, reveal its cruel nature. Today, it was his estranged daughter, tomorrow, it could be the girls he cherished. I'm not strong enough. I have to become stronger. The thought burned more intensely in his mind than ever before. Suddenly, Ryu punched the ground. Boom! The earth shook violently, and the hard concrete suddenly turned into rolling waves, surging up and down. The terrifying power of revenge traveled underground for some distance before bursting forth, transforming into a blood-red tidal wave. The wave expanded rapidly in all directions. Everything in its path, street lamps, trash bins, shipping containers, even cranes, was consumed by the flames of revenge, melting into charred lumps of metal. Faced with the terrifying wave, Ayam lowered her arms, a look of disappointment crossing her face. Not enough. Not enough. It's not enough. Father, this little bit of affection is nowhere near enough. And you're too distracted, you should focus entirely on me. Without any visible movement, black metal gathered from all directions in front of Ayam, forming an enormous shield. Ryu ignored Ayam's crazy rant and increased the output of his revenge power. Within seconds, the blood-red wave crossed over 100 meters and slammed fiercely against the defenses built by Ayam and Anastasia. Crack! A faint sound echoed, and countless tiny cracks appeared on the black ice wall in front of Anastasia. The entire wall trembled violently. Forced to retreat, the Black Princess lifted her skirt, stepping back while continuously summoning new ice walls to shield herself. With a sound like massive glass shattering, the first ice wall quickly crumbled into shards of ice, followed by the second, then the third. Chapter 183, FGO, 183. 2,240 words. Anastasia raised a total of 9 ice walls, barely managing to block the impact of the crimson wave of light. A bead of sweat rolled down her smooth, pale forehead. She let out a long breath. Taking advantage of the moment when Ayam was too preoccupied to notice her, she gazed through the cracks in the ice wall, her eyes filled with mixed emotions as they fell upon the distant figure standing like a demon god. Unlike Anastasia's flexible defensive tactics, Ayam, now in a frenzy, chose to take the attack head-on. Infused with the power of the abyss, the dark gray liquid metal shield was riddled with cracks from the impact of the crimson waves. Yet, as Ayam continuously poured more energy into it, the shield slowly began to repair itself. The terrifying forces clashed repeatedly, with the liquid metal shield caught at the center of the tug-of-war. Crimson energy shot through the gaps, striking Ayam's body and piercing through her, leaving holes that went clean through her form. Ah! However, instead of showing pain, Ayam's face flushed. Her legs unconsciously pressed together, rubbing repeatedly. The color of her red dress darkened below her abdomen, as if wet, and a few suspicious droplets on the ground evaporated into steam, releasing an alluring scent of hormones. The crimson waves quickly lost strength and soon dissipated completely. Ryu's face showed a hint of dissatisfaction. The power of vengeance had only accumulated less than a third of its potential, reducing its overall force. Even so, it had posed a significant threat, especially to Ayam, who, in her frenzied state, refused to retreat even a single step, looking utterly wretched. Her once elegant gown was now tattered, riddled with holes and burn marks, exposing her bloody wounds. The most severe injury was her left arm, which had been completely severed at the root. Yet, what flowed from the wound wasn't blood, it was a thick, black liquid, resembling crude oil. Compared to Ryu, her regenerative ability was far weaker, and the wound showed no sign of closing. Through the wound, one could see the crimson power of vengeance and the black power of the abyss fiercely battling each other, devouring and consuming one another at the injury site. Ordinarily, this kind of pain would cause a regular person to pass out from sheer agony. Ayam, however, only grew more excited. Her face flushed, her legs rubbed together even more frantically, and in the end, her entire body shook, her eyes rolled back, and she looked utterly spent. She even muttered softly. "This is father's love, so intense, so good, I want more." Her scandalous words could easily be misunderstood. At that moment, all three of them tensed simultaneously. A powerful presence was approaching quickly from afar. Their battle had attracted someone's attention, perhaps a heroic spirit coming to investigate. TCH. How annoying, interrupting my reunion with father. Ayam's face was full of displeasure as she waved at Ryu. "Next time, please treat me more roughly, father." She threw a flirtatious gaze at him, even blowing him a kiss. At that moment, Sakura, who had fused with Ayam's body at the start of the battle, reappeared behind her. As if suddenly returning to her senses, Ayam's crazed demeanor vanished. Though she remained disheveled, her aura shifted back to one of quiet elegance, like that of a noblewoman raised by a prestigious family. She bowed gracefully to him. "Father, I'll be taking my leave now." With that, Ayam retreated into the darkness. Anastasia also withdrew from the scene. A thoughtful look appeared in Ryu's eyes. Judging by Ayam's bizarre state, her connection with Sakura seemed far deeper than he had initially imagined. Perhaps, this was the best opportunity to eliminate the disaster that was Sakura. A cold glint of killing intent flashed briefly in his eyes. Sensing the unexpected visitor approaching, Ryu swiftly scooped up the unconscious Medea in a perfect princess carry and flew into the sky. The battlefield below, now desolate and ruined, seemed to silently recount the fierce battle that had just taken place. Mid-air, Ryu flew quickly toward their base, holding Medea in his arms. While heroic spirits didn't die from excessive blood loss, they could still weaken. Moreover, he didn't want to risk letting the strange abyssal power linger in Medea's body for too long. Held tightly in his embrace, Medea glanced at his face, so close to hers. Her small nose twitched, and his thick masculine scent hit her, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Medea quickly lowered her head as if embarrassed, her eyes darting around nervously. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Sensing the slight movement in his arms, Ryu looked down. At such proximity, Medea could feel the warmth of his breath on her cheeks and neck, making her heart flutter. "No. I feel fine." "Is that so? Good. If you feel uncomfortable, let me know immediately." Ryu nodded. The two fell into silence. Medea was shy, while Ryu was focused on getting them back quickly. After a long while, Medea spoke softly. "Master." What is it?" "I'm sorry, and thank you." "Silly girl, you're my woman. It's my responsibility to protect you." Ryu responded with a teasing smile. Unexpectedly, this time, Medea didn't refute him. Instead, she shyly lowered her head. If it weren't for his sharp hearing, he might not have caught her words at all. Once again, silence fell between them. But this time, a sweet, ambiguous atmosphere slowly began to spread. The Fuyuki city wasn't large, and with Ryu flying through the skies, they soon reached their secret base. When Medea saw the familiar building, a trace of regret crept into her heart. Being in her master's arms felt too warm, too safe. She almost didn't want to leave. Ryu flew through the window and into the room. Carefully, as if handling a delicate piece of porcelain, he placed Medea gently on the bed. He then opened the system shop and selected a variety of top-tier healing and purification potions, placing them on the bedside table. First, Ryu broke off the arrowhead embedded in Medea's shoulder, then gripped the arrow's shaft. With a serious expression, Ryu looked at her. "Medea-chan, I like you." Eh? Medea's mouth opened in shock. What? Did happiness just hit her out of nowhere? Before she could recover from her surprise, Ryu suddenly pressed his lips against her soft, pink ones. Medea immediately felt a strong, masculine energy invade her body, and her tense form soon went limp. At that moment, she felt a sharp pain in her shoulder, but it was fleeting. Soon, her mind was lost in the sweetness of the kiss. Ryu successfully used a distraction technique to remove the arrow from her. Though there were some side effects, the overall result was quite good. With the help of healing potions and Medea's powerful noble phantasm, she quickly returned to her original state. The two then began discussing how to deal with the current crisis. What? Master, are you saying? Medea's eyes widened in shock, her face still pale from her recently healed injuries. That's right. While the other participants are temporarily intimidated, we'll take the initiative this time. Ryu declared decisively. Coming back to her senses after hearing his bold plan, Medea clenched her fists in front of her chest, making a determined gesture. Yes. Master, I'll follow your lead. So, here's what we'll do next. Ryu began to explain his strategy, and Medea nodded repeatedly in agreement. However, a look of hesitation appeared on his face as he spoke with some reluctance. But there's a critical part of this plan, Medea-chan. I need to borrow one of your noble phantasms. Of course, no problem. What is it, Master? Medea agreed without a second thought. At this moment, her heart was entirely devoted to him and she was naturally willing to do anything he asked. Ryu took a deep breath and, gritting his teeth, uttered the name of the noble phantasm. Medea's expression immediately shifted to one of shock. She hesitated for a moment before biting her lip. Although the goddess once warned me not to use it unless necessary, if it's a request from you, Master. As she spoke, Medea summoned the noble phantasm, cradling it in both hands and handed it to him. When Ryu took the noble phantasm, Medea's face displayed a deeply complex expression, attachment, hesitation, confusion, and fear. She trembled all over, like a small, frightened animal. Please don't make me turn into that. Master. Her words seemed vague and disjointed, but Ryu quickly understood her meaning. He pulled her into his arms. If her wounds hadn't just healed, he would have wanted to hold her even tighter, as if to merge her with his own body. Gently brushing aside a strand of hair near Medea's ear, Ryu leaned in close to her pointed, elfin ear and whispered tenderly, with a hint of affection. You silly girl, what are you worrying about? Don't fret. I'm not the kind of fool who would let a good girl like you slip away. I'd regret it for the rest of my life. Medea's face instantly turned red, the blush spreading from her neck to the tips of her ears. Then, with a light poof, a puff of white steam shot out from the top of her head, and she fainted dramatically. Time passed quickly, and another day dawned on the peaceful Metu household. Since the sudden death of the Mato family's patriarch, Metu Zoken, the entire Metu family had fallen into chaos. When the Metu relatives heard that the old master had left his entire estate to a newly adopted 6-year-old girl, they immediately erupted in outrage. Some wanted to expel the child who had taken over the Metu family's assets, others maliciously proposed adopting her themselves, and still others wanted a share of the inheritance. However, with Metu Zoken's eldest son, Metu Byakuya, stepping in to stabilize the situation, and the second son, Metu Kariya, returning from his travels, the situation gradually calmed down, especially after some of the most troublesome relatives mysteriously died. The young girl, now renamed Metu Sakura, gradually secured her position as head of the family with their help. But today, the Metu household welcomed a special guest. As she gazed at the familiar figure, dressed in a red suit, holding a gentleman's cane topped with a ruby, and sporting a goatee, Sakura, or rather Metu Sakura, subconsciously clenched her fists and pressed her lips tightly together. The head of the Metu family, I presume? I am Tosaka Tokiomi. His flawless diplomatic greeting shattered the last bit of hope in Sakura's heart. As expected, she couldn't rely on her father, mother, or sister. Only her lord cared about her. Only her lord was truly trustworthy. With that thought, Sakura's gaze turned cold. Tosaka Tokiomi, oblivious to Sakura's change in demeanor, continued speaking. The Tosaka family and the Metu family have been close for generations. I was deeply saddened to hear of Metu Zoken's passing. However, as the new head of the Metu family, without mastery of the family's magecraft, it may be difficult for you to command respect. The Tosaka family is a long-standing Magus lineage, and I am willing to assist an ally in need. Why don't I personally teach you the necessary magical knowledge? On the surface, Tokiomi emphasized the close relationship between the Tosaka and Metu families, speaking about how they should join hands to create a bright future together. But in reality, his words were filled with veiled suggestions that Sakura should hand over the Metu family's magical tomes and research materials. The once kind and familiar face now overlapped with the faces of the Metu relatives who had come to claim the family's wealth. The only difference was that those relatives sought the Metu family's money, while Tokiomi's target was its magical achievements. Sakura's heart swirled with a mix of emotions, all of which could be summed up in 2 words: disgust. At that moment, the door to the drawing room was suddenly thrown open. Hearing the commotion, Sakura instinctively turned her head and let out a surprised cry. Uncle Kariya! Metu Kariya burst into the room, his face livid with anger. He first smiled at Sakura before pointing directly at Tokiomi and shouting. Tosaka Tokiomi! You bastard, how dare you show your face here? You abandoned Sakura-chan back then, and now that she's inherited the Metu estate, you come crawling back? I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. Even someone as well-mannered as Tokiomi couldn't help but frown, his face showing displeasure at being insulted so openly. Is this how the Metu family treats its guests? Metu Kariya sneered. This is how we treat uninvited scoundrels. Tokiomi turned his gaze to Sakura. Is this also the will of the head of the Metu family? Sakura was momentarily at a loss, caught off guard by his question. But when her eyes met Tokiomi's insincere, distant smile, memories of being abandoned, falling into despair, and being saved by Anastasia flashed through her mind like a fast-forwarded movie. The scene finally froze the moment Anastasia rescued her, gently comforting her. Sakura-chan will grow into a fine lady one day. So, you must forget those painful memories from the past and look forward. That's right, I need to sever all ties with the past. Chapter 184, FGO, 184. 2,288 words. Metu Sakura suddenly raised her head, her face displaying a polite yet distant smile, mirroring Tosaka Tokiomi's. What Uncle Kariya says is what I say. I'm afraid I cannot accept your proposal. So, Mr. Tosaka, please leave. Tosaka Tokiomi frowned slightly. He sensed something different in his daughter but couldn't quite pinpoint it. No matter. We'll have plenty of chances to deal with each other in the future. In the world of Magi, power is the only true guarantee. Let me teach you the real cruelty of magecraft, my foolish little daughter. Miss Metu, please think over my offer carefully. If you change your mind, feel free to contact me. For now, I shall take my leave. Tosaka Tokiomi smiled meaningfully. The affairs of magecraft are something the Metu family can manage on its own. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Tosaka. I won't see you out. Sakura's response was polite but distant, her tone filled with formal diplomacy. Tosaka Tokiomi made no further comment, picking up his gemstone-topped staff and heading for the door. Throughout the exchange, Metu Kariya glared at him, as if he might attack at any moment. But in the end, he restrained himself. Tosaka Tokiomi didn't even spare him a glance. To a traditional magus like Tokiomi, Metu Kariya was nothing more than a talented coward, someone who had fled from responsibility in magecraft, a loser. In some ways, this assessment was not far from the truth. Such people weren't worth Tokiomi's time. As he stepped out of the Metu Mansion's gate, Tosaka Tokiomi glanced back at the elegant Western-style house. Compared to the eerie, dungeon-like atmosphere when Metuzokan was alive, the Metu residence now had a more lively and vibrant feel. But to Tosaka Tokiomi, this was a sign of the degradation of magecraft. Magi should be a solitary breed, detached from the base interests of common people, dedicating themselves solely to the pursuit of magecraft and ultimately reaching the root. His evaluation of the current Metu family could be summed up in 2 scornful words: heretical path. The 500-year accumulation of the Mikiri family's magecraft is being wasted in the hands of people who don't understand the true essence of magecraft. I'll gladly take it all and use it to elevate the Tosaka family to new heights of glory. Tosaka Tokiomi's ambitions were now impossible to hide. In Fuyuki City, the only person he had ever truly feared was that unfathomable old man. When he heard of Matozokan's death, he opened a bottle of his treasured 1982 Lafite and drank alone until dawn. Now that his opponent was a 6-year-old girl, Tosaka Tokiomi didn't even consider the possibility of losing. It was as if heaven itself was blessing the Tosaka family. As for the fact that his opponent was his daughter, Tosaka Tokiomi couldn't care less. The moment Sakura was given the name Matu, their relationship became one of Magus versus Magus. Beyond the chosen heir to a Magus lineage, there is no family bond between Magi. Everything is for the continuation of magecraft and the fulfillment of the age-old wish to reach the root. Tosaka Tokiomi was not a qualified father, but he was certainly a qualified head of a Magus family, a martyr for the cause of magecraft. At most, when he won, he would leave Sakura alive, allowing her to live out her life as an ordinary person. That was the mercy of a Magus father, and the mercy of a victor. There's no rush with the Matu family. The Holy Grail War is the priority. Once I seize the Grail, I'll reach the root immediately and restore the Tosaka family's glory. At this thought, Tosaka Tokiomi's heart burned with excitement. Losing the Holy Grail War? Impossible. How could the King of Heroes lose? However, the world rarely aligns with one's expectations. At this moment, Tosaka Tokiomi was strolling along the path home. He had no guards with him, after all, with the King of Heroes' prideful personality. Asking him to act as a bodyguard would more likely result in a rain of swords than protection. But Tosaka Tokiomi wasn't worried. The Tosaka estate was just a few hundred meters from the Metu residence, and it was broad daylight, with plenty of pedestrians around. If a fight broke out now, it would expose the secret world of magecraft to the public, violating the iron rule of secrecy, and all involved would face severe consequences. Moreover, he possessed the command spells, powerful magical crests that could summon his servant to his side instantly. Attacking him would be foolish. Perhaps due to his excitement at the prospect of acquiring the Matu family's magical knowledge, Tosaka Tokiomi had let his guard down. Simply put, at this critical moment, he had once again failed to stay vigilant. As he was elegantly greeting a lady from a nearby manor, making the plump matron blush shyly, Ryu suddenly appeared before him. "You are..." Tosaka Tokiomi's eyes widened in shock, and he instinctively reached for his command spells. But Ryu was faster. He thrust a strange, multicolored, lightning-shaped dagger toward Tokiomi's hand, where the command spells were etched. The dagger in Ryu's hand was none other than the infamous anti-magic noble phantasm, Rulebreaker. Tosaka Tokiomi could only watch in terror as the dagger pierced his hand, unable to stop it. "Wait, it doesn't hurt." Just as Tosaka Tokiomi realized he felt no pain, the command spells on his hand suddenly lit up with a brilliant rainbow glow. His expression changed drastically. In horror, he realized that his contract with Gilgamesh had been severed. Sure enough, the command spells on his hand faded, leaving only a faint trace. The dagger in Ryu's hand was the legendary anti-magic noble phantasm, Ruler Breaker. This noble phantasm was the counterpart to the healing noble phantasm Painbreaker, which Medea possessed. If Painbreaker was the embodiment of Medea's love, then Rulebreaker was the embodiment of betrayal. This dagger had been given new meaning by the goddess after the adult Medea was betrayed by Jason. Its power to sever magical contracts perfectly mirrored that story of betrayal. This was why Medea had been reluctant to bring it out, she feared it might symbolize her tragic fate. But for Ryu's sake, she had handed over the dagger that represented her grim future. In short, Jason was an absolute fool for not marrying such a wonderful woman. Now, in Ryu's hands, this dagger shone brilliantly. To prepare for this moment, he and Medea had spent the entire night monitoring the surveillance crystal without rest. As the saying goes, luck favors the prepared. And sure enough, they had seized the opportunity. "Mongrel. You've got a lot of nerve." From several hundred meters away, at the Tosaka residence, a terrifying aura surged into the sky. For a moment, it seemed as if the weather had been affected. The once sunny, clear sky was now covered with dark clouds, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Ryu, however, remained unfazed. With a casual wave, he shattered the fiery magic that Tosaka Tokiomi had unleashed, then crushed his head with a single hand. Tokiomi, whose ambitions had only just begun to surface, met his end at the hands of Ryu, a man who didn't play by the rules, dying a humiliating death in the street. A golden figure shot out from the Tosaka residence several hundred meters away. Before it even arrived, ripples appeared in the air, and hundreds of divine weapons, swords, spears, halberds, were all aimed at Ryu, the thorn in the Hero King's side. Gilgamesh, the Hero King, could no longer maintain his regal composure and arrogance. His handsome face was now filled with fury, and his blood-red eyes seemed to be blazing. Mad dog! How dare you? Not only do you stand in the light of my brilliance, tarnish my glory, and kill my vassal, but you also dare to seize the authority to command me. Who gave you this courage? Of course, it's the fate, Ryu replied, spreading his hands. Though Gilgamesh didn't fully understand what he was saying, he saw the mockery in his eyes. You mongrel! Lying on the ground waiting to die is what you should be doing. How dare you bare your fangs at me? Even tearing you to pieces wouldn't quell the fury in my heart. Just as Gilgamesh was about to unleash a rain of swords upon him, Ryu quickly raised his hand, and the command seal on the back of his hand glowed with a dazzling light. I command you with a command seal, Gilgamesh, go and slay the ruler faction. The command seal, which he had just taken from Tosaka Tokiomi, flashed with a bright red light. Already reduced to 2 marks, it lost another. Damn you! You dare to command me? To command the King of Kings. Gilgamesh's face twisted in rage, his body trembling as he mentally fought against the power of the command seal. At the same time, a bizarrely shaped long sword emerged from the gate of Babylon, landing in Gilgamesh's hand. Ryu immediately understood Gilgamesh's intention. He wanted to use a noble phantasm to sever the connection between the command seal and the contract. Ryu wasted no time and immediately used another command seal. I command you again, Gilgamesh, cease your resistance and follow the order. With the power of 2 command seals combined, Gilgamesh's resistance was finally suppressed. Glaring at him as if he wanted to devour him, Gilgamesh turned and left in frustration. Ryu immediately followed. As the local powerhouse of Fuyuki City, Tosaka Tokiomi had ways of tracking the locations of all the masters. So Ryu wasn't worried that Gilgamesh wouldn't be able to find his target. Sure enough, Gilgamesh headed straight for an abandoned factory. Without a word, he unleashed a massive rain of swords aimed at the factory building. With a deafening crash, the reinforced concrete structure was shattered like tofu. Amid the dust and debris, a furious blaze shot up into the sky. Who the hell disturbed my sleep? Jean Alter, her hair a bit disheveled, stormed out of the smoke, hurling hundreds of fireballs at Gilgamesh. Such an attack, which wasn't even at the level of a noble phantasm, naturally couldn't harm Gilgamesh. Without any noticeable effort, golden ripples appeared around Gilgamesh, and a dozen shields of various styles materialized in front of him. Sparks flew, yet not a single shield was penetrated. The Hero King behind them remained completely unscathed. Mongrel! Consider it an honor that I grant you death, and yet you dare to resist. Die! Gilgamesh snarled, his expression twisted. Already enraged by being controlled by the command seals, Gilgamesh's anger boiled over when Jean Alter fought back. He wanted to end this quickly to free himself from the command seal's influence and seek revenge on Ryu. What? Gilgamesh, have you lost your mind? Who in their right mind would obediently let you kill them? Jean Alter burst into laughter, her anger peaking. She had been sleeping comfortably at home when, out of nowhere, a storm of noble phantasms rained down from the sky, not only smashing her bed but also destroying the PS game console and TV she had painstakingly acquired. Those were rare, limited edition items she had fought hard to purchase. Now, not only was the console destroyed, but her hard-earned game saves were gone too. She was livid. Just as she was about to use a command seal to order Gilgamesh to stand still so she could slap him around a bit, Ryu entered the factory. He waved his left hand, showing the faint remnants of a command seal, then raised his right hand, displaying a fully intact one. The message was clear: let's compare who has more command seals. Even though the ruler class had a total of 14 command seals, they could only use 2 on the same servant. No matter how Jean Alter tried to use her command seals to counter Ryu's or order Gilgamesh to kill himself, it wouldn't work. She could either kill him or be killed by him. Nguen Ryu, you bastard. Jean Alter immediately realized that everything had been part of his scheme. The humiliation of being manipulated by him surged again. But before she could launch an attack, the enraged Gilgamesh unleashed a frenzied assault on her. A storm of noble phantasms rained down like a hurricane. At that moment, a large number of water demons crawled out of the factory's drainage ditches, forming a wall of flesh to protect Jean Alter. At the critical moment, Gilles de Rice, hidden in the shadows, had come to her aid. The rain of noble phantasms easily turned the water demons into minced meat, but more water demons continued to crawl out of the sewers, standing in front of Jean Alter. You 2 bastards! Let's see how you like being burned. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Jean Alter unleashed her noble phantasm. All evil shall gather here. This is the howl of a soul filled with hatred. Le Grandement du Haine. An endless sea of flames erupted from Jean Alter like a dragon, rushing toward them. The edge of the flames glowed with a purple hue, and within the fire, one could faintly see the crying, wailing faces of tortured souls. Ryu smiled faintly and casually stepped behind Gilgamesh. This movement made Gilgamesh's face twist with fury. Yet, under the effect of the 2 command seals, he could only grudgingly serve as his shield. The fire of hatred was terrifying in its power, especially since it targeted the soul directly, something ordinary noble phantasms were powerless to defend against. The terrifying dragon of flaming resentment engulfed Gilgamesh. Chapter 185, FGO, 185. 1897 words. The raging sea of fire surged toward him, but Gilgamesh stood firm like a rock, unmoved. In front of him, several noble phantasms radiating a holy brilliance blocked the way like a dam. The flames, fueled by hatred, were indeed terrifying, but to the King of Heroes, who possessed the prototypes of all the world's treasures, it was merely an inconvenience, nothing more. Due to the unique nature of this Holy Grail war, the heroic spirits were not bound by their servant forms but had descended to their true forms, unburdened by magical energy restrictions. For the King of Heroes, with his inexhaustible mana, this made his power even more fearsome. Seeing that the water demons serving as shields could not break through, Gilgamesh's temper flared, and the number of noble phantasms fired from the gate of Babylon multiplied. The cold gleam of countless noble phantasms rained down in a storm. When the King of Heroes got serious, how could someone like Gilles de Rice possibly stand a chance? The endless army of water demons was quickly obliterated, their destruction visible to the naked eye. As the storm of noble phantasms threatened to pierce through the wall of demons and strike his beloved saint, Gilles de Rice was consumed with rage. Damn you, dog of the gods! You always come to interfere with me. But this time, I won't let you. With a furious cry, he pulled out his own noble phantasm, a vile magic book bound in human skin, Prelati's spellbook. He merged into the shadow beneath him and instantly appeared beside Jean Alter, pushing her back. Gilles, you? Jean Alter's shock and fury were palpable as she noticed the book in his hand, immediately realizing his intent. Before she could act, a dark portal suddenly appeared behind her. Jean Alter was sucked into it, the whirlpool shrinking and vanishing into thin air. Gilles de Rice had made his decision. Realizing their combined efforts were no match for Gilgamesh and escape was impossible, he chose to send Jean back to their original world, leaving himself behind to face the King of Heroes alone. Even Ryu, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but nod in approval. Dude, I salute your bravery. It was clear the former Marshal of France was obsessed with Jean, worshipping her like a goddess. But, the man had no idea how being green his situation had become. Out of kindness, Ryu decided not to enlighten him. As he pondered, Gilles de Rice faced Gilgamesh directly. Damn you, dog of the gods. Every time, you interfere. This time, I will drag you all into the abyss. He raised his magic book high and screamed maniacally. Humph. Gilgamesh scoffed, unimpressed. He doubled the output of the Gate of Babylon, unleashing a relentless barrage of noble phantasms. As a king who ruled over the heavens and earth, Gilgamesh didn't need anyone's approval. The storm of noble phantasms soon shattered the water demons, scattering them like debris. Gillis de Rice, on the verge of annihilation, held the magic book aloft, and it emitted a dark, sinister light. Suddenly, an unspeakable entity was summoned. A dense mist began to spread, severing the area from reality. Massive tentacles, deep purple and covered with grotesque spots, emerged from the fog. Look. This is my revenge against the gods. You will all die. Gillis de Rice's crazed shout echoed as he was swallowed by the writhing tentacles. Ryu looked down at the eldritch abomination with disgust. The monstrous tentacles resembled those of a massively mutated squid, utterly revolting. Medea, you should probably stay away from that thing, he mused telepathically to Medea. Master, why? She asked, confused. From a certain point of view, that thing is a magical girl's natural enemy. Master, please be serious. Medea responded, exasperated by his bizarre sense of humor. Sure. Ryu's casual reply left Medea no less puzzled. Meanwhile, Gilgamesh was seething with anger. The giant squid was just as repulsive to him, but under the compulsion of the command spells, he was forced to deal with it before turning his fury on Gillis de Rice. He had two options: bombard it with a relentless storm from the Gate of Babylon or draw Ye and obliterate it in one strike. However, neither option appealed to the King of Heroes. To use the Gate of Babylon would mean discarding any noble phantasms tainted by the abomination's filth. Killing such a massive creature would require at least 1,000 high-level noble phantasms, an unacceptable loss, even for one as wealthy as Gilgamesh. As for using EA? That would be a disgrace. To waste EA on such a revolting creature would tarnish the king's glory. Ryu and Gillis de Rice had earned his eternal hatred. King of Heroes, go get them, Ryu taunted, his sarcasm only fueling Gilgamesh's rage. Yet, under the power of two command spells, Gilgamesh had no choice. The Gate of Babylon opened wide, and a storm of noble phantasms rained down on the sea monster. Flesh and ichor flew everywhere as the grotesque creature writhed and shrieked. Its regeneration was evident, but even hundreds of high-level noble phantasms couldn't easily bring down the eldritch horror. Such was the resilience of an abomination from the Cthulhu mythos. However, under the relentless bombardment of thousands of noble phantasms, the sea monster slowly melted away like ice and snow, shrinking in size. Soon, the core of the creature was fully exposed. At its center was Gillis de Rice, entangled in countless red, fleshy tendrils that writhed like tiny worms, his face contorted with madness. Damn you, dog of the gods. You keep interfering with me. Why haven't you gone to hell yet? In response, dozens of noble phantasms, gleaming with cold light, pierced through him instantly. Shut up, fool. You're too loud. Gilgamesh stood with his arms crossed, gazing down at the dissolving core of the sea monster where Gillis de Rice was being reduced to pure magical energy. His expression was one of haughty indifference. Dog of the gods? I am the King of Heroes, who reigns supreme over heaven and earth. Who dares to command me? But just then, a voice filled with fury echoed in his ears. By the power of the command spell, Gilgamesh, I order you to commit suicide. By the command spell again, Gilgamesh, obey my commands. Bound by the control of two command spells, Gilgamesh, burning with indignation, summoned Ea from the Gate of Babylon and ruthlessly plunged it into his own heart. The King of Heroes, like a noble warrior at the end of his journey, mustered all his strength to slowly turn and face Ryu. You mongrel! How dare you humiliate me like this? I will remember you. I will come for you. Definitely. His bloodshot eyes blazed with fury, tears of blood streaming down his face. He stared at Ryu with such venom that it seemed he wanted to etch his image into his memory forever. Even as his heart was pierced and his body slowly dissolved into pure magical energy, becoming more transparent by the second, the King of Heroes refused to fall. He used Ea as a cane to support his weakening body. In the end, Gilgamesh met his demise with an upright and dignified posture. Ryu couldn't help but feel a flicker of respect. Even though they were enemies, he admired Gilgamesh's bravery. At that moment, the 2 marks of the command spells on the back of his right hand slowly disappeared. He had used 5 command spells in total, 4 of them on the King of Heroes alone. This was why he had targeted Gilgamesh first. The ancient king was too troublesome, and Ryu wasn't confident he could withstand Gilgamesh's EA under his invincible state, last stand, the revenge barrier thing. Combined with the flood of noble phantasms, once Gilgamesh got serious, he became the most difficult enemy to face. Thus, Ryu had preemptively taken the initiative to eliminate him. Ding! The host has killed the King of Heroes through strategy and earned a special gotcha draw. Ryu casually pressed the draw button, expecting little since he hadn't fought an intense battle and had defeated the King of Heroes with strategy. To his surprise, the system rewarded him generously. Congratulations, host! You have obtained the Gate of Babylon. Just as he was about to raise his arm in celebration, he noticed 2 small words at the end, Craft Essence. Oh no! A bad feeling swept over him. He quickly redeemed the craft essence called Gate of Babylon. Name, Gate of Babylon, Gilgamesh. Rarity, 5 stars. Attributes, increases luck by 5 points. Skills. Golden Rule, doubles the energy points obtained each time. Gate of Babylon, randomly generates 1 C-rank noble phantasm per day, 1 B-rank noble phantasm every 10 days, or 1 A-rank noble phantasm every 100 days, selectable. Ryu's emotions were mixed as he examined the craft essence. If there was one thing he had wanted most from Gilgamesh, it was the actual Gate of Babylon, powerful, versatile, and most importantly, incredibly cool. As the saying goes, being strong is temporary, but being cool is for life. Since there was no turning back, he accepted the craft essence. Despite his disappointment, its effects weren't bad. Increasing his luck stat was always useful. Luck often trumped basic attributes, good fortune could smooth the way, while bad luck could cause everything to crumble. The 2 skills that came with it weren't bad either, especially the ability to generate an A-rank noble phantasm every 100 days. However, as the difficulty of world dungeons increased, Ryu found B-rank and lower noble phantasms becoming less useful. Most of what the craft essence produced would likely be consumed by his weapon, Apocalypse. After equipping the craft essence, the system notified him that a C-rank noble phantasm had been added to his storage. A magic book appeared in his hand with Merkin means Laban's printed boldly on the cover. As expected, C-rank items were nothing special. To use this noble phantasm effectively, Hans Christian Andersen himself would need to wield it. In anyone else's hands, it was merely a collectible storybook, good for display, but practically useless. Ryu casually fed the magic book to Apocalypse, and with a flash of light, the weapon devoured it. He checked Apocalypse's evolution progress, now at 4%. A headache began to form. At this rate, it would take 25 C-rank noble phantasms to evolve Apocalypse to B-rank, 250 days to reach A-rank, and an astounding 2,500 days to reach EX rank. The crux of the matter was that the Gate of Babylon could only produce 1 level of noble phantasm at a time, meaning it would take over 7 years to evolve Apocalypse fully. This was a long and tedious process, but Ryu would have to find another way to expedite it. Meanwhile, the aftermath of the Gate of Babylon's overwhelming display had drawn attention. The colossal sea monster's appearance had been impossible to miss. Various factions had dispatched familiars to investigate, but by the time they arrived, the battlefield was nothing more than a ruin. The combatants had already fled. All that remained was Father Risei, clutching an enormous repair bill, on the verge of tears. He had lost a powerful ally and was left to clean up the mess. Even someone as composed as Father Risei couldn't help but feel the urge to say something at this moment. Chapter 186, FGO, 186. 1999 words. In an unknown Western-style mansion somewhere in Fuyuki City, the mistress of the house was a voluptuous, beautiful woman with a soft voice, gentle demeanor, and the grace of a widowed noblewoman. However, this dream woman, adored by the local men, was currently lying on the carpet like a pet dog. Her eyes were rolled back, her small tongue stuck out, and her cheeks flushed with an unusual redness. On her smooth back rested a pair of slender, perfectly proportioned, and graceful legs. The owner of those legs was playing with a crystal ball the size of a human head, which displayed the scene of Ryu using command spells to force the King of Heroes to attack Jean Alter's faction. As expected of my dear father, still as cunning as ever, Ayam said. Despite the negative terms, her face was full of admiration, longing, and love, as if she were genuinely praising him. Don't you agree, princess? Ayam didn't turn her head when she said this. As expected, a figure emerged from the shadows, a woman in a black cloak, with hair flowing like the Milky Way and a face as cold as ice. When Anastasia stepped into the room, it seemed as if the light itself dimmed slightly. Did you call me here just to show off your twisted hobbies? Anastasia's tone was icy, though there was a clear note of sarcasm. Ayam didn't answer directly. Instead, her cheeks flushed as she pulled out a strangely shaped arrow, gazing at it with infatuation. I can't wait to shoot my heart into father's chest. The arrow was painted entirely pink, and the heart-shaped arrowhead exuded a girlish charm. But Anastasia shuddered involuntarily, her eyes filled with deep fear as she glanced at the peculiar weapon. If Ryu were to inspect this arrow with his system, the stats would reveal its terrifying nature. Its raw attack power was lower than a regular arrow's, but the long list of additional effects made it incredibly lethal against a specific target. Causality reversal, guaranteed hit. Causal strike, ignores defense. Space-time traversal. Anti-mail special attack. Anti-ruler special attack. Ultimate sharpness. Instant death curse. Energy severing. The final effect was a super special attack aimed at a specific individual. One-hit kill on Nen Ryu. This arrow had transcended the EX rank of noble phantasms, reaching the level of a divine artifact. It had been crafted by Ayam using rare materials from various dimensional worlds, combined with 1/3 of her soul, and forged by a powerful entity from the abyss. The fact that Ayam could enlist the help of such an entity showed that Sakura was no ordinary mortal. She was the reincarnated daughter of a supreme being from the abyss, though she had nearly perished at Ryu's hands. As for why the daughter of a supreme being would reincarnate as a human, well, as the saying goes, chaos has always been filled with oddities. Perhaps she thought it would be fun, but it backfired. Ayam's abnormal behavior was also a result of her prolonged fusion with Sakura. After losing part of her soul to create the arrow, Sakura had to possess her body to replenish it. Over time, their souls began to merge, putting them in a two-soul, one-body state, bound by shared life and death. Anastasia frowned slightly as she watched Ayam fawn over the arrow. If you have nothing else to say, I'll be leaving, Anastasia said. Ayam immediately pouted and spoke in a coquettish voice. Don't be so cold, my dear Anachan. An icicle flew past her cheek, leaving a shallow cut. Don't call me by that name. Anastasia glared at her murderously. Ayam quickly raised her hands in surrender. All right, darling. Since you're so eager, I'll give you some good news. Father Dearest has started clearing the field. Judging by his actions, he'll target us last. So why don't we align ourselves with his pace and eliminate all these irrelevant people first? That way, we can have a proper, intense battle with him. Just the thought of shooting my heart arrow into his body makes me so excited. Ayam couldn't help but clench her thighs together, her face flushing with an abnormal redness as her movements intensified. The human mat beneath her, the curvaceous woman, began to wobble unsteadily. Smack! A crisp sound rang out as Ayam slapped the older woman's butt, causing an enticing ripple. Be good, darling, Ayam cooed softly to her human mat. Anastasia looked at her with disgust. No sane person would want to deal with a lunatic. If it weren't for her ultimate goal. But let's not dwell on the schemes of these two women. By now, night had fallen over Fuyuki City. Despite the economic downturn, the bustling new city was still brightly lit, like a city that never slept. Among its landmarks was the newly built Fuyuki Grand Hotel, the crown jewel of the area. The luxurious 32-story hotel, nearly 100 meters tall, housed many foreign tourists. As evening fell, the tourists who had spent the day sightseeing gradually returned to the hotel, and the lobby was lively with activity. Amid the crowd was a man dressed in a black trench coat, unshaven, with an air of weariness about him. He was carrying a tightly sealed briefcase and wandered through the lobby, seemingly uninterested, though his gaze lingered on the hotel's support pillars. The security staff noticed his suspicious behavior and approached him for questioning. After a brief conversation, they found nothing amiss and let him go. 2 hours later, the man left the hotel. He pulled out an old-fashioned green-screen phone and pressed the number 1 on the dial. A few minutes later, chaos erupted in the hotel as panic spread. Tourists poured out of the building in a frenzy. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite on the top floor, Lord Kenneth received a call from the front desk. The lobby manager informed him that a fire had broken out in the hotel and requested that he evacuate immediately. As Kenneth hung up the phone, anger immediately appeared on his face. How dare they set their sights on me? Sola looked at him with a puzzled expression. What's wrong, Kenneth? There's a fire in the hotel, and the front desk is notifying us to evacuate. Why now of all times? Sola looked surprised. Kenneth scoffed. There's no such thing as a coincidence. This must be a trick by one of the participants, trying to lure us out of the workshop to attack us. Panic immediately showed on Sola's face. What should we do? Her Majesty just went out for a tour. No, I should quickly notify Her Majesty. Sola instinctively raised her hand, which bore the command seals, but Kenneth suddenly grabbed her wrist. Normally, calling her servant back would have been the best course of action, but Kenneth's pride was wounded. The idea of relying on another felt like an affront to his ego, and in that moment, he let it guide his reaction. Sola. Sola stared at Kenneth, shocked at the indignation written across his face. There's no need to notify that woman. The bounded field covers 24 floors, even the sewers. The corridors have been transformed into another realm, along with 3 specialized magical furnaces I've fine-tuned, dozens of evil spirits and demons summoned to replace hunting dogs, and countless magical traps. Even the Saber class, with its famed magic resistance, would struggle here. This is the safest magical fortress I've constructed. I don't need her to repel an attack. Speaking of his masterpiece, Kenneth was filled with enthusiasm and confidence. But Sola still hesitated. No buts. Realizing he may have been too harsh with his fiancée, Kenneth quickly softened his expression. He placed both hands on Sola's shoulders, speaking tenderly and affectionately. Sola, I will protect you. Anyone who wants to harm you must step over my dead body first. Hearing Kenneth's ardent yet ineffective declaration, Sola blushed and averted her gaze slightly. Then I'll leave it to you, Kenneth. Her softened tone filled Kenneth with satisfaction. Holy Emperor? Sola would ultimately choose him, Kenneth, and no one else. Yet, in his elation, Kenneth failed to notice the faint flash of the command seals beneath Sola's sleeve. Outside the hotel, after using a suggestion spell to dismiss the lobby manager checking guest numbers, Kiritsugu Amiya lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. He pulled out his old mobile phone and pressed the 2 key. Boom. A muffled explosion echoed from inside the hotel, followed by the nearly 100-meter-tall building collapsing like a tower of blocks. Countless shards of glass shattered, falling like flower petals, glowing in the lamplight, twinkling like stars in the night sky. But this beautiful sight symbolized destruction and death. The remaining guests immediately panicked, rushing to flee the hotel, nearly causing a stampede. Reflected in Kiritsugu's eyes were scenes of chaos, panicked crowds, mothers comforting their crying children, and the belated arrival of police cars and fire trucks. Kiritsugu showed no emotion as he took another drag from his cigarette, exhaling a large cloud of white smoke. After investigating Kenneth and Lancer, Kiritsugu had keenly noticed signs of discord between the two. As a renowned Magus killer, Kiritsugu's expertise lay in finding a Magus's weaknesses and delivering a fatal blow. He quickly discovered that Lancer had little interest in protecting her master, instead spending most of her time casually wandering around Fuyuki City. With Kenneth left unprotected, he became the easiest target among all the masters. Seizing the opportunity while Lancer was away, Kiritsugu acted decisively, destroying Kenneth's meticulously crafted magical workshop. After fate had taken several twists, everything seemed to have returned to square one. The magical fortress Kaneth had spent a fortune creating was rendered useless before it could even serve its purpose. Now, both he and Sola were in grave danger. Even for a Magus, surviving a fall from nearly 100 meters was unlikely, let alone in a collapsing building. And even if they somehow landed safely, they could still be buried alive. But Kaneth, worthy of being called a prodigy, pulled out a sealed test tube from his pocket at that critical moment. The tube contained a semi-solid silver liquid. Fervor, me sanguis. Boil, my blood. Kaneth poured the liquid onto the floor. The silver substance sprang to life, forming a massive spherical barrier around the two of them. In the next instant, the ceiling and floor collapsed, and the sphere plunged along with the debris. Kiritsugu, his back to the ruins, walked away from the crowd, his weathered silhouette exuding an air of cool composure. But then, his steps faltered. A young man wearing a cape blocked his path. The crowd, strangely enough, didn't seem to notice the man's unusual attire and simply walked around him. From above, the two appeared like immovable rocks amidst a tide of people. As expected of the Magus killer, your decisiveness is remarkable, the young man said. Though his voice was youthful, it carried a weight of maturity beyond his years. Waver Velvet. Kiritsugu spoke the name, his expression darkening. His hand instinctively moved toward the inner pocket of his coat. Waver waved dismissively. Don't be so tense, Mr. Amiya. I'm here only to persuade my professor to forfeit and return to his country with his fiancée. Kiritsugu's posture didn't change. He wasn't naive enough to trust someone on their word alone. What's your real purpose? Waver sighed. My professor, he's misunderstood something. To him, the Holy Grail War is more like an exhibition for magi, a competition of skills and talents, like medieval knight duels. If this continues, he'll fall victim to a sneak attack sooner or later. Am I right, Mr. Magus Killer? Waver's gaze sharpened, locking onto Kiritsugu with hawk-like intensity. Kiritsugu remained silent, his hand slowly slipping into his pocket. Suddenly, Waver said, by the way, your origin bullets won't work on me. Since they're limited, you'd better save them. Chapter 187, FGO, 187. 2,256 words. Kiritsugu Amiya's hand trembled, almost dropping the specially crafted handgun he was holding. He fixed Waver with cold, piercing eyes as if he could see right through him. Don't look at me like that. Even though I don't want to fight here, my servant is right beside me, just in case. As he finished speaking, a pink-haired girl, regal as a princess, materialized beside Waver from her spiritual form. There was no mistaking her, this was Meb. The queen, who appeared as innocent and playful as a young girl, waved at Kiritsugu. Then, without hiding her curiosity, she looked him up and down. Kiritsugu's mouth twitched. Had he sensed any killing intent from her, he might have summoned Saber right then and there. Though the other side didn't seem hostile, Kiritsugu, as a seasoned battlefield mercenary, wasn't about to trust the words of an enemy. The magical energy within him surged. If the opposing servant made a move, he would instantly activate the magic crest in his body and use his time alter ability to buy time, while simultaneously summoning his servant with a command spell. Kiritsugu's eyes subtly scanned the surrounding crowd of evacuees, a trace of anxiety and helplessness flickering in his gaze. Though he had no intention of starting a fight among the civilians if the enemy attacked, he would have no choice but to respond. For the sake of his wish, he couldn't afford to fall here. If sacrificing the evacuees would grant him his wish, he wouldn't hesitate. Fortunately, Waver truly wasn't looking for a fight and showed no intention of engaging. If you don't want to waste a command spell, Mr. Amiya, why don't we just pretend we never saw each other? Waver suggested. Kiritsugu nodded, though his guard never lowered. It wasn't until Waver and Med walked around him and toward the ruins that Kiritsugu swiftly blended into the crowd and left. Such caution, Waver remarked with a sigh. If you hadn't stopped me, I could have taken him down right here. No man can resist my Med's charm. Med declared confidently. This queen, who had captivated countless kings and heroes, had even turned her exploits into a noble phantasm after becoming a servant. Unless someone simply wasn't into women, how could any ordinary magus resist her unparalleled charm? Had Waver not intervened, Kiritsugu would have fallen under Med's charm skill the moment they met, becoming her puppet to manipulate at will. Med, confident in her allure, did not doubt this. And then summon his servant with a command spell. Waver left her with just one sentence as he continued forward without looking back. Med pouted angrily at Waver's retreating figure. Seeing that he wasn't paying her any attention, she had no choice but to follow. Damn it, this brat. He ignores the charm of a queen like me. This is infuriating. I don't care if I lose the Holy Grail War, Waver must be straightened out. When Med was first summoned, she hadn't been particularly interested in this pretty boy with his delicate, submissive features. She preferred muscular, rugged men. However, Waver's constant disregard for her charm bruised the pride of this queen, who prided herself on her allure. Women can be strange creatures sometimes, especially beautiful ones. Even if they aren't attracted to a man, his complete indifference can get under their skin. Thus, Med had made it her mission to win Waver over. Recently, she'd been trying every trick in the book to seduce him and make him fall for her. Her tactics included parading in front of him after a bath, wrapped in a towel that barely covered her chest and lower regions as if she might reveal everything with the slightest movement. Or she'd wear a sheer, barely their nightgown and sneak into Waver's room for a late-night visit. She'd even pretended to trip into his arms or greet him at the door wearing nothing but an apron. Any other man with normal interests would have lost control on the first day and pounced on her like a ravenous wolf. Yet after countless attempts, Med's success rate against Waver remained a solid 0. This was something Queen Med, with her lofty pride, absolutely could not accept. With her boundless charm and shameless tactics, she could have straightened out even the most steadfast of homosexual kings, yet this fresh-faced boy remained completely unfazed, mocking her with his indifference. It was infuriating. Although Waver's personality, appearance, and temperament were completely different from the men Med was used to, he reminded her of a stubborn, unshakable straight man with a teacher complex, leaving her utterly at a loss. But the more this happened, the more it fueled Med's competitive spirit. If I don't straighten you out, you can turn my name upside down and call me that. Leaving aside the queen's internal scheming for now, Waver weaved through several alleys, bypassing the police barricades, and entered the ruins. Then, he stopped in front of a slightly protruding section of debris. Whoosh! At that moment, a giant ball of mercury pushed aside the rubble and emerged. The mercury ball opened, revealing Kaneth and Sola inside. Thanks to Kaneth's genius-level magical craftsmanship, the two were almost completely unscathed, though Sola's face was pale from shock, and Kaneth was drenched in sweat, clearly exhausted from magical depletion. Just then, a voice called out. Professor Kaneth, long time no see. Kaneth immediately tensed up, his eyes full of vigilance. With his servant gone, his magical tools destroyed except for the Volumen Hydrargyrum, and his mana drained, Kaneth was at his most vulnerable. In this state, even a regular person with a gun could easily take his life. When Kaneth saw who the voice belonged to, his pupils contracted. It's you, Waver Velvet. Upon noticing Med by Waver's side, Kaneth's expression shifted to one of sudden realization. So, you're participating in this Holy Grail War too. To Kaneth, this lowborn student had always kept a low profile, yet now, he'd caused such a massive commotion without making a sound. Was all this your doing? I can't believe you would betray the honor of Amegus. I completely misjudged you, thinking you were better than this. Mistakenly thinking that Waver was responsible for the destruction, Kaneth's face filled with fury. Waver's face immediately darkened with frustration. He knew his professor was rigid, but he hadn't expected such an enormous leap in logic. Ahem. If I said this wasn't my doing, would you believe me, Professor? Faced with Kaneth's you must be joking expression, Waver sighed and began to explain. You're saying that all of this was done by the famous Magus killer? Kaneth looked skeptical. It wasn't that he didn't believe it, it was just that his student's appearance was too coincidental. After all, they were both participants in the Holy Grail War, and backstabbing wasn't uncommon. However, Kaneth had heard of Kiritsugu Amiya's reputation. He knew Kiritsugu was a man who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, a man who had abandoned the honor of Magus. It was said that a few years ago, Kiritsugu had married into the Einsborn family, one of the 3 founding families, becoming their live-in son-in-law. Given that the Einsborn family was involved in this Holy Grail war, it wasn't surprising that Kiritsugu had shown up. Waver knew Kenneth still harbored many doubts, but as long as he achieved his goal, none of that mattered. So, Waver, what brings you here? Kenneth adjusted his clothing, and the arrogance unique to the old noble Magus families radiated from him once more. I want you, Professor, to withdraw from the Holy Grail War. Waver's words were shocking. What? Kenneth's face immediately twisted in a mixture of anger and disbelief. So, Waver, you think you've got me cornered? He practically spat the words through clenched teeth. You're right, Waver admitted without a hint of embarrassment. You. Kenneth pointed a trembling finger at Waver, so furious he couldn't find the words to continue. With his servant ignoring his commands, his command spells ineffective, and his base, built at great expense, destroyed, even a low-born apprentice of only 3 generations now to stand over him. Had Sola not held him back, Kenneth might have attacked on the spot. Beside him, Meg watched with great interest as her master tamed this lemon-headed man. She suddenly found that toying with someone without lifting a finger, manipulating them at will, had a certain charm. It seemed more appealing than the muscle-brained warriors she was used to. Meg realized she might have fallen in love again. Facing Kenneth's fury, Waver remained calm as water and began his persuasion, or manipulation. Professor, you should be able to see the reality of the situation now. Your servant won't obey your commands, and the Holy Grail War is full of despicable people like Kiritsugu Amiya, who will stop at nothing. Do you think you stand a chance under these conditions? A genius who doesn't grow is meaningless. Kenneth's face showed a flicker of hesitation, but the pride of his ancient, noble lineage wouldn't allow him to back down so easily. Seeing this, Waver decided to drop another bombshell. You might not know this yet, but today, one of the participants from the 3 founding families, Tokiomi Tosaka, was confirmed dead. And let me remind you, his servant was none other than the oldest king, the king of heroes, Gilgamesh, one of the most powerful servants. What? Kenneth's face filled with shock. Anyone participating in the Holy Grail War would have done their homework, and the King of Heroes was undoubtedly one of the most formidable servants. The Emperor of a parallel world whom Kenneth had summoned was also among the top tier, but unfortunately, she was so strong she could outright ignore command spells. That's not all. A man named Nguyen Ryu seized Tosaka's command spells, forced the King of Heroes to obey him, made the ruler faction withdraw, and then commanded the King of Heroes to commit suicide. Faced with such ruthless opponents, do you still believe you can win, Professor? What if they threatened you by holding Miss Sola's life at stake? And I've heard that some noble Magus families back home are stirring. Even within the Archibald family, there are those eyeing your position. If you are defeated here in Japan, the consequences could be. Waver's barrage of arguments left Kenneth drenched in cold sweat, his eyes filled with panic. But I am the head of the noble Archibald family. To flee with my tail between my legs would disgrace our family's name. Is the survival of your family, or Miss Sola's safety, worth less than some hollow pride? Sometimes, having the courage to accept a dignified defeat is the greatest strength. Waver spoke with deep meaning. Kenneth was silent for a moment, looking at the worried Sola beside him. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, Waver, you've convinced me. I'll buy a ticket back to London right away. Of course, I'm not forfeiting. This is simply a compromise to protect the family's interests and ensure Sola's safety. Waver finally breathed a sigh of relief, having successfully persuaded his stubborn mentor. Just as Kenneth was about to leave with Sola, he suddenly turned back. I almost forgot. Since I've decided to return home, I no longer need the command spells. I'll entrust them to you. Kenneth said this as he patted Waver on the shoulder. It's an honor. A strange feeling crept into Waver's heart. He had a sense that things weren't that simple. But before he could figure it out, Kenneth had already instructed Sola to transfer the command spells to Waver. When the transfer was complete, Kenneth looked visibly relieved. Waver sensed something was off but couldn't quite put his finger on it. This should be a good thing, right? He could only comfort himself with this thought. At that moment, Kenneth patted Waver's shoulder again, this time with a serious expression. Waver, good luck. With that, Kenneth left with Sola in tow. Clap clap clap. Suddenly, the sound of applause echoed. Lancer appeared, riding her divine steed, and descended in front of Waver, looking down at him. So, your name is Waver? That was quite the performance. But if you think gaining the command spells means you can control me, you're gravely mistaken. Lancer spoke calmly. Waver's heart sank, he finally realized where the problem lay. You can resist the command spells. Lancer nodded. To be precise, the command spells do not affect me at all. Of course, if you don't believe me, you're welcome to try. No need. Waver couldn't help but smile bitterly. No wonder his professor's servant wouldn't obey him. The servant had been fearless all along. Thinking about it, Waver realized that with Kenneth's arrogance, no servant could have forced him to submit, unless he had no way of controlling them. Era seems like your dear professor left you a little parting gift, didn't he? Was this his way of getting back at you? Med laughed gleefully from the side. Waver pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. Looks like the professor agreed to my plan, but he's still holding a bit of a grudge. Seeing Waver finally in a tough spot, Med was in an exceptionally good mood. Suddenly, a mischievous idea popped into her mind. Just the thought of this fun little scheme, which could mess up her master's plans, made Med even more delighted. And that idea began to burn in her heart like wildfire. Chapter 188, FGO, 188. 2,362 words. Med suddenly turned to look at Lancer, who was atop her horse. Hey, Lady Knight over there, I've got an interesting idea. Waver frowned. Hey. Rider, what are you plotting now? But Med ignored him, smiling as she gazed at Lancer. Go ahead and share. Lancer's expression remained calm and unchanged. You see, I'm the Queen of Connaught, Saber is the renowned King of Knights, and you must also be royalty from somewhere, right? Thanks to the Holy Grail War, queens from different timelines have gathered together. Don't you think that's pretty interesting? So, I was thinking. Med deliberately paused, building suspense. She completely ignored Waver, who was shouting, Med, what nonsense are you planning now? She squinted her large, almond-shaped eyes into a playful arc and revealed her plan. A tea party between queens. What do you think? Upon hearing Med's suggestion, Waver slapped his forehead. In some ways, Med was shockingly similar to the King of Conquerors. Both were self-centered, lived life to the fullest, and had a way of making decisions without consulting anyone. Is it because I'm destined to live a life of constant toil that I ended up summoning these two? Is that why I connect so well with Zhuge Liang? Waver thought to himself, feeling a bit disheartened. Lancer, whose face had been expressionless, suddenly seemed intrigued, as if she had discovered something new and interesting. She scrutinized Med from head to toe. Oh, stop staring at me like that. You're going to make me blush. Med cupped her cheeks in her hands and put on a shy expression. If a normal girl had made that face, it would seem forced and fake, but on Med, it had a certain innocent charm, like a playful young girl. It perfectly fits the description of her, both innocent and pure, yet seductive and dangerous. At that moment, Lancer finally spoke. First, let me correct you. I am the Emperor of the Holy British Empire. And second, Queen of Connaught, I find your proposal quite interesting, so I shall allow it. Lancer remained seated on her horse, her tone calm and matter-of-fact. However, the natural authority she exuded was like an arrow that pierced straight through Med's heart. Med's heartbeat quickened with excitement. She realized she had fallen in love again. The Holy Grail War is such a wonderful thing. It allows me, the Queen, to meet so many outstanding companions from different periods. I couldn't be happier. Med was filled with joy. As for the Holy Grail? That stupid cup meant nothing to her. Only excellent companions were the Queen's eternal pursuit. So, it's settled. As for the time, let's make it tomorrow afternoon. And for the location, let me think. I remember that Saber's base is a beautiful castle, perfect for hosting a tea party. That's fine. I happen to know an excellent pastry chef. I'll bring him along tomorrow. The two self-willed queens and empresses had finalized all the details for the tea party without considering the opinions of anyone else who would be involved. Waver couldn't help but sigh deeply from the sidelines. So, this is the reason you've come to find me. Ryu looked at Lancer, who had just burst through the window, with an expression of disbelief. Early that morning, he had still been lying in bed when a figure on horseback crashed through his window. Just as he thought an enemy was attacking, Lancer's words had left him stunned. Medea, who had rushed over thinking it was an enemy assault, was equally dumbfounded. The queens and empresses were holding a tea party, and Lancer had come to ask him to serve as the pastry chef. Ray sighed. So, why me? You know we're technically enemies right now. Because your pastries are delicious. Lancer answered as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Well, that was a strong reason, indeed. Raya felt his eye twitch. Aren't you worried I might add something else to the pastries? Like poison. Or maybe, that unspeakable kind of drug. In the end, Ryu agreed to Lancer's request, half confused. They agreed to meet outside the Einsburn castle that afternoon. Then, Lancer leaped back onto her divine steed and flew out the window again. Master, why did you agree to her? Medea asked, looking puzzled. I don't know. I feel like I was tricked. Ryu wore an expression of resignation. But soon, a smile crept onto his face. I get the feeling that this empress knows me pretty well. It's like she understands my habits and thought processes better than I do. There was one crucial thought that he hadn't voiced. From his perspective, Lancer hadn't ordered him around like an empress. Rather, it felt like she had requested the position of a family. This strange dynamic between the two made it impossible for him to refuse. This might not be such a bad thing. Medea looked curious. Why do you say that, Master? I think she wants to ensure the tea party goes off without a hitch, and she'll help me with something in return. This is a rare opportunity to get my hands on the key. A sharp glint flashed through Ryu's eyes. Well then, we should start preparing. Medea-chan, you can be my taste tester. My cooking soul is already itching to get to work. Ryu rolled up his sleeves as he spoke. Eh? So early? And what exactly do we need to prepare? Medea gasped in surprise. Of course. Since I promised her the tea party would go perfectly, I won't go back on my word. This is the basic principle of any chef. Time flew by as Ryu tried out various, potentially dangerous, recipes and Medea sampled and endured them. In just 6 hours, he used his superhuman stamina and superb culinary skills to create over 100 different types of pastries. He eventually selected 10 varieties, incorporating elements from the great pastry traditions of England, France, and Japan, all of which had been improved and refined. He also chose 2 types of black tea and 1 fruit tea to pair with the desserts. After cleaning up the kitchen, Ryu turned to Medea. Medea-chan, it's almost time. I need to get going. At this point, Medea's cheeks were flushed, and her long legs, capable of making anyone envious, were instinctively pressed together, rubbing against each other. Her large eyes were moist as if they were about to drip with water, and she was muttering in low voice things like Master, Yamete Kudasai, which could easily be misunderstood. Her eyes were almost turning into hearts, and her tongue was nearly sticking out. Did I overdo the doses? Is she broken? Seeing Medea like this, Ryu couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. Master, I want more. Who would have thought that, upon hearing his voice, Medea would suddenly snap out of it and sit up, using an incredibly coquettish tone to whine. Ryu was instantly speechless. The body of a heroic spirit is truly amazing. No matter how much they eat, they never get full, and their figure never changes. You had to understand that Medea had eaten the equivalent of 20 to 30 people's portions of sweets. Through this experience, Ryu came to understand one important truth: never underestimate a woman's desire for desserts. Especially when she realizes she won't get bloated or gain weight no matter how much she eats. At that point, her appetite becomes terrifying. Crash. At that moment, the wall of the kitchen was smashed open, and Lancer appeared at the gap, riding her divine steed. Ryu let out a sigh. Does this lady have a grudge against my house or something? Lancer, having barged into his base, forcefully pulled him onto her horse. With no other choice, Ryu found himself seated behind Lancer. Meanwhile, Medea, due to her small frame and the wide back of the horse, ended up sitting in front of Artoria. The three of them swiftly rode toward the Einsburn castle on the outskirts of Fuyuki City. After a while on the dun stallion, Ryu realized something odd about their seating arrangement. Shouldn't he be in the middle? How did Artoria end up in the prime spot? Sitting at the back of the horse, Ryu grew a bit bored, and his thoughts started to wander. His mind soon drifted in an unexpected direction. Perhaps because of the upcoming tea party, or maybe out of consideration for his feelings, Artoria wasn't wearing her usual full armor. Instead, she was dressed in a luxurious, majestic robe of gold and blue. As he held on to Artoria's soft waist from behind, he could trace the graceful curves of her back through the loose robe. A faint, elusive fragrance filled his nostrils, and an odd sense of intimacy hung between them. Feeling flustered like a novice experiencing romance for the first time, Ryu scolded himself and decided to break the silence with some idle chatter. Are you comfortable with me sitting behind you, Lancer? Artoria suddenly turned her head, her eyes calm and steady as they locked onto Ryu's. She stared at him long enough that he felt a chill at the back of his neck before she softly spoke. I trust you. Ryu smiled wryly. That simple, sincere statement was more effective than any amount of flowery words. Whether she was acting or not, the fact that she was willing to expose her back to him said it all. As a skilled warrior, she was undoubtedly aware of the risks of letting someone potentially dangerous sit so close behind her. It meant she had entrusted her life to him. But he had no intention of betraying that trust. Despite his ruthless and cunning nature, he lived by a certain code. For a wrong done, he would repay it tenfold. For a drop of kindness, he would repay it 100-fold. Such was his way of life. Ryu couldn't shake the feeling that this version of Artoria from a parallel world seemed incredibly familiar to him, as if they had shared many battles in the past. Thanks to the legend and power of belief, the dun stallion, which had once been an ordinary horse, had evolved into a mythical creature on par with dragons and Pegasus. It covered the several dozen kilometers to the castle in mere moments, effortlessly breaching its bounded field. In the courtyard, Saber stood with a stern expression, while Irisveal tried to comfort her. Saber was frustrated, most likely due to Kiritsugu Amiya sneaking off to wreak havoc elsewhere. As a knight of noble character, Saber couldn't tolerate Kiritsugu's underhanded tactics. With no other choice, the gentle Irisveal had taken on the role of mediator. Just then, Irisveal swayed, nearly collapsing, and Saber quickly caught her, looking concerned. Irisveal, are you all right? Are you feeling unwell? I'm fine, Saber. It's just, someone has breached the castle's bounded field. Irisveal's concern was evident. With Kiritsugu hiding out in a cheap Shinto apartment with Miyahizo, the castle was left under the protection of Irisveal, Saber, and two homunculus maids. Saber swiftly donned her magical armor and, with Irisveal in tow, rushed to the courtyard, where they encountered three unexpected intruders. Among them was Lancer, the one Saber regarded with the most wariness. Upon seeing a face so similar to her own, Saber frowned and demanded, "What is your purpose here?" Ryu glanced at Lancer, who had reverted to her cold and aloof demeanor upon seeing her parallel self. Sighing, he stepped forward. Don't worry. We're here at Ryder's invitation to attend a tea party. Huh? Saber looked dumbfounded and instinctively turned to Irisveal. Irisveal, did Kiritsugu mention anything about this? Irisveal shook her head, a puzzled expression on her face. No, he didn't tell me anything. Ryu sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness. That Queen of Connaught does as she pleases. Era, did I hear someone mention my name? Could it be that another brave soul has fallen for my unmatched charm? A lively, honeyed voice accompanied the sound of rapidly approaching hooves. Moments later, a strange iron chariot burst through the castle's front gate and sped into the courtyard, leaving chaos in its wake. Red carpets, decorative statues, and vases were reduced to ruins. A bead of sweat appeared on Ryu's forehead. Not only had Med failed to give prior notice, but she had also trashed the place. Wasn't this a declaration of war? Ryu exchanged a glance with Waver, who sat behind Medb on the chariot. Both shared a look of exasperation. Sure enough, Saber immediately raised her sword, pointing it at Medb with a cold expression. Rider. Are you here to start a fight? But Medb remained unfazed. Casually brushing her slightly messy hair aside, she replied, I wouldn't bother with something so troublesome. I'm here to host a tea party. With that, she began inspecting the castle as if it were her own. This castle is a bit shabby for a tea party hosted by a queen. But considering it's in the impoverished place, I suppose I can make do. Watching Medb act like she owned the place, Saber's eyebrow twitched, and a vein popped on her forehead. At that moment, she desperately wanted to send this presumptuous woman flying with a single strike. Seeing that the tea party guests were about to start fighting before the event had even begun, Ryu, who had promised Lancer the party would go smoothly, had no choice but to intervene. He cleared his throat with 2 polite coughs. Ahem. Saber, as a ruler, you must know that conflict between nations isn't only waged on the battlefield. Negotiation is also a form of war. You could think of this tea party as a battle fought at the dining table. Ryu emphasized the words dining table. Sure enough, the legendary phrase left behind by a certain internet troll instantly worked its magic on Artoria. He could see her eyes light up, though she quickly put on a serious expression. Even if it's a battle at the negotiation table, I have no reason to retreat. I accept this challenge. Chapter 189, FGO, 189. 2097 words. Having agreed to Lantoria's request and driven by his chef's soul, Ryu was determined to make the tea party perfect. The tea party was set in the small garden at the center of the castle's courtyard, the preferred choice of many English aristocrats. With ample sunlight, guests could admire the flowers, savor the aroma of fragrant black tea, and enjoy delicious pastries, a true pleasure in life. The only thing missing was a classical Greek-style stone gazebo. But with Ryu and Waver, who could also be called a master of civil engineering, the two easily solved the problem using magecraft. Inside the gazebo, 2 sets of stone tables and chairs were arranged. One set was reserved for the 3 queens and empresses, who naturally took the lead seats at 3 corners of the table. The other table was for those who were merely spectators of the negotiations between the great figures. This included Irisveal, Medea, and Waver. Ryu, of course, had taken over the castle's kitchen. Thanks to his strong physique and the preparations he had made in advance, it took him only an hour to get everything ready and bring out the pastries. You're too slow. I couldn't wait any longer. Medb complained instinctively. Unexpectedly, the usually composed and calm Lantoria responded in a mild tone. Waiting is part of enjoying fine food. Moreover, showing respect to the chef who prepares the meal is a basic courtesy for a king. To Ryu's surprise, the other Saber's face nodded in agreement. Indeed. An empty stomach is the warrior's enemy. Maintaining the strength of the soldiers is an unsung but vital task. The cook is truly a hero behind the scenes. You too. Medb pouted, folding her arms and turning her head away as if she didn't want to talk to them. When Ryu arrived with a cart full of carefully arranged pastries, he immediately noticed the awkward atmosphere. Lantoria was as calm as ever, sipping her tea with elegant movements, as though she were a figure from a serene and harmonious medieval painting. Meanwhile, Saber, seated at another corner of the table, lit up the moment she saw the cart brimming with treats. Her expression resembled that of a puppy eagerly waiting to be fed. As for Medb, the instigator of the tea party, she turned her head away with an air of arrogance. When Ryu approached, Medb glanced at him and then sniffed disdainfully, as if to say, I, Medb, would rather starve than eat your pastries. Ryu was left completely baffled. He began placing the pastries on the stone table one by one, and soon, a rich aroma filled the air, spreading like a storm in all directions. He noticed Medb's small nose twitch as she made a swallowing motion, her face betraying a hint of struggle. But her pride kept her from reaching out for the treats. Sitting across from Medb, Saber had no such reservations. As soon as he placed the pastries on the table, she eagerly picked up the one closest to her and popped it into her mouth. The first pastry she grabbed was a scone, a staple of traditional English afternoon tea. The ingredients were simple: flour, sugar, eggs, yeast, butter, and milk. The method wasn't too different from regular bread making. But as the saying goes, simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. The simpler the dish, the more it reflects the skill of the chef. Just as a basic dish like egg fried rice can reveal a chef's foundational skills, the scones Ryu made demonstrated his expertise. They were perfectly sized and baked to near perfection, gleaming with a golden hue. When Saber bit into one, the first sensation was its delightful crispness. The rich buttery and milky flavors mingled beautifully, enhanced by the sweetness of the raisins. Topped with mixed fruit jam, the scones had a sweet and tangy finish that elevated the taste even further. Once she started, Saber couldn't stop herself. Her typically serious expression was replaced by a joyful smile. Her pale cheeks flushed slightly, and her eyes narrowed into contented slits. At the other table, Iris Veal looked on in shock, wondering if this was truly the same Saber she knew. Meanwhile, the colorful, fragrant pastries seemed like devilish temptations to her. Medea, on the other hand, was completely unfazed. She immediately reached for an eclair shaped like a finger, topped with chocolate. Taking a bite, she savored the perfectly tempered chocolate as it melted in her mouth. Looking at the cross-section of the eclair, she saw the dark red chocolate slowly flow like molten lava. This was a pastry technique known as lava. The trick was to fill the center of the pastry with chocolate so that it would melt during baking. When you bit into the pastry, the chocolate would ooze out like lava. This technique required precise control of heat. The internal temperature had to be just right, too high, and the chocolate would taste burnt; too low, and it wouldn't melt properly. Ryu's lava eclairs were, of course, top-notch. The exterior and interior were perfectly balanced. Medea was completely lost in the chocolate fantasy he had created. She felt as if she had fallen into a pool of molten chocolate that wrapped around her and refused to let her go. By the time she came back to her senses, the eclair had already disappeared from her hand. Without hesitation, she reached for the next eclair on the tray, this time a green one with a matcha aroma. The moment she bit into it, she felt like she was standing in an endless green field. The top was coated with white chocolate, and the inside was filled with cream infused with sea salt. Now Medea found herself at the edge of a vast blue ocean, feeling the salty sea breeze and the cool splash of waves. Medea continued sampling eclairs with flavors like strawberry, blueberry, mango, caramel, and even ice cream. To her amazement, she realized that a completely natural landscape was unfolding before her eyes. Ice cream formed snowy mountains, cream created the sea, matcha powder covered the plains, and forests were filled with fruit trees. These elements, which should never coexist in one place, were all perfectly presented through Ryu's eclairs. However, just as Medea was about to reach for another eclair, she was horrified to find the tray empty. Where had all the eclairs gone? There had been so many just a moment ago. The name eclair, lightning puff, originates from two explanations. The first is that the puff pastry has a delicate and smooth texture, and after taking the first bite, one becomes captivated, finishing it quickly, like lightning. The second explanation refers to the eclairs when they are fresh out of the oven. The glaze on the surface shines brightly, resembling the brilliance of lightning, and the cracks on the surface mimic lightning streaks, hence the name. Ryu's eclairs embodied both characteristics. After eating 10 eclairs, Medea was still in a daze, while the eclair's appearance also captured the essence of elegance in French desserts. At that moment, Ryu, dressed in a white chef's uniform, personally poured a specially prepared cup of tea for Lantoria. As the pure and clear crimson liquid formed a fine, red crystal-like stream into the cup, an elegant fragrance immediately filled the air. This is. Lantoria's usually calm expression showed a rare hint of surprise. She gracefully picked up the teacup and gently sniffed it. A rich aroma of tea, mixed with a faint fruity scent, wafted into her nose. Lantoria brought the teacup to her lips, took a small sip, and closed her eyes, showing an expression of lingering enjoyment. After a moment, she slowly opened her eyes, her gaze filled with curiosity. How did you do it? Though her question was vague, Ryu instantly understood her meaning. He smiled and lifted the lid of the teapot, revealing its contents. Inside the teapot's filter was a dried orange with a small opening cut at the top, stuffed full of black tea leaves. In a gentle tone, he began to explain. I hollowed out an Australian blood orange and filled it with Keemun black tea leaves. The fusion of the blood orange's fruity aroma with the tea's fragrance creates an exquisite, elegant scent, while the sweetness of the orange balances the bitterness of the tea leaves. The blood oranges Ryu used were from the tribute offered to the British royal family during the days of the British Empire. As for the Keemun black tea, it was of the highest grade, known as golden tips. Not bad, Lantoria said, a rare smile appearing on her calm face. Ray accepted her praise with ease. To ensure the perfection of this tea party, he experimented with hundreds of dessert recipes. In the end, he selected 3 desserts each from Japanese, French, and British cuisines and added 1 fusion dessert, making a total of 10. It's worth noting that, perhaps due to the British love of afternoon tea, their desserts didn't lose out to those of France, despite Britain's reputation for dark cuisine. British desserts were quite the opposite. For the British desserts, Raya chose scones, Victoria sponge cake, and a cake called trifle. For the French desserts, he selected the famous macarons, éclairs, and the millefeuille, also known as Napoleon. For the Japanese desserts, aside from mochi, the other 2 were the less common pastry and fried dough twists. The final dessert, however, Raya kept a secret, placing it in a special container with a lid. As the 2 Artorias indulged in both tea and desserts, the treats on the table quickly disappeared before everyone's eyes. Med was getting restless. She wanted to try the food but was too proud to admit it. Her fingers drummed on the table impatiently, her expression filled with unease. Even Iris Veal and Waver couldn't resist the temptation and began tasting the desserts in front of them. Instantly, Medea found herself facing twice as many competitors, making her show an unhappy Mo expression. It wasn't until Ryu promised her telepathically that he would privately make a special batch for her that her mood brightened. Some say that desserts can bring happiness and joy. Iris Veal never believed this before. But now, she did. The moment she put the colorful macaron into her mouth, Iris Veal felt as though she had traveled back a year in time. She and Kiritsugu were holding hands with Ilya, strolling through a snow-covered forest. Back then, neither she nor Kiritsugu had any worries. Their only focus was on accompanying Ilya and watching her grow. With a beloved husband and a precious daughter, the joy of these 2 combined created even more happiness. That was the happiest time of Iris Veal's life. Beside her, Waver also showed a nostalgic expression. It was as if he was back on the back of Bucephalus, with his king standing behind him. The 2 of them galloped forward, facing the boundless ocean ahead, Oceanus. Watching the others enjoy Ryu's desserts, some laughing, some crying, each showing a wide range of emotions, the only one who hadn't tasted anything yet was Med. She looked at him suspiciously. Did you put some kind of hallucinogen in the desserts? Why are they all acting like this? Raya's expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied, maybe it's because my desserts are so delicious that they resonate with their souls. Med's face immediately showed a don't try to fool me, I'm not that gullible expression. Raya shrugged. As the saying goes, mastering the cooking techniques of the food wars is like mastering the art of medicine itself. No need for drugs, cooking alone can surpass the effects of any drug. Not to mention, he had enhanced the culinary techniques from the food wars with his expertise, like adding a special effect to an already powerful culinary skill. The result was overwhelmingly effective. Seeing Med's lingering doubt, Ryu kindly reminded her, if you don't start eating soon, Saber will finish everything. Med wavered. To deliver the final blow, Ryu revealed his ultimate trump card, the 10th dessert, sealed tightly. Surprisingly, the dish beneath the lid had countless runes carved into it, making it look more like a piece of magical equipment than a serving dish. Ryu traced an F shape in the air with his finger. The runes beneath the dish began to glow. A wave of heat spread from the dish, and everyone who had been immersed in his culinary creations suddenly snapped back to reality. 6 pairs of eyes immediately focused on the sealed dish. Chapter 190, FGO, 190. 2,139 words. Suddenly, countless streams of steam burst from the gaps beside the serving dish. Ryu wore an enigmatic smile. The moment to witness a miracle has arrived. He lifted the lid in one swift motion. Accompanied by a dazzling golden light, a dragon seemed to awaken, slowly raising its head. The rising steam transformed into clouds, swirling around the dragon, recreating a scene from mythology. Everyone immediately felt a powerful pressure surge crashing down on them like a tidal wave. The dragon, which had originally been confined to the serving dish, seemed to grow to towering proportions, looming over them from a great height. Such a miraculous scene left them all standing there, dumbfounded, their eyes locked on the slowly ascending dragon head. Even Saber, the notorious foodie, paused mid-bite, half a piece of Victoria sponge cake still in her mouth, frozen in place. However, a hint of nostalgia flashed across Artoria's face, as if she had witnessed a similar scene before. Ryu, oblivious to her reaction, continued. Behold the rising dragon treacle tart. Please, enjoy. With a gracious gesture, he invited them to partake. Steaming the lobster allowed its freshness, fragrance, tenderness, and smoothness to be retained to the fullest. Meanwhile, the rich aroma of milk and butter slowly infused into the lobster meat through the enveloping steam. Ryu had made exactly 6 rising dragon treacle tarts, one for each person at the table. Except for Artoria and Waver, everyone either used their hands or a fork to eat. Soon, only Med's tart remained uneaten on the table. After devouring one tart, Saber's eyes gleamed with an unprecedented light. Saber was not someone who indulged in pleasure, she simply had a larger appetite than most. However, compared to the food Merlin had once prepared for her, this dish was like comparing a caveman's work to a modern 5-star chef's masterpiece. This delicacy was practically addictive. Fortunately, Merlin's cooking skills were mediocre, and there were few good chefs in Britain during her reign. If someone like Ryu had appeared back then, she might have been corrupted into a king who cared only for the pleasures of food. Then Britain would have been doomed. Just thinking about it made Saber shudder in fear. For her, a talented chef was now equivalent to a strategic weapon. Although reason told her to put down her fork, her hand moved on its own, lifting the utensil once more. Conveniently, the last tart was still untouched on the table. Wasting food is shameful. Saber found herself a just and noble excuse, then decisively aimed her fork at the last tart, stabbing toward it. Clang! Before her fork could reach the tart, it was knocked away by a whip. Saber! Don't push your luck. Med stood there, whip in hand, glaring at Saber with an angry expression. Saber immediately stood up, her invisible air-shrouded sword pointing directly at Med. Queen of Connaught, do you wish to declare war? As you wish. Interrupted mid-meal, Saber's fury could no longer be contained. That last tart is mine. Huh? Who was it that said, I'd rather starve than eat earlier? Med's expression turned slightly awkward. But Med was not someone who cared about others' opinions. If she did, she wouldn't have had so many physical relationships with various kings and heroes. She lifted her chin proudly, like a haughty swan. This is a tribute to me, the queen. Seeing how hard he worked, I'll graciously taste it. Do I need your permission? I've never seen someone so shameless in my life. I should be saying that. A Celt who only knows how to steal from others. You Irish ruffian. Celtic bandit. Sparks began flying between the two queens. Meanwhile, Lantoria calmly sipped her tea, savoring its rich aroma. At another table, 3 onlookers perfectly embodied the spirit of spectators with snacks, swiftly finishing off the remaining tea snacks while quietly observing the escalating conflict between the two queens. In the end, since the plate was right in front of Med, she claimed victory. With a smug smile, Med stabbed the last tart with her fork and popped it into her mouth. Saber, now frustrated, turned her attention to the remaining snacks, attacking them with such ferocity that it seemed as though she were taking her anger out on them, or perhaps imagining the snacks as Med herself. Saber's eating speed suddenly tripled. However, Med was already lost in the culinary world Ryu had crafted, completely oblivious to Saber's vengeful actions. As Med bit into the tart, the springy lobster meat bounced against her teeth, followed by the rich flavors of milk and butter exploding across her palate. Suddenly, the scene around her shifted. The pavilion, the stone table, and the guests all vanished. Beneath her feet was a sea of clouds, thick and creamy, a mixture of milk and butter. Med stood atop the viscous, white clouds, slowly sinking. Just as panic began to set in, she felt solid ground beneath her feet, and the land began to ascend. Then, a giant dragon emerged from the sea of clouds, bursting forth and carrying Med high into the sky. This new experience was unlike anything Med had ever encountered. Ah, how could there be such delicious food in the world? I'm practically melting. When Med opened her eyes, her face flushed, her moist almond-shaped eyes fixated on Ryu. In a voice as sweet as honey, she spoke to him. Hey you, wouldn't you like to become my possession? I'll let you experience the greatest pleasures this world has to offer. Thank you for the offer, but I must respectfully decline. Ryu, maintaining a polite yet distant smile, refused her outright. He wasn't against being with women who weren't virgins, but there was one thing he cared deeply about. Once someone followed him, they could not desire another man. As the infamous queen of promiscuity, Med was incapable of such commitment. Her invitation was driven purely by a desire to possess talented individuals, nothing more. Ryu had no desire to be cuckolded, so he decisively turned her down. Ryu's rejection caused Med's expression to grow uncomfortable. After all, with Med's charm, aside from Ku Chulayan, no man had ever dared to reject her face to face. Even if it was just for a physical relationship or a one-night stand, countless warriors would have gladly accepted. Ding! The crisp sound of porcelain clinking echoed through the air. Med instinctively glanced over, only to find Lantoria calmly gazing at her. Yet, despite the calm expression, it made Med swallow nervously. The aura of supreme authority emanating from Lantoria was utterly terrifying. It was as if a dragon soaring in the sky was looking down upon an insignificant being below. Despite Med being a legendary queen in her own right, she found herself trembling under Lantoria's calm gaze, her mouth slightly open, unable to utter a word. It's only in comparison that one feels the sting of inadequacy. The ancient Connaught Kingdom of Ireland, though called a kingdom, only covered about 1/6 of Ireland. Lantoria, on the other hand, was the divine emperor of the Holy Britannian Empire, which spanned the entire continents of Europe and Africa, along with parts of Asia. Its territory covered nearly half of the world's landmass. Ruling over such a vast super-empire, with countless lives in her hands, the aura she exuded was incomparable to that of a small queen like Med. In Lantoria's presence, Med was effortlessly crushed by her aura, unable to muster a single harsh word. Meanwhile, on the other side of the table, Saber looked enviously at the self who understands people. By now, she was almost certain that the person before her was her parallel counterpart. After all, Lantoria made no effort to hide her identity. 2 golden swords in the Holy Lance, among other things, were more than enough to confirm Saber's suspicions. Because of this, for Saber, who sought to use the Holy Grail to return to the past and prevent the destruction of Britain, Lantoria seemed to represent the correct path, the hope for saving Britain. The aura of a ruler doesn't lie. When Saber sensed the overwhelming presence Lantoria exuded, far surpassing that of ordinary kings, her heart itched with curiosity. Saber desperately wanted to ask her parallel self right then and there how to avoid the destruction of Britain and lead it to prosperity. Oppressed by Lantoria's aura, Med quietly sat down, directing her frustration toward the snacks. However, her restless nature soon got the better of her. Hey, just sitting around eating and drinking doesn't feel like much of a tea party, how about we chat? Med suggested. Lantoria continued sipping her tea elegantly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with Med's proposal. Saber initially wanted to refuse, after all, chatting couldn't compare to enjoying snacks. But then she realized that a conversation might give her the chance to bring up her questions to her parallel self. After a brief hesitation, Saber surprisingly agreed to Med's suggestion. So, what should we talk about? Med was momentarily stunned. She had only brought it up to break the silence and lighten the mood. She hadn't expected Saber to take it so seriously and ask her back, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Playing with a lock of hair by her temple, she thought for a moment and then her eyes lit up. I've got it. Since this is a Holy Grail war, why don't we talk about our wishes? Good job. Saber mentally gave Medb a thumbs up. She had been worried about how to steer the conversation in that direction, but Medb had handed her the perfect opportunity. Medb's cooperation earned her Saber's reluctant forgiveness for stealing the earlier snack. Since I brought it up, I'll go first. Medb declared with pride, patting her chest as if ready to give a grand speech. First of all, just participating in this Holy Grail war has already fulfilled my wish. Medb's words immediately raised eyebrows. Even Lantoria, who had maintained a calm demeanor, put down her teacup, casting a curious glance at Medb. Meeting heroes and kings from different eras, falling in love, and ultimately giving birth to even stronger offspring, that is my goal. Medb lifted her head high, boldly voicing her declaration without a hint of shame or pretense. Wow, how bold. Even a married woman like Irisveal, who had already given birth to a daughter, couldn't help but feel flustered by Medb's reverse harem declaration. She covered her flushed cheeks with her hands in shock. At the same time, Waver looked increasingly troubled. Why were all the heroic spirits he summoned so eccentric and self-centered? Could it be that he, Waver, Kongming, was destined to live a life of hard work? Waver was starting to question his life choices. Meanwhile, Medea glared at Medb with a wary expression. She had heard clearly, this shameless woman was eyeing her master. These despicable vixens all needed to be poisoned. Shameless. Saber slammed her knife and fork on the table, her face flushed with anger. In Saber's mind, a ruler should be noble, kind, and virtuous, a model for the people, an example for knights and nobles alike. Medb's statement, in her opinion, was the epitome of a degenerate ruler. Surprisingly, Medb wasn't offended. Instead, she sized up Saber with a playful expression. Saber, could it be, you're still a virgin? So what if I am? Saber's face flushed even more, but she stood her ground. How pitiful, don't you know that the ecstasy between a man and a woman is the ultimate pleasure in life? It's 100 times better than eating food. Medb looked down at Saber with pity in her eyes. Her gaze made Saber incredibly uncomfortable. I have dedicated my entire life to my country. I don't have time to think about personal matters. Compared to personal enjoyment, I prefer this kind of life. At the mention of her country, Saber radiated with a holy light. There was no doubt, this was her most genuine belief. Unexpectedly, the pity on Medb's face deepened. I originally thought you'd just never experienced love, but it turns out you're a slave to your country. What a pitiful life. Listen carefully, the kingdom exists to serve me, the queen. The entire Connaught kingdom revolves around me, Queen Medb. Medb proudly puffed out her chest, causing her ample bosom to bounce with the motion. You're nothing but a tyrant. Saber's eyes widened in shock. Medb snorted coldly. Tyrant, degenerate, call me what you will. I, Medb, Queen of Connaught, couldn't care less about what others think. Medb's words shook Saber deeply. To Saber, a ruler should devote themselves wholeheartedly to their country. Lancer, what do you think about this? Unable to contain herself, Saber turned her searching gaze toward Lantoria, the only one who had yet to speak. Chapter 191, FGO, 191. 2,249 words. If it's the me from a parallel world, she must be able to understand me. With this hope in mind, Saber stared intently at Lantoria, not blinking even once. However, Lantoria's response left her deeply disappointed. If maintaining the proper functioning of the nation is necessary to satisfy her desires, then it's not out of the question. Lantoria's expression remained unchanged as if she had seen it all before. As the holy emperor of such a vast empire, she was surrounded by talented individuals as numerous as the stars. As the saying goes, in a big forest, you'll find all kinds of birds. Whether it was subordinates like Medb, who sought pleasure, or those like Saber, who were committed and self-sacrificing, Lantoria had encountered many of both. For Lantoria, the outcome mattered more than the process. As long as the stability of her empire was maintained, and it continued to draw strength, bolstering its military power, Lantoria didn't care whether her subordinates were pleasure seekers or paragons of virtue. Lantoria's words made Saber's eyes widen in disbelief. But what about the people? Such a foolish question, Lantoria replied coldly. In order to indulge in pleasure, a ruler must ensure the country's stability. No kingdom, no queen. If the ruler doesn't understand even this basic principle, then she doesn't deserve to be called a ruler. If her people can't survive, they will naturally overthrow her. Saber fell silent. She felt something was wrong but couldn't find a way to refute it. Lantoria, however, seemed in the mood to continue the conversation. I used to believe that a ruler should dedicate themselves fully to their country, until someone told me, desire is the driving force of human progress. To shield themselves from the wind and rain, the ancestors of humanity sought out caves. To live more comfortably, they built thatched houses, wooden homes, castles, and eventually the skyscrapers of modern society. To make travel easier, humans learned to ride horses, and invented carriages, automobiles, and airplanes. Lantoria paused for a moment, then concluded. So, for a nation to continue growing, the ruler must possess ambitions as vast as the heavens. Whether that ambition stems from a desire for wealth, land, beauty, or even the fleeting pursuit of glory. Lantoria's words had a profound impact on Saber. She began to reflect on whether she had truly made a mistake. Was it really as those knights had said, that she was a king who didn't understand her people? Lantoria, noticing the doubt on Saber's face, wasn't about to let her off the hook so easily. You can hold yourself to strict standards, but can you guarantee that every knight and every noble under you will do the same? Clearly not. They've gathered under your banner because they each have different desires. Wealth, power, beauty, and glory are among their pursuits. You can behave like a saint, but you cannot expect others to do the same. Why do you think those nobles and knights who once relied on you betrayed you so easily? Was it really just because of that traitor's instigation? No. It was because they realized they couldn't obtain what they wanted under your rule, so they sought to overthrow you and replace you with a leader who better suited their ambitions. The traitors' rebellion, the Saxon invasion, and the famine, these were merely catalysts that triggered deeper conflicts. The reason you failed, the reason Britain fell, was because you stood against the very class that was the foundation of your rule. Lantoria's words hit the mark, leaving Saber pale. The person speaking was her parallel self, a holy emperor who had conquered half the world. Their experiences were similar, but Lantoria was undoubtedly the most successful one. This was irrefutable proof, stronger than any argument. I am unfit to be the ruler of Britain. I must seize the Holy Grail and reset everything, choosing a new King Arthur for Britain. As Saber wallowed in self-pity, Med, full of curiosity, chimed in. Lancer, how did you conquer such a vast country? Do you have any secrets? Saber immediately perked up her ears, despite having accepted her own failure and pinned her hopes on the Holy Grail. That didn't mean she wasn't curious. After all, this was her parallel self, and theoretically, they had the same starting conditions. What Lantoria had achieved should, in theory, be within her own reach. What intrigued her the most, though, was why Lantoria had such a great figure, while she herself was mistaken by her people and knights as a man. Before becoming the king of knights, she too had experienced the carefree days of youth as a girl. I thought you wouldn't be interested in such things. Lantoria flashed a faint, amused smile. How could I not be? With such a vast kingdom, you must be living a luxurious life, meeting all sorts of heroes and nobles, and surrounded by so many excellent men in your magnificent palace. It's so enviable. There was no pretense in the envy on Med's face. But the content of her words? Well, that was classic Med. As her master, Waver looked as if he had just swallowed a fly. Do you want to know? Of course. Med sat up straight, looking as if she were ready to listen intently. The others, though not as exaggerated, also perked up their ears. After all, the love of gossip is deeply ingrained in human nature, it's only a matter of degree. There's no real secret. It's just that I have a wonderful son. Lantoria calmly lifted her teacup and took a sip. X5. 5 pairs of eyes instantly widened in disbelief, staring at the composed Lantoria. Are you joking? Med asked, her face full of skepticism. The others, especially Saber, had the same look of feeling toyed with. However, Lantoria's face remained serious, without even a hint of a smile. A capable heir is, in many ways, the most crucial cornerstone of a stable rule. And my son happens to be the most capable heir in the world. At the mention of her son, Lantoria's face showed a rare expression of pride. What followed was a completely different side of Lantoria that the group had never seen before. A Suncon who seemed to know only how to brag about her son. In her description, her son was practically a paragon of perfection, skilled in both martial and intellectual pursuits, with a keen understanding of state governance. His achievements included developing a nearly village-like territory into a renowned hub of commerce. He advanced naval trade and military power, allowing Britain to become the empire on which the sun never set, centuries ahead of schedule. He built a powerful crossbow corps and a heavy cavalry corps, defeated the seemingly invincible Roman Empire, fought from France all the way to the Mediterranean, and turned the entire Mediterranean into the inland sea of the Britannian Empire. In short, according to Lantoria, her son was the true hero behind the scenes of the Holy Britannian Empire, with achievements far surpassing a certain lazy and scheming flower magus, Merlin. Originally, everyone saw Lantoria as a cold and aloof goddess emperor. But now, she had turned into a doting mother who couldn't stop bragging about her son. The change in tone was so drastic that it was hard for anyone to accept. Ryu was especially taken aback, noticing that while Lantoria was introducing her son, she kept looking directly at him the whole time, with eyes full of warmth and affection. What the hell? Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not your son. Ryu muttered to himself but didn't dwell on it, until... Lancer, are you mocking us? Saber exclaimed in shock and anger. Though she had made up her mind to perform the ritual of choosing a new king and selecting a more suitable ruler for Britain, she was still a person with a strong sense of responsibility, and her heart remained tied to Britain's fate. She had hoped to hear some secret that could help Britain grow and prosper. But instead, she was given such an absurd answer that she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. For a moment, Saber genuinely thought Lantoria was playing a joke on everyone. Unexpectedly, Medb had a thoughtful expression on her face. I think Lancer's words make a bit of sense. Saber stared at her in disbelief. Weren't we supposed to be in this revolution together? How could you betray me like this? Medb, however, continued seriously. An outstanding heir is indeed one of the cornerstones of stabilizing your subordinates and citizens. Moreover, the more capable the heir, the easier it will be for the ruler. As the saying goes, 3 people spreading a rumor can create a reality. Saber, who had been steadfast in her beliefs, was now visibly shaken upon hearing Medb agree with Lantoria's point of view. She even began to seriously reconsider the idea. Wait a minute. Now that I think about it, the fall of Britain, Mordred did play a huge part in that. The thought of Mordred made Saber's blood boil. Why is it that my heir turned out to be that traitor, while other people's sons are so exceptional? And so, the tea party reached its conclusion in a rather strange atmosphere. However, just then, a teasing voice came from the rooftop. Such an interesting tea party, why didn't you invite the 2 of us? Iam smiled mischievously, looking down at everyone, while Anastasia stood coldly beside her. The 2 uninvited guests stood on top of the castle, gazing down at the group. Saber immediately summoned her magical armor and stood protectively in front of Irisveal. But what happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. Iam suddenly grinned wickedly and shrieked. Attack! In the next instant, the castle courtyard was suddenly covered with countless black shards of ice. Everyone was forced to scatter. Unexpectedly, Iam and Anastasia focused their attention on Waver and Medb's group. A thick ice wall formed around Waver and Medb, encircling them. Then, both Iam and Anastasia leaped down from the roof, landing directly in front of them. You've got some nerve. Medb was so furious that she laughed. Anyone would be upset if they were treated as an easy target. Medb arrogantly shouted. I am Med, the Queen of Connaught. Now, witness the power of the Celtic warriors. With that, she pulled out a small knife and slashed her wrist. Drops of blood fell to the ground, transforming into Celtic warriors clad in leather armor, wielding weapons. Looks like we've been underestimated, Waver said as he pulled a cigar from his coat, lit it, took a deep drag, and blew out a smoke ring before snapping his fingers. Boom. 8 stone pillars suddenly descended from the sky, surrounding Iam and Anastasia. The 5-element 8 trigrams formation. A massive pressure immediately bore down on the two of them. However, despite Meb and Waver's relentless tactics, Iam and Anastasia didn't attack right away. It was as if they had everything under control, letting the two of them exhaust their efforts. Watching this unfold, Waver couldn't help but feel a growing sense of unease. This might be bad. Meanwhile, on the other side, another battle had already begun. The first to strike was Nguyen Ryu. While Iam and Anastasia were targeting Waver's group, a murderous intent flared in Ryu's eyes. Taking advantage of Saber's attention being drawn to the ice wall, Ryu launched his attack. His target was the bewildered lady. You. Saber's face twisted with intense fury, and without hesitation, she swung her sword at his neck. Clang. Sparks flew as her holy sword was blocked by a lance that glittered like starlight. The one who blocked Saber was none other than Lantoria herself. Saber stared at Lantoria in shock, her eyes asking, why? Fully armored and seated atop her steed, Dun Stallion, Lantoria offered no explanation. The holy lance in her hand held firm, blocking Saber. Move aside. Saber shouted in anger, raising her Excalibur toward Lantoria. Still seated on her horse, Lantoria remained unmoving. Her stance was clear. With gritted teeth, Saber stopped holding back and charged at Lantoria, sword raised. As Excalibur came crashing down, Lantoria's expression didn't change. She raised her holy lance and swept it across. The spearhead slammed into the flat of Excalibur's blade from the side. Clang! A thunderous crash echoed like a great bell. Saber felt her arm go numb, her grip on Excalibur faltered, and the sword almost slipped from her hand. The terrifying force had redirected Excalibur to the side. Meanwhile, taking advantage of Lantoria blocking Saber, Ryu charged straight toward Irisveil. Bang! A deafening gunshot rang out from a distance. Among the Magi present, only one was known to use modern firearms, Kiritsugu Amiya. Seeing his wife in danger, Kiritsugu, who had been hiding in the shadows, couldn't hold back any longer. But it was all in vain. A 7.62 by 51 mm bullet, powerful enough to turn a normal person's head into tomato paste, hit Ryu right in the face. And yet, the bullet was deflected. With an endurance rating of a –, not even bullets, let alone cannon fire, could harm him. As Ryu closed in on Irisveil, Kiritsugu seemed to panic, frantically pulling the trigger alongside Miyahizo. But Ryu, like a human tank, deflected all the bullets. Finally, he took his last step, and Irisveil stood gracefully before him. Chapter 192, FGO, 192. 2,418 words. Looking at the confused expression on Irisveil's face, Ryu sighed softly. He formed his right hand into a blade and, with lightning speed, thrust it toward her heart. Blood splattered. Irisveil felt only a slight pain in her chest, but soon after, all the strength drained from her body. Just as her consciousness began to slip into darkness, memories flashed before her eyes, like a life passing in review, her birth from the test tube, meeting Kiritsugu, the birth of Ilya, the happy times shared by the three of them, her encounter with Saber. Her short life played out like a fleeting montage. She thought she could faintly hear Saber's voice, like that of a wounded lioness. Turning her head slightly, Irisveil's vision quickly darkened. Yet, in that instant, her gaze seemed to span the 100-meter distance, meeting Kiritsugu's eyes, hidden somewhere in the castle. Her lips moved as if to say something, but her voice was too faint to be heard. However, even from 100 meters away, Kiritsugu heard Irisveil's final words. I'm sorry, Kiritsugu. I'll go first. Saber, as if driven mad, launched a ferocious attack on Lantoria. Yet, against Lantoria's unyielding defense, as impenetrable as the walls of Camelot, Saber's efforts were in vain. Move aside. Leaning on her sword, panting heavily, Saber glared furiously at the face before her, a face so similar to her own. How can you call yourself a knight when you aid such a despicable villain? Saber shouted her accusation at Lantoria. But Lantoria remained calm and indifferent. I am first and foremost the Emperor of the Holy Britannian Empire, and only secondarily a knight. You. Saber couldn't understand it. How could her counterpart from a parallel world be so different from herself? Their values were worlds apart. If you don't move. Saber gripped her sword with both hands and slowly raised her Excalibur high. The storm swirling around the holy sword raged into a violent tempest, revealing the shining golden blade, which had been hidden beneath the invisible air enchantment. Saber was clearly preparing a massive attack, yet Lantoria seemed unconcerned, allowing her to charge up without interruption. Ether in the air visibly coalesced into countless golden sparks, all converging upon the holy sword. As the light on Excalibur became blinding, the magical energy stored within reached its peak. Excalibur. Without hesitation, Saber swung her Excalibur at Lantoria. For the first time, the holy sword bared its fangs at its master. As the torrent of light was about to engulf Lantoria, she calmly brought the sword hung at her right side up, using it as a shield. Although the sword had not yet been drawn, its appearance was almost identical to the Excalibur in Saber's hands. Even the scabbard radiated a delicate, elven aesthetic, exuding an ornate beauty. The moment Saber saw the scabbard, her pupils contracted, and she muttered under her breath. Avalon. The near-invincible defensive noble phantasm, so powerful that even the EX-ranked EA couldn't harm its wielder. Faced with such a powerful defense, the wisest course of action would be to cease the attack. But Saber couldn't stop the light beam that was already halfway through its release. She could only grit her teeth and hold on. Suddenly, the scabbard in Lantoria's hand shattered into countless pieces, transforming into a rainbow-hued barrier that enveloped her entirely. In the next moment, the torrent of light came crashing down. Yet, Lantoria, protected by Avalon, seemed to exist in a different world from the raging light. The torrent of light surged around the scabbard's barrier without affecting her at all. Eventually, the light beam ran out of power and dissipated. But Avalon, having absorbed the energy from the light beam, acted like a mirror, reflecting the energy back towards Saber. Having once possessed Avalon herself, Saber knew all too well its properties. As soon as the light beam had stopped, Saber pushed off with one foot, leaping to the side. The reflected torrent of light barely missed her, passing by. The redirected beam then sliced through the ice walls and the castle, cutting everything in its path cleanly in half. Saber's face darkened. The theft of her scabbard during her lifetime was a stain on her legacy that she could never erase. Both were Artoria. Yet, the other one had made Britain the strongest nation in the world at the time. The Knights of the Round Table had not splintered. The sword and the stone had not broken. The scabbard had not been stolen. And her son was so exceptional. Both were Artoria, but we are not the same. The disparity was so immense that even the noble Saber couldn't help but feel a tinge of jealousy. Human is often like that, the hardest battle is always within oneself. Give up. You're destined to fall today. Instead of pinning Britain's fate on the Holy Grail, why not think about how to change it yourself? Lantoria spoke coolly. Saber, looking up at Lantoria seated high on her horse, suddenly felt a surge of anger. My pain, someone as fortunate as you could never understand. I must seize the Holy Grail and reset everything. Despite knowing she was no match, Saber's fighting spirit surged, as if defeating Lantoria would prove she was right. A massive amount of magical energy swirled around Saber, circulating within her, and empowering her even further. Don't stand in my way. I must claim the Holy Grail. Boom. Saber roared, hurtling toward Lantoria like a cannonball. Lantoria sighed. It seemed that the fall of Britain had become a mental block for Saber, and unless she figured it out on her own, no amount of advice would help. If that's the case. As the Emperor, Lantoria quickly made her decision. Her previously calm and deep blue eyes turned sharp, like the edge of a blade. Without needing a signal, her horse, Dun Stallion, sprang into action. Horse and rider became a flash of white lightning, charging straight toward Saber. Holy Lance and Holy Sword clashed in midair. The deafening sound of their collision echoed like a great bell, sending shockwaves surging outward like tidal waves. The sturdy black ice walls instantly fractured under the pressure, exploding into countless shards. At the center of the battlefield, only Lantoria remained standing. It was a complete victory for her. Saber, as if struck by a speeding train, was sent flying, crashing into the rubble of the castle. Despite this outcome, Lantoria's expression remained calm, as though it had been inevitable. And indeed, it was. Both had the same origins and starting point. Both carried the blood of the Red Dragon and had been blessed by the Lady of the Lake. Yet, their different experiences had created a gulf between their strengths, as vast as heaven and earth. Saber was like a newly summoned card, fresh from the gacha pool. Lantoria, on the other hand, had been fully leveled up to 100, strengthened with holy grails, and maxed out with all enhancements. The reason for such a huge difference lies in just one person. Naturally, that person is none other than Lantoria's beloved son. This Holy Britannia Empire's crown prince is an absolute maniac when it comes to nurturing. He's incredibly enthusiastic about using all sorts of methods to strengthen Artoria. Although King Arthur's era was at the tail end of the mythological age, it was still part of that era, where all kinds of rare treasures, divine beasts, and fantastical creatures were abundant. Thus, this filial crown prince led an army eastward and westward, pillaging heavenly materials and earthly treasures, hunting divine and fantastical beasts, all to enhance the holy emperor of the empire, Artoria. His brilliant exploits could practically be written into a novel. The Lady of the Lake's blessing? How could such low-tier stuff be worthy of the holy emperor of the Holy Britannia Empire? Only the Lady of the Lake's sacrifice would suffice. And what was with that condescending, charitable attitude? It just so happened that a certain reckless flower magus had been involved in a teacher-student romance and ended up with a bad ending, imprisoned by the Lady of the Lake, Vivian. So, the Crown Prince directly used the pretext that the British Isles are the territory of the Holy Britannia Empire. The Lady of the Lake disrespected imperial orders, acted recklessly, and imprisoned the Empire's court magician without permission, to launch an attack on Avalon. This Avalon was not the one with the scabbard of absolute defense but rather the ideal land unreachable by mortals, located on the reverse side of the planet. However, thanks to a mysterious gem in the Crown Prince's possession, the path to Avalon was easily opened. All the ladies of the lake, including their queen, the fairy Vivian, were captured alive. As a result, all the treasures stored in Avalon were used by the Crown Prince to strengthen Artoria. Yet, the Crown Prince was still unsatisfied. He directly forced the fairy queen Vivian to consume 90% of her magical power to permanently bestow an EX-level blessing upon Artoria. It's worth noting that this magical power came from the very essence of the fairy queen, a completely irreversible loss. Even more insane was the fact that to strengthen the Red Dragon bloodline within Artoria, the Crown Prince led his army on a worldwide campaign to hunt down dragon species on a massive scale. Because he could freely traverse between the inner and outer sides of the world, his hunts nearly caused the extinction of dragon species across the entire planet. In the wake of such frenzied hunts, the dragon bloodline within Artoria was directly strengthened into that of a dragon goddess. In the end, he even set his sights on the vanished gods. Under the Crown Prince's insane nurturing, Artoria's strength skyrocketed, reaching a level where she could easily defeat gods like Zeus or Odin and rival a certain extremely powerful being. In this situation, even if Artoria's original Saber self were summoned as a heroic spirit, she would still be easily defeated by this enhanced Lantoria. After all, while Saber's fame is great, in terms of strength, she's at best slightly above average, with many far stronger than her. But this Artoria, strengthened by the Crown Prince, who is a mad nurturing fanatic and an FGO mobile game player, had already reached a level where she could contend for the Grand Lancer title. Crash. A pile of rubble was pushed aside, and Saber struggled to crawl out. Panting heavily, Saber leaned on her sword with both hands, barely managing to stay upright. Her once shining silver armor was now covered in scratches and dust, and her deep blue knight's uniform was torn in several places. Her blonde hair, once tied up behind her head, had come loose, and blood continually seeped from a wound on her forehead, leaving a bloody trail across her face. The blood-soaked wound forced Saber to close one of her eyes. Through her blurred vision, she gazed into the distance at the figure seated on horseback, and a sense of despair welled up in her heart. How could she possibly win against such an opponent? At that moment, Saber was shocked to find that her connection with Kiritsugu's magical energy had completely been severed. While Saber was locked in battle with Lantoria, Ryuo, who had taken Irisveil's heart, wasted no time and turned toward Kiritsugu's location with murderous intent. Although Kiritsugu had the potential to become a heroic spirit, he was still just a mortal right now. While his combat ability was terrifying among Magi, Ryu, who had reached the level of a 5-star heroic spirit, was not an opponent he could defeat. Using his cheat-like ability, Time Alter, and with Mia's assistance, Kiritsugu barely dodged one of Ryu's attacks and seized the opportunity to fire his trump card, an Origin Bullet at him. Kiritsugu's Origin Bullets were crafted from his rib bones through Magecraft. His origin was sever and bind, though it didn't mean repair. To put it simply, it was like sawing through wood and then using glue or nails to reconnect it, causing irreversible damage to the affected body. These Origin Bullets were Kiritsugu's ultimate weapon against Magi with magic circuits. His beloved firearm had also been enhanced with various magical spells, greatly increasing its destructive power, muzzle velocity, and accuracy. Together, these two had already claimed the lives of dozens of Magi. But it was all for nothing. The bullet, which should have caused devastating damage, simply deflected when it hit Ryu's face. It bounced off. It bounced off. It bounced off. On the side, Miyahizo, wielding an automatic rifle, unleashed a barrage at Ryu. A storm of steel that could tear flesh to shreds merely produced a series of metallic clangs as it struck him. Clang! A ricocheting bullet grazed Mia's cheek. To avoid being hit, Mia had no choice but to stop shooting. But in a desperate attempt to buy Kiritsugu more time, Mia put down her gun and, without hesitation, drew a military knife from her leg and charged at Ryu. You really can't afford to anger a mistress in love. Ryu sent her flying into a nearby room with a single kick. At that moment, a knife came flying toward him, and a hand grenade rolled across the floor. Faced with these two persistent foes, he couldn't help but feel a bit of annoyance. He casually slapped the knife away. The shrill whistling sound echoed down the castle corridor. The knife flew back at 10 times the speed at which it had come. Kiritsugu's eyes widened in shock as he instinctively muttered under his breath. Time Alter, XXL. At 3 times his normal speed, he barely dodged the blow aimed at his heart, but his left arm was torn apart by the knife. At that moment, a muffled explosion rang out, the sound of the grenade detonating, though it was far weaker than expected. Ryu had simply stepped on the grenade as it rolled across the floor. The ground shook slightly as the grenade exploded, and the polished marble shattered like glass. Yet Ryu, who had been in direct contact with the explosion, was completely unharmed. Even Kiritsugu, who had a heart of steel, couldn't help but twitch an eyebrow. How could they possibly deal with an enemy like this? In the next moment, Ryu lightly tapped his foot and appeared right in front of Kiritsugu, his fingers forming a blade as he struck like lightning. Blood splattered. Chapter 193, FGO, 193. 2,144 words. The assassin of countless Magus, stained with blood, fell before Ryu. Gazing at Kiritsugu Amiya's corpse, a strange expression flickered momentarily across his face. From what he understood, the holy relic used to summon Saber Avalon should have been inside Kiritsugu Amiya's body. But now, with Kiritsugu Amiya fatally pierced through the heart, he was unquestionably dead. The system's task progress indicated to him that the Saber faction had been eliminated. Simultaneously, the system informed him that he had obtained the key to unlocking the Holy Grail, Irisveil's heart. No matter how powerful Avalon was, without Saber's magical energy, it was merely a mystical artifact with some healing properties. It could not possibly revive someone whose heart had been ripped out. So, where exactly had the sword sheath gone? However, without Excalibur, even if he obtained Avalon, it wouldn't be able to display its full power. Despite his envy of the sword sheath's absolute defense, with a formidable enemy nearby, Ryu had to abandon his search for it temporarily. Meanwhile, the teams of Med and Waver, and Iam and Anastasia, had finished their battle. As the ice mountain melted, the two figures still standing in the field were Ayam and Anastasia. Raya returned to the courtyard as well. Following his earlier instructions, Medea, who had been hiding near Artoria, immediately darted out and swiftly ran to his side. Ayam excitedly looked Ryu up and down, but when her gaze landed on Lantoria, who sat calmly on her horse, a hint of disgust crossed her face. There's always someone who comes out to interrupt my date with father. Unexpectedly, Lantoria, usually so composed, retorted sharply. Sorry, but I don't recognize a lunatic like you as my granddaughter. Ayam was instantly infuriated. Huh? What nonsense are you spouting, you old hag? You. A dangerous glint appeared in Lantoria's eyes as she swiftly raised her holy lance and swept it across the air. A giant golden crescent-shaped blade of light immediately slashed toward Ayam and Anastasia. Ayam spat in annoyance and dodged the terrifying blow. If you don't know what manners are, I can teach you. Lantoria said nonchalantly. Ayam ground her teeth in anger but did not provoke her further. After fusing with Princess Sakura, Ayam's heightened senses detected the terrifying energy radiating from Lantoria, overwhelming, like the sun itself. She was no match for her. For the sake of her ultimate goal, Ayam quickly decided to retreat. She glanced fearfully at Lantoria before turning to Ryu. It seems today isn't a good day for a date. Please forgive me for taking my leave, for now, father. I look forward to our next meeting. With that, she even blew Ryu a kiss before she and Anastasia melted into the shadows. From start to finish, neither of them came within 100 meters of him, clearly wary of his close-range combat capabilities. Ryu frowned but did not stop them from leaving. He had a hunch that, with the number of participants rapidly dwindling, the final battle was approaching. However, looking at the ruins of the castle, Ryu glanced somewhat sheepishly at Lantoria. What had begun as a pleasant tea party had ended with the host and landowner, who provided both the venue and refreshments, dying in such a tragic manner. And he had contributed to the chaos. As if sensing his gaze, Lantoria looked back at him. To his surprise, there was a hint of amusement in her eyes, and something else, an inexplicable emotion, swirled in those sacred azure irises. Not bad. This tea party was quite interesting, I liked it. A simple compliment, yet it made Ryu feel something strange. It felt like the unconditional praise of a Suncon mother, my child is the best. My child is wonderful. Then, Lantoria added. I've stayed in this world long enough. It's time for me to go, otherwise, those two petty individuals will throw a tantrum. You're giving up on the Holy Grail War? Ryu was momentarily taken aback. Though Lantoria had intervened a few times, she had always held back, and most of the time, she played only a minor role. Now, she was suddenly proposing to forfeit. So, what had she come here for in the first place? Ryu asked her directly. Lantoria looked at him with a playful smile. I came here to see you! Exclamation point. Recalling everything that had happened, Ryu was 99.9% certain that he shared some mysterious connection with this sacred empress of the British Empire. Before he could fully grasp it, Lantoria gave him a cryptic smile and lightly slashed her holy lance through the air. A massive 3-meter-wide rift appeared in space, revealing a wondrous dimension. Through the glass-like opening, one could see an endless sea of flowers, at the center of which floated a fairy-tale-like castle, predominantly white and adorned with colorful crystals. We'll meet again. I'll be waiting for the moment our fates intertwine. With those words, she and her steed, Dun Stallion, moved toward the spatial rift. Watching her retreating figure, Ryu opened his mouth as if to call her back. Although this was their first meeting, Ryu felt a strange sense of rapport with Lantoria, as if there were a peculiar harmony between them. Even though they were both participants in the Holy Grail War and naturally opposed to each other, Ryu found it oddly relaxing to be around her. What a strange feeling. But in the end, he did not voice his desire to make her stay. Just as Lantoria was about to step through the spatial rift, she suddenly stopped. Oh, right. A word of advice, what you see is not always the truth. Leaving behind this cryptic remark, Lantoria disappeared into the rift. As he stared at the now vanished rift, Ryu suddenly spoke. Medea-chan, let's go. Medea, who had been daydreaming nearby for quite some time, showed a dumbfounded expression. Huh, master, are we leaving now? What, you want to spend the night here? Rhea teased. Medea looked around at the ruined castle and quickly shook her head. Master, what about her? Medea subtly hinted toward Saber, who stood in the ruins. Ryu glanced at her, his expression calm and indifferent. At this moment, Saber's eyes were lifeless, like an empty shell without a soul. She slowly walked toward Irisveel's body, knelt beside her, and stared blankly at Irisveel's lifelike face. She's just a walking corpse. Whether I kill her or not makes no difference, Rhea said flatly. A strange look appeared on Medea's face. Both of them had traveled back from 10 years in the future. Saber would become a formidable enemy in 10 years. However, Ryu didn't want to kill Saber. After using the time gem to return to the past, that predetermined future had already become irrelevant to him. To avoid any unnecessary changes, Ryu had no interest in altering the course of events. The immense power of time was too overwhelming for him to handle at this moment. The key to surviving long enough was to act within one's limits when power was insufficient. After all, only by staying alive and growing stronger could one become truly powerful. When everyone had left, only Saber remained, kneeling alone in the ruins beside Irisveel's lifeless body. She was motionless, like a statue that had lost its soul. At that moment, Irisveel, who had been dead for some time, suddenly let out a painful groan and coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Irisveel. Saber's eyes lit up with hope as she quickly supported Irisveel, pulling her into her arms. How are you feeling? But Irisveel weakly shook her head. Her face was ashen, her breathing faint, as though she could die at any second. I'm dying. Without my heart, I'm only being kept alive by Saber's sheath, Irisveel spoke in a weak, halting manner. Saber's eyes brightened. So my sheath was with you all along, Irisveel. That's great. You'll be saved. The noble Night King had no intention of blaming Kiritsugu for hiding her sheath. At this moment, her heart was filled with joy at the chance to save Irisveel. Saber gently placed her hand on Irisveel's chest and slowly channeled her magical energy into her. Awakened by its original owner's magic, Avalon within Irisveel's body began to emit a radiant, multicolored light. The gaping wound in Irisveel's chest began to heal at a visible rate. However, after the external wounds fully healed, Irisveel coughed up fresh blood, and her life force began to fade rapidly. The wounds have healed, so why? Why isn't she getting better? Saber's face filled with a hint of despair. She instinctively placed her hand on Irisveel's chest again, preparing to channel more magical energy. But this time, Irisveel gently grasped her hand, stopping her. It's no use, Saber. The sheath can heal external injuries, but it can't reconstruct my heart. My heart was the lesser grail, the key to unlocking the greater grail. Avalon's powers were indeed strong, almost comparable to a true divine artifact in certain aspects. But Avalon wasn't omnipotent. It could only keep Irisveel in a state of agonizing limbo, neither fully alive nor truly dead. Irisveel took a breath, though even breathing seemed to drain the last of her strength. So now, I need you to do something for me. Just say it, Irisveel. I'm listening. Saber leaned in close to Irisveel's lips. Then she heard Irisveel softly whisper. Take Avalon from me, and live on. No. That would kill you. Saber refused without a moment's hesitation. Listen to me, Saber. Avalon is only keeping me in this half-dead, half-alive state. I'm in so much pain. Please, Saber, help me. Let me be free. Let me go to Kiritsugu. No. I can't. For the first time, Saber's face showed a look of panic, an expression she had never shown before. Irisveel smiled gently, as if the person before her wasn't about to take her life but was instead the closest of companions. You will help me, won't you, Saber? The Night King can't refuse a lady's request. But this is too much. Saber's voice even carried a hint of a sob. Irisveel said nothing more, only gazing at her quietly, waiting for her final decision. Saber bit her lip, almost hard enough to draw blood, her heart filled with endless regret. It's all my fault. If only I were stronger. Facing Irisveel's gentle gaze, Saber's trembling hands slowly moved to cover her chest. Radiant light blossomed, and from Irisveel's body emerged a sheath of gold and blue, as if it were a masterpiece of art, Avalon. What had once been a beautiful, radiant object now struck Saber as utterly loathsome. As the sheath was extracted, Irisveel's life force rapidly diminished. In her final moment, Irisveel's lips moved, though no sound came out, and she gently closed her eyes, like a sleeping beauty. Thank you. Saber miraculously heard Irisveel's final words. That single word of thanks was like a battering ram, shattering the strong emotional walls Saber had built up over the years. Ah. She clutched the sheath tightly and let out a heart-wrenching cry toward the sky. At the Fuyuki church, the thick stench of blood filled the sacred space. Under the cross, Risei Kotomine lay prostrate on the floor, blood pooling beneath him. His eyes were wide open in death, filled with shock and disbelief, as if despair clung to his very last breath. Next to the old priest's body stood Kiryai Kotomine, dressed in his black clerical robes. His mouth twitched, and his face bore a strange expression as if he wanted to laugh but was restraining himself with great effort. His fists were stained with blood, making it clear who the murderer was. Finally, it seemed Kiryai could no longer contain himself. A fit of hysterical laughter suddenly echoed through the church. Kiryai tilted his head back, covering his face with one hand, his body shaking as if in a seizure. Ha ha ha. What is this? I feel joy. I feel pleasure. Was my father raising a beast all along? As if releasing decades of repressed emotions all at once, Kiryai alternated between mocking himself and laughing wildly, bending over in fits of laughter. It seems you're enjoying yourself, Kiryai. A voice sounded from the church entrance. Ayam stood there, arms crossed, her voluptuous chest forming an enticing arc. She gazed at Kiryai with great interest, as if she had discovered some new and fascinating toy. Upon seeing someone arrive, Kiryai immediately collected himself and spoke in a cold tone. So, it's you, assassin. Though Kiryai's face was composed, the amusement in his eyes betrayed him. What's the matter, Kiryai? You don't seem happy to see me. Ayam's eyes sparkled. How could that be? Thanks to you, I've learned how to derive pleasure from others. In the next moment, Kiryai's tone shifted. Chapter 194, FGO, 194. 2,321 words. Amusing. So, you are no longer of any use. Kiryai Kotomine smiled as he raised his hand, covered with command seals. In addition to the original 3, his entire arm was stained with the blood-red marks of command seals. These command seals were remnants from previous Holy Grail wars, ultimately stored by the Holy Church and currently in the possession of Kiryai's father, Risei Kotomine, the overseer of the current Holy Grail war. Their total number exceeded 20. By the power of the command seal, assassin, commit suicide. Kiryai Kotomine. You. Ayam's face twisted in an instant, her body stiffened like a marionette. She pulled out an arrow and aimed it at her own throat. Her hand trembled incessantly as if she were using all her strength and willpower to resist the effect of the command seal. She glared at Kiryai Kotomine with eyes full of venomous hatred. Yes. Yes. That's the expression. This is the expression I wanted to see. Wonderful. Kiryai Kotomine raised his hands in wild excitement. Since you taught me to take pleasure from others, it's only appropriate to make you the target, right? Kiryai seemed to thoroughly enjoy Ayam's struggle and resentment, deliberately refraining from using another command seal to reinforce the command. He was like a child eager to show off an accomplishment to his parents or teacher. How does it feel, being betrayed and toyed with by someone you once taught? Regret, resentment, unwillingness, despair. It's all so wonderful. This is the pleasure I seek. This is the truth I pursue. After a while, seemingly bored, Kiryai raised his hand again. It's time for you to go. By the command seal, assassin, execute my command once more. Ayam's struggle grew more intense, cold sweat pouring down her delicate face. Kirei watched with a look of appreciation, leisurely using a third command seal. He wasn't in a hurry, holding 28 more command seals. Instead, Iam's struggle and negative emotions utterly fascinated him. Since he couldn't feel it himself, he would extract pleasure from others. What a fantastic feeling. Iam's face was full of struggle, her eyes filled with venom as she stared at Kirei. Yet her hand, as if not obeying her will, slowly pushed the arrow toward her throat. By the command seal, assassin, end your life once more. The arrowhead slowly but resolutely pierced the skin of Iam's neck, and a trickle of crimson blood slid down her swan-like throat. Kirei's smile grew wider as he admired the expression on Iam's face. Just as the arrow was about to pierce through her throat, Iam suddenly stopped, standing straight, her face full of amusement. I was just messing with you. You fell for it, you idiot. Kirei was startled. In the next second, countless shadowy spikes shot out from the darkness behind him, instantly piercing his chest. Pfft. Kirei spewed out a mouthful of black blood and collapsed to the ground in a slump. Ahaha. Oh Kirei, your expression is simply the best. Iam laughed uproariously, her terrifying laughter resembling a scene from a horror movie. At this moment, Kirei couldn't even muster the strength to move his lips. So I was in your calculations from the start? What a terrifying demon. Well, this meaningless life is finally over. Kirei's consciousness quickly fragmented and faded away. After laughing to her heart's content, Iam stood up straight. She lightly brushed her hand over the wound on her neck, and it vanished as if it had never existed. Ah, I haven't had this much fun in ages. Kirei Kotomine, you're truly the best clown. A perfect appetizer before the main course. Now, for the feast. I can barely contain my hunger, father. Iam's face wore a twisted smile, and under the moonlight, her shadow behind her resembled a grinning demon. Simultaneously, at the Matsu residence, Anastasia sat by the bedside of the small girl, Sakura. And so, the prince's kiss awakened the sleeping beauty, and the two lived happily ever after. Anastasia gently closed the fairy tale book. Her usually cold expression, like the eternal snow atop a mountain, had completely melted away. At this moment, Anastasia's face carried a warm, doting smile, her entire being glowing with maternal tenderness. At that moment, Anastasia noticed that Sakura was staring at her with bright, wide eyes. Anastasia couldn't help but smile helplessly. Sakura, we agreed you'd go to sleep, remember? A kiss. Sakura whispered. I can't say no to you. Anastasia gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear with one hand, and with the other, she brushed aside Sakura's bangs and gently kissed her forehead. Good girls go to sleep now, okay? A blush immediately appeared on Sakura's cheeks, and she obediently nodded. Just as Anastasia was about to stand up and leave, Sakura's hand suddenly emerged from under the blanket and grabbed hers. You're not going to leave me, are you, Anna? Anastasia's body stiffened for a moment. When she looked back at Sakura, her expression was unbelievably gentle. No. I'll stay by your side until you grow up, meet someone you love, get married, and have children. Anastasia seemed to finally understand how her mother had felt back then. But Sakura didn't seem to think the same way. Her expression was serious, and she spoke firmly. No. Eh? Anastasia was momentarily stunned. Sakura, however, continued earnestly. I don't want to marry someone else. I want to stay with Anna, just like the prince in Sleeping Beauty, and live happily together forever. Anastasia stifled a giggle. In her heart, she dismissed it as the fantasy of a 6-year-old, not taking it seriously. But Sakura pouted her cheeks. Anna, stop laughing. I'm serious. Yes, our little princess is seriously proposing to me, and I accept. Anastasia humored her, amused. Little did she know, this made Sakura incredibly excited. Anna, since you've already agreed to marry me, to make sure you don't back out, we need to get engaged first. Anastasia merely saw this as playing along in a child's game and teased her. And how do you plan to hold the engagement ceremony? Sakura furrowed her brow in thought for a moment, then her eyes sparkled with an idea. Will Pinky swear? She is just a child. Amused, Anastasia went along with it, holding a simple yet special engagement ceremony with Sakura. And so, their two pinkies linked, witnessed by the moonlight, sealing a vow of never being apart. The cycles of the sun and moon continued, and in the blink of an eye, another day had passed. When the moon once again ascended the sky, Nguyen Ryu, who had been meditating and adjusting his condition, slowly opened his eyes and stood up. The time has come. Let's go. Master, where should we go? Medea asked curiously. Is there even a need to ask? Of course, we're going to Ryudu Temple. Ryu's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam. He had a hunch that the opponent would be waiting for him at that fateful location. The two left their base, crossed Fushinto, over the Fuyuki Bridge, and through Miyama Town, arriving at the foot of Mount Enzu. Tonight, the moon was dark, and the wind howled. The night seemed especially gloomy, with far fewer pedestrians on the streets than usual. It was as if the entire city of Fuyuki sensed the tension before the impending final battle, and a deathly stillness pervaded the air. Yet Ryu walked leisurely, as if he were a tourist, step by step climbing the stone stairs leading to the gate of Ryudu Temple. Passing through the temple gate, two figures stood silently in the vast, empty courtyard in front of the temple, waiting for his arrival. Ayam smiled sweetly, while Anastasia stood expressionless. One appeared as passionate as fire, the other as cold as ice. Father, long time no see. I've missed you so much. Ayam was the first to speak, her tone filled with joy. To an outsider, it might have seemed like they were reuniting after a long separation. You mean you want me dead? That's right, and it would be even better if you died in my arms. Ayam replied with a cheerful smile. Ryu realized that Ayam's thought process was far too abnormal, and as a normal person, he obviously couldn't keep up with her twisted logic. If he continued the verbal exchange, he would only end up tangled in her words. So, he decisively chose to charge straight ahead. A scorching beam of sunlight suddenly shot towards Ayam's head. Oh my father, you're quite passionate. Ayam giggled, waving her delicate hand. The shadow at her feet immediately rose and stood upright, locking in front of her. By the time she completed this action, the solar beam was already right in front of her. As the sunlight struck the shadow wall, the two forces silently cancelled each other out. Not only did the shadow wall contain the power of darkness, but it also carried the force of the abyss. The combination of these two powers created an effect greater than the sum of its parts. Ryu's weakened version of Brahmstra was unable to break through Ayam's defense. Soon, the solar beam, which had lost its energy source, was entirely consumed by the shadow wall. Just as Ayam retracted the shadow wall and was about to deliver her customary taunts, Ryu's figure had already crossed the 100-meter distance, charging right in front of her. As he lunged at Ayam, Medea, who had cast over 30 reinforcement spells on herself, raised her staff and attacked Anastasia. Having never witnessed a caster's close combat style before, Anastasia was startled by Medea's wild actions. Instinctively, she summoned several ice walls in front of her. The ice walls immediately split the battlefield into several sections. Ryu, with a quick step, moved as if he had teleported, appearing right in front of Ayam. His plan was sound. As an archer, Ayam should lack close combat experience. However, to his surprise, Ayam adopted a karate stance. As soon as they exchanged blows, Ryug realized that Ayam was no slouch in close combat. The steam bow in her hand had completely transformed into a bizarre close combat weapon. Especially the bowstring, which acted like a sharp dagger, leaving streaks of cold light in the air. Seizing an opportunity, Ryu slammed his palm against the side of the bow. With his superior strength, Ayam couldn't hold on to the bow and had no choice but to let the steam bow swing to one side, leaving her wide open. Not wasting a second, he aimed a punch directly at Ayam's heart. This strike was precise and ruthless. Even if it didn't kill her, it would severely injure her, rendering her unable to continue the fight. Before the punch even landed, the strong wind pressure had already caused her ample chest to wobble irregularly. Faced with such a seductive sight, Ryu remained unfazed, his punch not losing any of its deadly force. But just as his fist was about to connect, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger from behind, making the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Without time to think, he performed a clumsy roll to the side, barely dodging the lethal strike from behind. Out of the corner of his eye, Ryu glanced at the once empty space behind him. His shadow had risen and stood upright like a living creature. Even though his magic resistance had reached EX rank, and his durability and recovery were off the charts, he didn't dare to test this bizarre attack with his body. He had no idea what technique Ayam was using, but after his shadow transformed into a living creature, it detached from his feet, turning into a clawing monster that lunged at him. "We're not done yet, father." Ayam laughed gleefully, waving her hand. Suddenly, the shadows of the surrounding lampposts, walls, and buildings all stood up, transforming into various monstrous shapes, leaping at him. Ryu frowned and immediately raised his hand, tracing several primordial runes in the air. Flames flowed from his fingertips, instantly spreading into a sea of fire, engulfing the surroundings. However, the shadow creatures seemed unaffected, crossing the sea of flames as they charged at him. But Ryu noticed that when the fire appeared, the shadow monsters' forms became noticeably fainter, especially when they approached the flames. Light is naturally the opposite of shadow. A flash of insight crossed his mind, and he quickly traced a few more primordial runes. Suddenly, a bright white orb of light appeared in his palm. In the next moment, a blinding white light exploded outward, illuminating the entire courtyard as if it were daytime. A chorus of strange screeches echoed as the shadow creatures were instantly vaporized under the enhanced magical version of a super flashbang. Clap, clap. Ayam clapped her hands. Impressive. But how about this? With another wave of her hand, countless black-gray iron sand particles materialized in the air, coalescing into numerous branch-like shapes, and shot toward him from all directions. Ryu immediately rose into the sky, but the iron branches, like venomous snakes hunting their prey, ignored gravity and extended upward, closely pursuing him. After a moment's thought, he traced several runes in the air. A violent ice storm suddenly descended from the heavens. The iron branches, which had moved like living creatures, instantly became rigid, and eventually, they stopped moving altogether. Crack. A light cracking sound echoed as countless tiny fractures appeared on the iron branches under the strain of gravity. Finally, with a crash, the branches shattered into countless pieces, falling to the ground. Despite having her moves continuously countered, Ayam wore a smile. Because her goal had been achieved. In the process of dodging the shadow creatures and iron branches, Ryu had unknowingly increased the distance between himself and Ayam to over 100 meters. Chapter 195, FGO, 195. 2,260 words. Ayam smiled brightly as she pulled out a heart-shaped arrow, kissed it lightly, and calmly knocked it onto her bowstring, aiming at him in the distance. Ryu was immediately alarmed, feeling as if something terrifying had locked onto him. He quickly turned toward the threat and saw the arrow aimed directly at him. As he stared at the seemingly harmless arrow, a chill ran from his feet to the top of his head. Danger. Extreme danger. He couldn't dodge. He couldn't block it. He would die. His sharp senses, like a computer crashing, overwhelmed him with frantic warnings. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back, and a peculiar premonition arose in his heart. If Ayam released that arrow, he would surely die, and even the invincibility effect of desperate counterattack would be useless. But waiting for death was not in his nature. However, with Ayam intentionally widening the distance, the gap between them had stretched to over 100 meters. With his speed, there was no way he could reach her before she fired the arrow. So, beams of solar light shot from his eyes toward Ayam, and he charged with all his might, continuously tracing primordial runes with his fingers. In an instant, solar beams, fireballs, ice arrows, and wind blades filled the sky, all aimed at Ayam. She didn't even glance at the attacks, keeping her focus on him. In reality, she didn't need to. The rules of fate's guidance and causality reversal attached to the arrow ensured that it would hit its target, even if she fired it with her back turned. She was simply enjoying the process of making him panic because of her, of seeing his entire focus fixed on her. This was the twisted mind of someone corrupted by an evil god, completely abnormal. Ryu's attack soon reached Ayam. Massive amounts of iron sand gathered in front of her, forming an iron wall that blocked the oncoming projectiles. The solar beams, fireballs, ice arrows, and wind blades battered the iron wall, reducing it to a damaged state, but another wall immediately rose behind it. Meanwhile, Iam calmly continued to pour vast amounts of abyssal energy into the arrow. As it filled the heart-shaped arrowhead, it began to glow with an ambiguous pink light. However, Ryu didn't underestimate it. As the arrowhead glowed, the sense of danger in his perception grew even more intense. It felt as if an invisible Grim Reaper had already placed a noose around his neck, ready to tighten it and end his life. Now, Ryu was less than 10 meters from Iam. Yet this 10-meter distance felt like an insurmountable chasm. Father, accept my overflowing love. Iam's face flushed, her eyes moist and glistening, as if she were on the verge of orgasm. She laughed maniacally, her fingers slowly releasing the bowstring. Time seemed to slow down. But just as her fingers were about to let go, a figure suddenly emerged from the ice wall behind her. It was Anastasia, who had been fighting Medea. What Anastasia did next stunned Ryu. She gripped a sword made of black ice and mercilessly plunged it into Iam's back. Blood sprayed as the sharp ice sword pierced through Iam's body and emerged from her chest. Iam coughed up a mouthful of black blood, and the bow and arrow in her hands fell to the ground. You wretch! Do you think this will stop me? Iam screamed, her face twisted in fury. What was even more terrifying was that despite the mortal wound to her heart, she seemed completely unfazed, desperately trying to turn around and reach for Anastasia behind her. As she twisted, the wound in her chest tore open, revealing mangled organs. You can't kill me. And you can't stop me. Iam shrieked, clawing toward Anastasia. Anastasia's cold, frosty face showed no fear. I know I can't kill you with just this, which is why I've prepared a special gift for you. 10 meters away, Ryu watched the sudden internal strife between the two with caution. Was this the chaotic faction's twisted sense of humor at play, or was it a trap? But to his surprise, Anastasia suddenly looked up at him and smiled. Her smile was pure and gentle, like a white plum blossom blooming in winter. Ryu-sama, Anna never wavered in her heart. These words of farewell left Ryu's heart feeling suddenly empty, as if he had lost something profoundly important. In the next second, Anastasia's ice sword bloomed like a sudden flower, piercing through her own heart. Iam seemed to realize what Anastasia was about to do, and for the first time, her face showed fear. No. You wretch. You can't do this. Blood continuously spilled from Anastasia's mouth, but her face was resolute. Let's go together. The next moment, pitch-black frost erupted from the ground, instantly enveloping them both. Ryu, standing 10 meters away, felt a bone-chilling cold that penetrated his very soul. Even the space around them seemed unable to withstand the terrifying cold, cracking like glass. The horrifying black frost vanished as quickly as it had appeared, leaving only a pile of black snowflakes where the two had stood moments before. Clink! Clink! Two objects fell to the ground, a black lotus, shaped like it had been carved from black crystal, and the terrifying arrow that Iam had been preparing to shoot. It was as if these were the only traces left of their existence. Ryu's body trembled slightly as he took heavy steps forward. Master! Medea ran toward him with a worried expression, trying to support him, but he stopped her. All this time, he had considered himself a protector, but reality had dealt him a cruel blow. In the end, he had always been the weak one. Anastasia. Her profound feelings for him were deeply rooted, but to him, she was merely a beautiful, fallen princess whom he had casually saved. To put it bluntly, she was like a 5-star gold card he had collected as an FGO player, satisfying his need to collect, and nothing more. But today, how can I ever repay this kind of debt? A bitter smile appeared on his face. He slowly walked to the spot where the two had once stood. By now, the black snowflakes had been carried away by the wind, leaving only the two relics behind. Ryu picked up the arrow without a second glance and tossed it into his storage space. Then, he knelt on one knee and gently cradled the crystal flower in his hands. Ah! At that moment, a scream full of despair echoed as a small, trembling figure slowly approached from the temple gate. Ryu silently watched as Sakura, her eyes hollow, slowly walked to the spot where Anastasia had vanished and sat down on the ground. Master. Medea glanced at the collapsed Sakura with concern. Although she had only met Sakura 10 years in the future, the moment Sakura appeared, she immediately recognized her. The madness of that future Sakura had left a deep impression on her. Ryu shook his head. To him, all of this was already in the past. Moreover, from what he could see, Sakura was Anastasia's master, so no matter the circumstances, he wouldn't attack her. Seeing Sakura sitting on the ground like a soulless puppet, he let out a soft sigh. He placed the black crystal flower into Sakura's hands. This is what she left behind. If you want revenge, wait for the Holy Grail War 10 years from now. Upon hearing this, the emptiness in Sakura's eyes suddenly vanished, replaced by a burning hatred that slowly ignited in her young gaze like wildfire. Sakura clutched the crystal flower tightly, gripping it so hard that her small hands turned white and were cut by the sharp edges of the crystal, causing blood to drip without her loosening her grip in the slightest. Her pitch-black pupils stared straight at him, saying nothing as if she were engraving his appearance deep into her soul. Ryu calmly met her gaze. I will kill you, Sakura murmured after a long moment as if speaking to herself or making a vow to him. I'll be waiting, he replied, his expression calm. Leaving her with those words, he turned and walked away. He exited the temple gate, took a small path, and entered a vast cavern. It was as if he had stepped into another world. No one could have imagined that such a massive space was hidden inside the small Mount Enzu. Everywhere, there were traces of magical craftsmanship. Stalactites hanging from the ceiling absorbed magical energy from the faint ley lines through a large magical bounded field, emitting a dark red light that made the place look like the interior of a volcano. In the center of the space sat the enormous form of the Holy Grail. Ryu took in the familiar surroundings. This was the very place, 10 years in the future, where he and Medea had broken the rules to claim the Grail early, the heart of Mount Enzu. As he arrived, it seemed to trigger a hidden condition. The crystal box containing Irisveel's heart and the 2 root gems stored in his inventory began to emit a soft light. As if responding to them, the giant Holy Grail also began to glow with a golden light. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest. The crystal box holding Irisveel's heart suddenly flew out of the storage space and into the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail shone brilliantly, and then a gemstone emitting a serene blue light was ejected from the center, landing gently in his hand. At that moment, the space trembled slightly, and the surroundings became hazy, like frosted glass. In the next second, Ryu and Medea found themselves in the Chaldea transfer room. Ryu's face showed a trace of surprise. Usually, system transfers felt like a roller coaster ride. If not for his body being far stronger than an ordinary person's, he would feel dizzy and nauseous after every transfer. But this time, the transfer had been as smooth as silk. One word could describe it, smooth. Or, more accurately, stable. Could it be that this root gem is related to space? A sense of urgency rose in his heart. He wanted to appraise all the root gems immediately. However, there was something more important to do right now. A determined look appeared in his eyes. After Ryu left, Sakura shakily stood up. At that moment, the crystal flower, having absorbed her blood, suddenly emitted a pure black light, as dark as the night sky. The light enveloped Sakura completely. When the light faded, her once jet-black, shoulder-length hair had transformed into long, silver-white locks that reached her waist, and her eyes had turned the color of rubies. At that moment, Sakura looked exactly like a young Anastasia. Sakura raised her small hand and lightly clenched her fist. Immediately, a black ice pillar shot up from the ground. Not only had her appearance changed, but she had also inherited Anastasia's abilities. Just then, the sound of metal scraping against metal came from the distance. A figure clad in pitch-black armor, with blood-red markings, appeared before Sakura. It was a familiar face, though the usual Ahogue was gone, and her eyes had turned into vertical, dragon-like slits of dark gold. The fallen knight, having failed and lost everything, had crawled out of hell, filled with endless regret and anger, now standing before Sakura. Sakura felt an undeniable connection to the similar soul and aura and instinctively reached out her hand toward the knight. A flicker of surprise crossed Saber's eyes. After a long moment, she knelt on one knee, gently lifting Sakura's hand and kissing the back of it. The command spells, which had disappeared with Anastasia, reappeared on the back of Sakura's hand. 10 years. Wait with me for another 10 years, Sakura whispered. Understood, Saber replied. At the same time, at the Fujimura residence. Unlike the atmosphere of grief and despair at Ryudo Temple, this large Japanese-style house still retained some semblance of warmth. Taiga Fujimura, carrying her school bag, cheerfully returned home. At this time, Taiga was not yet the comedic teacher she would become. At 15 years old, she was like a blossoming flower, with her brown, shoulder-length hair tied into a single ponytail. She exuded a fresh and energetic charm, radiating a clean and vibrant aura. Just as Taiga was about to head to her room, her grandfather called out to her. Sitting next to him was a silent, red-haired boy. Taiga, this is Shiro. I had a connection with his grandfather. His parents have passed away, so I've taken him in to be cared for by the Fujimura family. From today onward, he'll be your little brother, and you two should get along well. Oh. Leave it to me. Taiga immediately pounded her chest in assurance. She had always wanted a little brother, and Shiro's tragic situation awakened her motherly instincts. She quickly adopted the role of big sister. Her original plan was to cook a grand meal to welcome Shiro. However, 10 minutes later, the kitchen looked like a battlefield. Unable to watch any longer, Shiro took over and prepared a delicious meal himself. That night, after dealing with an overly enthusiastic Taiga, Shiro lay on the tatami, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Even after a long time, he still didn't feel sleepy. He sat up, left his room, and began wandering around. Unconsciously, he found himself in the Fujimura family's dojo. Chapter 196, FGO, 196. 2,269 words. Clang. The light sound of a beast's roar echoed through the dojo, and a blade's cry reverberated like a sudden clap of thunder. Shiro, who happened to be walking toward the entrance of the dojo, vaguely heard the sound and instinctively slid open the paper door. Is anyone in there? He asked softly. There was no response. Only two katanas, one long and one short, resting on the sword rack in the center of the dojo, glimmered faintly under the moonlight with a cold, eerie light. As if guided by fate, Shiro, who was usually not overly curious, subconsciously stepped into the dojo. As Shiro entered, it seemed to trigger some kind of resonance. The two katanas suddenly burst into a dazzling, blood-red glow, and a mysterious, intricate summoning circle appeared in the center of the dojo. Accompanied by crackling electricity, a youthful and vibrant figure materialized in the middle of the summoning circle. Her light blue eyes gleamed with determination and persistence, while her pinkish-white hair added a touch of youthful energy. She wore a striking red and blue swordswoman's outfit, which, despite its vivid colors, did not appear gaudy on her. Her strong presence made her stand out, like a natural heroine who easily drew attention. Her heroic bearing, bold smile, and aura made it clear that she wasn't just a pretty face but a true heroine who could shake the world. She was a flower blooming amidst the chaos of a turbulent era. However, this swordswoman seemed quite angry. The moment she stepped out of the summoning circle, she furiously shouted. You coward, Sasaki Kojiro. If you have any guts, come and face me in a direct duel. Naturally, no one responded. She quickly realized she was no longer where she had been. At that moment, she noticed Shiro, who had fallen to the ground in shock, staring at her in terror. A blood-red mark had appeared on Shiro's once clean hand. It was a command seal. Looks like you're my master. Well, not bad. A little young, but I can tell you're a handsome boy. Pretty much fits the bill. Wait a minute. The female swordswoman suddenly leaned in, inspecting Shiro like some rare find, sizing him up from head to toe. You seem to have the talent to become a great swordsman. So, how about it? Want to be my disciple? Who are you? Shiro asked, summoning his courage. Good question. The swordswoman immediately puffed out her chest and raised her head high. I am the unmatched swordmaster of the world, Miyamoto Musashi! Exclamation point. Miyamoto Musashi, revered in Japan for her martial prowess and known for her love of duels, was a household name. Even 7-year-old Shiro had heard of her. But you're lying. Miyamoto Musashi is a historical figure, and he's supposed to be a man. Shiro's face was full of doubt. Miyamoto Musashi didn't argue. Instead, she placed her hand on the hilt of her sword. In the next instant, a brilliant slash of light flashed before Shiro's eyes. A lock of red hair fluttered to the ground. Shiro instinctively touched his bangs, finally realizing that what had just happened was no illusion. He had seen it, the blade had passed right in front of him. A single stroke had cut his bangs, yet it hadn't harmed him at all. Such precise and terrifying swordsmanship could only be executed by a legendary swordmaster. Confronted with such a drastic change, Shiro's heart, which had long been frozen, began to thaw. But today, that frozen heart was set aflame. If I become your disciple, will I gain the power to save everyone? Of course. Miyamoto Musashi replied with unwavering confidence. Throughout all of Japan's history, aside from 2 other genius sword saints, when it came to swordsmanship, Miyamoto Musashi feared no one. Even if you ranked all the renowned swordsmen of Japan, she would undoubtedly be in the top 10. All right, then. I want to be your disciple. No, please accept me as your apprentice. In a slightly awkward but deeply sincere kneeling bow, Shiro prostrated himself before Miyamoto Musashi. A satisfied smile appeared on her beautiful face. With her keen eyes, she could see that Shiro had extraordinary potential in swordsmanship and was destined for greatness one day. Having found such a rare gem of a disciple, Miss Miyamoto Musashi was in high spirits. Being my disciple is tough and exhausting, you know. You can still back out now. Miyamoto Musashi, surprisingly, made a playful joke. I will never back down. Please take care of me, sensei. Shiro's eyes were filled with unshakable determination, and after speaking, he bowed deeply. Miyamoto Musashi's gaze sharpened. I swear on the name Miyamoto Musashi, one day, you will become someone great. The next day, the Fujimura household was shocked to discover that a female swordswoman calling herself Miyamoto Musashi had appeared in their home, and Shiro had become her disciple, even renaming himself as Musashi Shiro. At Shiro's insistence, the two moved into the Fujimura family's old house in the remote mountain town. Under Miyamoto Musashi's guidance, Shiro began his long journey to becoming a swordsman. Meanwhile, deep in a snow-covered forest in Germany, a massive castle stood tall. This was the residence of the Einsborn family, one of the 3 families. Iliasviel von Einsborn was idly playing with a doll in her hands. After a while, feeling utterly bored, Ilya turned to the homunculus maid standing beside her. Hey, when will Kiritsugu and Mama come back? Please inquire with Lord Act, the maid replied, her tone as cold and stiff as a machine, her expression unchanged. So boring. Ilya muttered softly. Just then, the door to the room suddenly swung open. Ilya's eyes lit up, and without even putting on her shoes, she ran barefoot toward the door. Kiritsugu. Mama. Welcome back. Ilya's joyful voice gradually faded. It wasn't her longed-for parents entering the room, but the 8th-generation head of the Einsborn family, Jubstachite von Einsborn. Upon seeing his stern and solemn face, Ilya's expression turned to disappointment. Grandfather. At that moment, the cold and indifferent Lord Act spoke. Ilya, I must inform you of some unfortunate news. Kiritsugu and Irisviel have failed in the Holy Grail War. They were killed by a man named Nguyen Ryu. How could that be? Ilya collapsed onto the cold marble floor, her eyes losing their light, like a broken doll. A hint of cruelty flashed in Act's eyes. Ilya, do you want revenge? Ilya's pupils instantly regained their brilliance, and she nodded vigorously. A satisfied smile appeared on Act's face. Very well. From now on, you will learn how to become a proper master. You are the pinnacle creation of the Einsborn family. You will undoubtedly achieve victory in the Holy Grail War. Act spoke with excitement, looking at Ilya not as a person, but as a useful tool, a pawn. And so, the wheels of fate began to turn once again. Everything happening in Fuyuki City was no longer relevant to Ryu. To him, all the events there were already in the past. Right now, he had something far more important to attend to. Ryu pulled out a card he had treasured for a long time, the EX rank designated servant summon card. Though it seemed powerful, the card was somewhat of a double-edged sword. It couldn't summon top-tier, crown-ranked figures or those with extraordinary power beyond the norm. On the other hand, there were too many weaker options, and he hadn't yet decided whom to summon. But today, he had made up his mind. He was going to summon Anastasia. It wasn't out of love or pity, nor was it due to some obsessive need to collect all the cards. He simply felt, as a man, he owed her an apology and a thank you. That was all. However, Anastasia's situation was rather unique, and he wasn't entirely confident. Still, as long as there was a sliver of hope, he wanted to try. Even if the summoning card didn't work, he'd find another way. Please work, great system god. For the first time, Ryu, who never believed in superstition, pinned his hopes on something intangible. He opened the system interface, held the card in his hand, and took a deep breath. Use the EX rank designated servant summon card. Please specify the servant to summon. A system prompt immediately appeared. Anastasia. Ryu spoke the name with a solemn expression, recalling the few memories he had of his time with her. This wasn't an act of nostalgia, but a necessary step to prevent errors in the summoning process. System scanning. Unable to summon the specified servant. Please check or choose another. The system's message made his heart sink. His worst fear had come true. Summon Anastasia. Ryu, unwilling to give up, repeated the process. But the result was the same. Reason for the summoning failure? Unable to locate this servant. Would you like to summon a similar entity or choose another target? A bitter smile crept across his face. No need. He was deeply disappointed with the result. If the summoned entity wasn't the Anastasia he remembered, then what was the point of his persistence? What Ryu didn't know was that, far away in the endless abyss that existed in the same dimension as Chaldea, a great and majestic presence stirred from slumber. A gaze pierced through layers of space and protection, settling upon Chaldea. If you manage to defeat my foolish daughter, then I suppose I should reward you. However, let's see if you accept it, hee. As if sharing in the joyful mood of the voice, the entire abyss began to quake rhythmically. Many abyssal lords, who had been stuck at their power thresholds, were shocked to find themselves breaking through to higher levels. It was a celebration throughout the abyss. At the same moment, just as Ryu was about to put away the summoning card in disappointment, the system suddenly sent a completely different message. Ding! The target of your summon has been detected as having undergone abyssal corruption, irreversible. Summoning may result in unknown risks. Displayed in bold blood-red text. Do you wish to proceed with the summoning? The sudden turn of events caught Ryu off guard. He took a deep breath and, without hesitation, pressed the confirm button. He wasn't some justice-obsessed kid who couldn't tolerate the slightest bit of evil. The card floated in front of him, spinning slowly in mid-air. Then, accompanied by a blood-red summoning circle, a pitch-black cold mist began to spread from it. In the middle of the circle, a black night lotus blossomed, its petals slowly unfurling to reveal a pure and beautiful figure, radiant like the night sky. There stood Anastasia, garbed in a white winter coat and draped in a black, gold-trimmed cloak, standing gracefully at the center of the night lotus. Her expression was somewhat confused as if she hadn't yet figured out what was happening. Anna. Ryu called out, his face filled with relief. Thank you, System God, for giving me the chance to correct my mistakes and atone for my guilt. Upon hearing Ryu's voice, Anastasia's body trembled. She looked up in disbelief, her gaze landing on him before her. Ryu-sama, wasn't I already? Is this the Lord's heaven? Ryu couldn't help but find her both amusing and exasperating. If this was heaven, then wouldn't that mean he was dead too? After everything they'd been through, this girl hadn't changed at all. She still had that same mix of mischievousness and innocence. Her first words upon seeing him were an unintentional curse. "Stop talking nonsense. Neither of us is dead." Anastasia, trying to maintain her composure, forced her expression to become stern and cold. "I was just joking earlier." But the blush on her snow-white cheeks betrayed her. Ryuk reached out and gently patted her silky silver hair. "All right, welcome to our family. By the way, there's something I want to say to you." Ryu's expression suddenly turned serious. "I'm sorry, and thank you." Anastasia froze for a moment, and then tears began to roll down her cheeks. The hardships she had endured couldn't be understood by anyone but herself. Though her body had suffered no physical torment, constantly being surrounded by lunatics had taken a tremendous toll on her mentally and emotionally. There's a saying that if you lock a sane person in a madhouse and have them interact with the insane every day, it won't be long before they, too, go mad. And Anastasia had faced people far more insane than any ordinary madman, hundreds, if not thousands, of times more insane. Constantly subjected to such psychological torture, the only thing that kept her grounded was the feelings she held for him. Of course, as a shy and good-natured girl, Anastasia would never admit this to anyone, not even Ryu. But now, after such a long and difficult wait, her perseverance had finally borne fruit. Anastasia couldn't help but cry tears of joy. Ryu quickly exchanged some system points for a handkerchief and began wiping her tears, gently comforting her all the while. It took some time before Anastasia's emotions finally settled. "Come with me. I'll introduce you to everyone." A shy expression appeared on Anastasia's face as she extended her hand toward him. Ryu was momentarily taken aback, but after a brief thought, he quickly understood what Anastasia meant. With a smile, he extended his hand and gently took hers, placing a kiss on the back of her pale, delicate hand. A faint fragrance filled his nose. Ryu's mood lifted. "Right this way, my lady." Chapter 197, FGO, 197. 2,300 words. There were no surprises when Anastasia was introduced to everyone. She quickly integrated into the group. Despite her Russian imperial lineage, her difficult life experiences left her without the spoiled and pampered attitude typical of many princesses. In addition, her naturally lively personality helped her fit into Chaldea's family in no time. This gave Ryu a sense of relief. After all, they were all his companions, but Anastasia's situation was somewhat special. Ryu and his contracted servants had fought abyssal creatures numerous times, so he was all too familiar with the aura of the abyss. Even though Anastasia did her best to suppress it, the abyssal aura surrounding her was still quite noticeable. He was worried that others might reject her. But as it turned out, his companions, especially his wives, were quite accepting. That was good. Then, Ryu discovered something that shocked him. Upon his return to Chaldea, Scathach didn't drag him off for some brutal training under the pretense of exercise. Had he encountered a fake Shursho? Or was there something wrong with the way he returned to Chaldea? Panicked, Ryu immediately pulled Jean, who had accompanied Scathach to a dungeon world, aside to ask what had happened. Jean's face showed a complicated smile. After listening to Jean's recounting, he was speechless. In the Index world, as soon as they entered, they went straight into Alistair's lair. They defeated Alistair and the formidable Iwas behind him. After that, the journey became Scathach's solo rampage through the entire Index world. She single-handedly tore through the Roman Catholic Church, Anglican Church, Russian Orthodox Church, saints, and God's right seat. In the end, even the hidden magic gods joined forces to fight her, but they too were quickly defeated. It made sense when you thought about it. In the Index world, the foundation of magic was based on idol theory. The so-called magic gods were mortals who, through magic, had ascended to the realm of gods by leveraging mythological systems. In other words, whether it was God's right seat, saints, or magic gods, they were pseudo-gods, borrowing divine power while only having the title of God. The idea that they could destroy the world with a thought was nothing but commercial hype. In Ryu's view, the magic gods' acts of creation and destruction were akin to manipulating dimensions in the real world. Dimensions were like layers of paper covering the surface of the world. The magic gods could create a sheet of paper or tear it apart. But to say that they could destroy the foundational world with a thought? He could only scoff at that. The rules governing dimensions were set by the magic gods who created them. But did that mean the world's rules were also determined by these pseudo-gods, who had ascended from mortals? The most the magic gods could destroy were dimensions. Indirectly affecting the world by destroying dimensions made some sense. After all, if the Earth were stripped of its atmosphere, it would certainly be impacted. Moreover, the power of these magic gods could only be used within the index world. Outside of it, they were no stronger than ordinary people. From Ryu's perspective, these so-called magic gods were just big fish in a small pond. And now, they had been taught a lesson by a true powerhouse, Scathach. After demolishing the entire index world, Scathach didn't seem satisfied. Coincidentally, Yamato and Shimikase along with Ace had encountered some setbacks in the One Piece dungeon world. To play it safe, they had chosen to retreat. Ryu didn't need to think too hard to figure out why. It was likely that the Navy had recognized the value of the fleet girls and wanted to capture them for research. After all, in a world centered on seafaring, the fleet girls, especially Yamato, who could fire nuclear shells, were a far more terrifying force than the three ancient weapons. If controlled by the Navy, they could suppress the four emperors and end the great pirate era ignited by Gold Roger. If the pirates got their hands on them, it could shake the very foundations of the Navy and even the world government. Under such circumstances, how could the so-called righteous Navy allow the fleet girls to run around unchecked? First, the naval branch was alerted, sending out a fleet, which was thoroughly defeated. Then, the Navy headquarters dispatched a joint fleet. Finally, even the admirals, fleet admiral and the 5 elders of the world government got involved. The scale of the naval siege grew increasingly terrifying. At first, the ship girls and Ace could handle it. But in the end, the Navy sent over 100 new warships, along with 2 admirals and more than a dozen vice admirals from headquarters. To follow Ryu's principle of prioritizing personal safety above all else, Yamato had no choice but to use a nuclear weapon and then calmly retreat, exiting the One Piece world. The Navy, however, suffered greatly. 2 admirals were severely injured, vice admirals and other naval personnel suffered heavy casualties, and nearly the entire fleet of new battleships was annihilated. More than 5,000 elite naval officers of various ranks were either dead or injured. Upon hearing the news, the 4 emperors immediately stirred up even greater chaos in the new world. In desperation, the world government mobilized a host of secret units and hidden tactics to barely maintain the situation on the surface. When Yamato returned to Chaldea, she happened to run into Scathach. Hearing that there were powerful opponents, the still unsatisfied Scathach immediately led the group back into the One Piece world. This time, the Navy wasn't so lucky. Even admirals, who were proficient in hockey and Logia devil fruits, couldn't last more than 1 round against Scathach. In the end, Scathach dragged out every notable figure in the One Piece world, Fleet Admiral, CP0, 5 elders, Shichibukai, 4 emperors, and defeated them all. Still not satisfied, she used primordial runes to summon fallen heroes like Gold Roger and gave them a good beating as well. After defeating every possible opponent, Scathach finally left, leaving behind the legend of an unbeatable goddess in the One Piece world. After hearing Jean's recounting, what could Ryu say? He could only think, yes, that's very much like Scathach. After a full day of rest, Ryu had mostly recovered his energy. He began organizing the spoils from this latest dungeon while also thinking of ways to strengthen himself. One of the gains from this dungeon was 2 10-pull gacha chances. But as the dungeons grew more difficult, the rewards from ordinary 10-pull draws were becoming less and less useful to him. In comparison, a Super Tengacha, which had a chance to draw divine artifacts, was far more valuable. System, can I save up my 10-pulls and combine them into a Super 10-pull? Ryu opened the system interface and asked. The system paused for a moment, then promptly replied. Would you like to store your 10-pull draw chances? Yes. Stored. Current remaining 10-pull draw chances, 2. Next, Ryu took out the priceless EX rank Abyss crystal. He hesitated as he looked at it. Now, 2 paths lay before him. One option was to use the EX rank Abyss crystal directly in exchange for an EX rank Noble Phantasm in the workshop. As for the other option, Ryu wanted to split the precious EX rank Abyss crystal into 3 A rank crystals, using them to identify the 3 root gems. In terms of sheer power, reverting the effect of Avalon and teleporting himself and Medea back 10 years via an root gem would be a far greater treasure than an EX rank Noble Phantasm. However, Ryu had no illusions about using such a powerful item without cost. For one, the root gem's immense energy had very high physical requirements for its user. Ryu had experienced this firsthand, nearly being torn apart by the gem's overwhelming energy. Based on his analysis, the other 2 gems were likely time-based and space-based, respectively. The cost of using those would be even higher. Thus, even though he possessed these potent root gems, he did not use them recklessly. The reason was simple: the root gems were unidentified. Ryu didn't know the conditions for using them or any possible restrictions. On the other hand, exchanging the Abyss crystal for an EX rank Noble Phantasm presented another possibility. He could trade it for a Mystic Eye-type Noble Phantasm, merging it with Brahmastra to create an even stronger Mystic Eye. Not only would Mystic Eyes look cool, but their power, stealth, and versatility made them perfect for various activities, from defense to reconnaissance and even assassination. What ultimately swayed his decision was the upgrade of Apocalypse to B rank. After more than 20 days, a Noble Phantasm from the Gate of Babylon had finally evolved Apocalypse to B rank. Along with fixed buffs like reduced transformation time by 1 second, 10% power increase, and 50% increased damage against dark-aligned creatures, Apocalypse gained a new attribute, a gem slot. Ryu had a hunch that this system reward was specifically meant for using the root gems, similar to a certain purple-skinned villain's Infinity Gauntlet. Since the system's products were always top-tier, Ryu made his decision. Identifying the root gems requires 3 A-rank Abyss crystals. Insufficient A-rank Abyss crystals detected. EX rank Abyss crystal detected. Would you like to split the EX rank Abyss crystal? Confirm. A flash of pain crossed Ryu's face. Splitting in process. Split complete. Identifying root gems, time remaining, 71 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. It turned out that the identification process would take a full 3 days. Once again, Ryu was reminded of how complicated things could get. With no other choice, he suppressed his impatience and focused on training while waiting for the final day to arrive. Those 3 days felt like pure torture, but at least training made the time pass more quickly. Finally, the 3 days were over. Ryu eagerly opened the system panel to check the properties of the root gem. Name, Time Gem. Color, silver. Description, a rule crystal born from the root, possessing the terrifying ability to control time. Rank? Note, forcibly manipulating time requires tremendous energy and mental power. If the user cannot meet the requirements, the time gem will forcibly drain large amounts of the user's lifespan. The system's description was simple yet carried significant implications, especially the last part, highlighted in crimson, which made him break out in a cold sweat. As expected, using the time gem came with a steep price. If mishandled, the time gem could drain his lifespan entirely, leading to rapid aging and death. His decision to identify the root gems before upgrading the Mystic Eye Noble Phantasm was wise. After checking the properties of the other 2 gems, Ryu became even more certain of this. Name, Space Gem. Color, blue. Description, a rule crystal born from the root, possessing the terrifying ability to control space. Rank? Note, forcibly manipulating space requires tremendous energy, mental power, and willpower. If the user cannot meet the requirements, the space gem can cause spatial collapse, tearing the user apart. The last gem was the one Ryu had acquired first. Name, Energy Gem. Color, gold. Description, a rule crystal born from the root, containing boundless energy. Rank? Note, forcibly manipulating the energy gem requires a strong body. If the user cannot meet the requirements, the violent energy will tear the user apart. Using these powerful root gems came with immense risks. Though A-rank Abyss crystals were costly, Ryu felt they were worth the investment. Otherwise, he might not even understand how he had met his end. When Ryu asked the system how to safely use the Ryu gems, the answer was simple but frustrating. Once he reached the true god rank, he could control the root gems without any cost. The issue was that reaching the true god rank came with its massive challenges. Ryu was currently an epic-level servant, with myth-level servants and grand servants above him, and only then came true god rank. There were 3 entire ranks to climb. It wouldn't be easy to surpass those. For the foreseeable future, he would likely have to forcibly activate the root gems. According to the system's description, the energy gem was the foundation for safely using the other root gems. Using powerful energy as a base, and harnessing it with strong mental power to manipulate the space or time gem, appeared to be the most feasible method. In fact, during the Holy Grail War, Ryu had accidentally used the time gem in a similar manner. The system also provided another option, the Apocalypse Gauntlet, which could embed root gems. Even at B rank, Apocalypse could already accommodate a root gem. Ryu couldn't help but suspect that this had been part of the system's grand design all along. But he had no choice but to accept it, swallowing it down with a metaphorical bitter pill. After all, who could refuse the immense power of the root gems? Just like in the Marvel world, no one could resist the temptation of the Infinity Stones. And the only cost he had to bear was a temporary reduction in the power of the root gems. The system also informed him that as Apocalypse's rank increased, so too would the number of root gems it could embed and the power it could draw from them. Now, deciding which root gem to embed first was crucial. Choosing the energy gem would save him from the trouble of painstakingly accumulating revenge power through damage. It would also boost his overall attack power. The space gem, on the other hand, would enhance his mobility. Selecting the time gem would improve his single-target combat capabilities. After deliberating for a while, Ryu pressed one of the root gems against the Apocalypse Gauntlet, watching as it began to transform. Chapter 198, FGO, 198. 2,140 words. A hole immediately appeared on the gauntlet, perfectly sized for the root gem. Ding! A crisp sound, piercing to the soul, rang out. A silver root gem embedded itself into the gauntlet. Although energy gems formed the foundation of everything, Ryu ultimately chose the time gem. He now possessed formidable offensive capabilities and even stronger survival abilities. The only thing he lacked was mobility and control. After all, his shave was still only at D rank, barely meeting the standard for combat. It was far from reaching the mastery level of Scathach, who used it as effortlessly as lifting a feather. Not to mention, she had refined shave into something akin to instant teleportation. The time gem, when combined with shave, could grant him powerful mobility. At the same time, the time gem's ability to pause time provided formidable control. After the Apocalypse was embedded with the root gem, its attributes changed. 2 new skills were added, time acceleration and time pause. Although the time gem's abilities could be used when embedded in the Apocalypse, they were greatly weakened. Time acceleration was similar to Kiritsugu Amiya's innate time control, though the time gem's ability was far more advanced. This skill could directly accelerate Ryu's personal time 5-fold, effectively increasing all his speeds 5-fold. For him, whose agility had already reached a dash, and who had also mastered shave, this was quite terrifying. Not to mention, the speed of all his skills was enhanced as well. Overall, time acceleration was far more powerful than any speed-enhancing skill. As for time pause, it created a 100-meter diameter area around him where time halted, and only he could move freely within that space. Of course, if someone's strength far exceeded his, they could still break free from the effects of time pause. However, due to the gem's weakened power, both of these skills had cooldown times. Time acceleration had a cooldown of 1 minute, with a duration of 10 seconds. Time pause had a cooldown of 5 minutes, with a duration of only 5 seconds. Compared to the ability to rewind time or even send Ryu and Medea back 10 years, the time gem's power was greatly diminished. But Ryu had no choice. He could either risk using the full power of the gem and potentially die of old age in an instant. Or he could choose to use the weakened version. Life only happens once, and battles are not to be gambled. So, he chose the safer method. It's also worth mentioning that after examining the attributes of the space gem, he had a suspicion. It was likely that the highly unusual Fourth Holy Grail War was built around the space gem. No wonder he had encountered people like Jalter and White Lancer Artoria. This was a phenomenon where parallel worlds overlapped. During the same period, he could have entered FGO's first chapter, the 100 Years' War of the Evil Dragon. Alternatively, he might have used some other method to enter the era of King Arthur in ancient Britain and stir up events there. The various anomalies in the Fourth Holy Grail War, such as El Malloy II, who had already gained the power of Zhuge Liang, could likely be attributed to the powerful space gem. The Fourth Holy Grail War, centered around the space gem, was chaotic in terms of space, explaining the unusual events. Next came the final reward from this dungeon. Ryu took out a black summoning card. No doubt about it, he could feel the deep resentment contained within it. Yes, this was the heroic spirit summoning card for Musashi, Alter. He swallowed nervously but didn't summon her on the spot. He had a strong suspicion that the moment she saw him, her first action would be to chop his head off. Ryu decided to find a few heroic spirits as insurance and summon Musashi, Alter, in front of them. The first person who came to his mind was, of course, Scathach. However, I refuse. Scathach coldly rejected him. After Ryu explained his intentions, he was ruthlessly turned down. If you can't command your warriors and get yourself killed, that only proves you're worthless. Scathach's expression was indifferent, stopping just short of saying, if you die, you deserve it. Ryu had no choice but to retreat. Sure enough, his cautious behavior greatly displeased her. Since Scathach had refused, he had to think of another way. As for Chaldea's other boss, Ishtar Rin, she was still stationed in the Danmaki world. With no other option, Ryu went to find Jean. In terms of defense alone, she was the strongest in Chaldea, especially after following him into the world of Cabannery of the Iron Fortress, where she had been greatly enhanced, far surpassing her original spirit origin limits. Even Scathach had praised her defensive capabilities. Considering how strict Scathach was, praise from her was rare, which spoke volumes. As usual, Jean was likely in her room at this hour, performing her evening prayers. Ryu waited for a while, and after her prayers were finished, he gently knocked on Jean's door. Come in, a soft and pleasant voice called from inside. He opened the door and entered. The room before him was austere, with a large crucifix directly facing the door. Aside from some basic furniture, there was almost no other decoration in Jean's room, and certainly no luxury items. It was practically the room of an ascetic monk. For some reason, he felt a pang of sadness. After all, the rooms in Chaldea, like those in certain infinite spaces, could be customized according to the resident's preferences. For example, a certain goddess, who cherished money above all else, had piled up mountains of gold and jewels and placed a bejeweled bed on top of them. Jean's self-discipline was simply too strong. Ryu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Perhaps he had been lost in thought for too long, as Jean's face turned bright red in a matter of seconds, her blush spreading to her neck, as she mistakenly interpreted his gaze. Ryu, is there something you need? Jean asked, her voice shy. Startled out of his thoughts, Ryu noticed Jean's awkwardness. Subconsciously, he glanced around the room and at Jean in front of him. He suddenly realized what was happening. A church, nightfall, a man and a woman alone, and a nun's habit. Isn't this just like that night? Ryu's breath quickened. Especially when he noticed that Jean was only wearing a plain, simple white dress tonight, with no other adornments. She looked like a pure maiden. The dress, already quite loose, was stretched tight against her generous figure, creating a tantalizing, almost bursting effect. Ryu wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he felt like Jean's figure had become more voluptuous and feminine than before. Could this be the result of his training? Holiness and allure, two opposite qualities, blossomed beautifully in Jean. Most importantly, although Jean appeared visibly shy, she showed no signs of resistance. This was tacit consent. Ryu had to summon every ounce of willpower, 2000% of it, to suppress the desire rising in his heart. Focus on the important matter. Focus on the important matter. He kept repeating this to himself as he explained his intentions to Jean. Unexpectedly, after hearing him out, Jean's expression became incredibly serious. Her entire demeanor shifted, radiating a majestic, sacred aura, as if a holy angel had descended. Ryu, this is not right. Then, to his horror, he realized that Jean had entered her hidden lecture mode. 2 hours, 2 whole hours, Jean lectured him non-stop. Ryu felt like his brain had completely shut down. For a moment, Jean's image loomed infinitely large before him, with countless golden rays of light bursting from behind her. He, on the other hand, felt like a sinner confessing before a goddess. The most terrifying part was that throughout the entire 2 hours, Jean's lecture never repeated itself, nor did she use a single insulting word. She didn't even scold him harshly. Yet, somehow, he was filled with overwhelming guilt, as if he had done something unforgivable to Musashi. Heaven knows the truth, he had only used a few tricks to win against Musashi in their duels. Historically, Musashi had used tactics to defeat Sasaki Kojiro, so why was he now being portrayed as a scoundrel who had deceived an innocent girl? Why, oh why? In short, for things to have come to this point, it's all your fault, Ryu. Once you summon Musashi, please apologize to her sincerely. Yes. Ryu replied listlessly. As for those previous indescribable thoughts, they had long been thrown out of his mind. Now, he only wanted to do one thing, sleep until he woke up naturally. Why don't we summon Miss Musashi tomorrow instead? Jean suggested, clearly noticing how drained Ryu was after her lecture barrage. Okay, Ryu agreed and, without another word, collapsed onto Jean's bed. Wah! Ryu, what are you doing? Jean was startled by his sudden action. Don't talk. Get in bed and sleep, Ryu mumbled without even opening his eyes. Jean blushed deeply and nervously fidgeted with the hem of her dress, hesitating to approach. This doesn't seem appropriate. She whispered, stealing glances at him. However, soft snoring sounds filled the room. To Jean's astonishment, he had fallen asleep just like that. Jean could only shake her head, helpless. After a moment of hesitation, she eventually lay down on the other side of the wooden bed, still fully clothed. Listening to the steady breathing beside her, Jean gradually let go of her shyness. But then, something unexpected happened. Whether he was truly asleep or not, Ryu suddenly rolled over like an octopus, draping half of his body over Jean. Jean was startled out of her wits, her entire body freezing up. Yet he was genuinely asleep. And so, Jean ended up being held in an extremely intimate position by Ryu for the entire night. Nothing else happened during the night. The next morning, as soon as Ryu opened his eyes, he felt unusually clear-headed and sharp. Then, he sensed someone staring at him. Instinctively turning his head, he saw Jean, just inches away, looking at him with a deeply resentful expression. Jean had hardly slept that night, while he had slept like a log, completely oblivious to everything. A woman's heart is like the depths of the ocean. When Ryu had wanted to do something indescribable to Jean, she had been shy and even somewhat resistant. But when he ignored everything and simply fell asleep, Jean had spent the entire night overthinking. See, could it be that he's already found someone else and forgotten about me? Does Ryu no longer find me attractive? Ah, the delicate thoughts of a woman. And so, with a strange atmosphere lingering between them, the two arrived at the training grounds. The reason they came here was, naturally, to avoid any unnecessary damage to Chaldea from the 1000% probable fight that was about to occur. The training grounds were designed to withstand even Scat Haka's full power strikes. After entering the training grounds, Ryu and Jean exchanged a glance. Jean's body flickered with light, and she instantly donned her standard silver full-body armor. She nodded at him, signaling that she was ready. Ryu immediately took out the black summoning card that faintly radiated resentment. Would you like to use the designated Musashi, altar, summoning card? Yes. As Ryu confirmed, a blood-red magic circle appeared before him. Thunder rumbled, and a slender figure emerged from the center of the summoning array. I am the vengeful Shinjigami. My sword exists solely to kill the man named Nguyen Ryu. A cold, razor-sharp voice echoed. The figure was clad in a blood-red and black swordswoman's outfit, which accentuated her alluring curves even more. Her navel and thighs were exposed, revealing large patches of snow-white skin, yet the warrior herself seemed utterly indifferent. Instead, from head to toe, she exuded a cold, blade-like, cutting aura. Four katana of varying lengths hung from her waist, 2 on each side. Even though the swords remained sheathed, the killing intent and the overwhelming scent of blood emanating from them made one's hair stand on end. Her once pink hair had turned a cold silver, and her eyes were now blood-red. And then, through the flashing lights of the summoning circle, those blood-red eyes locked onto the familiar and utterly detested face before her. Musashi, Alter, had been born from her hatred for Ryu. And now, the one who had summoned her was none other than the source of her hatred and her very existence. For a moment, the atmosphere was painfully awkward. The silence was so thick that even a pin drop could be heard. To break the tension, Ryu awkwardly raised his hand and waved. "Yo, long time no see." Musashi's face suddenly brightened with a dazzling smile. Chapter 199, FGO, 199. 2,380 words. In the next second, Musashi drew her katana and slashed at Ryu with such speed that he could barely follow her movements. Almost instinctively, he used a technique to catch the blade with his bare hands, gripping Musashi's 2 katanas with his palms. However, a smile appeared on Musashi's face. Ryu immediately felt a searing pain spread from his palms where he gripped the blades. A dense, blood-red energy flowed from the katanas, creeping up his hands with a clear intent to spread further. Where his gauntlets made contact with the blades, a terrible sizzling sound, like metal corroding from acid, rang out. Fortunately, his gauntlets, Apocalypse, had reached B rank, absorbing most of the damage. Otherwise, if he had tried to catch Musashi's katanas with his bare hands, they would have been instantly corroded by this strange energy. "Ryu, be careful. This is an energy similar to malice." Being a holy servant, Jean was naturally sensitive to dark energies, and she immediately warned him. "I know. But stop just standing there and watching. Come help me." Ryu shouted, struggling to defend against Musashi's relentless strikes. Perhaps due to her corrupted state, Musashi, who originally had a strength rank of B, lower than Ryu's strength, was now overpowering him in this contest of force. As the blades pressed closer and closer, he couldn't help but cry out for Jean's assistance. But this whole situation is your fault to begin with. It would be nice if you learned a lesson from this." Jean, smiling sweetly, showed no intention of helping. Ryu nearly stumbled on the spot. "In such a dangerous situation, and you're teasing me. You're not the real Jean, are you? You've been swapped with Jalter, haven't you?" Jean's thoughts, however, were quite different. "Let's see if you ignore me again, Ryu." Jean was still holding a bit of a grudge over Ryu's behavior the previous night. It just goes to show, when it comes to matters of the heart, even a saint is not immune to occasional petty thoughts. Ryu had no idea that all of this was due to a small grudge from the saint. Musashi, however, seemed to grow tired of the deadlock. Suddenly, she let go of the sword hilts. With the force gone, Ryu, who had been struggling to hold his ground, stumbled forward. At that moment, Musashi had already drawn her other 2 katanas and slashed at him again. Gritting his teeth, Ryu activated the time acceleration ability of Apocalypse. In an instant, the world seemed to slow down in his eyes. He easily dodged Musashi's twin blades and grabbed her wrists, twisting them so that the sword tips pointed downward, forcing the katanas into the ground. Time returned to normal. Ryu's sudden 5-fold speed increase caught Musashi off guard, and she found herself restrained. She tried to pull her katanas free, but his grip was like iron, holding her wrists tightly. The wrists are a key point for controlling the hands, and now that Musashi's wrists were restrained, even though her strength was higher than his, she couldn't exert any force. For now, the two were locked in a stalemate. This was exactly the situation he had hoped for. He quickly spoke, trying to explain. "Calm down for a second and let me explain." But before he could finish, Musashi interrupted him forcefully. "Explain what? You vile, despicable scoundrel." Musashi struggled fiercely as she cursed at him. Ryu could only show a helpless expression. I only tricked you twice. It's not like I did anything to you, why do you hate me this much? If I were despicable, I would have sued you already. Other people who picked up girls at least got to enjoy a romantic encounter. But in his case, he hadn't done anything and had only gotten into trouble. At that moment, Musashi suddenly used a self-taught self-defense technique, a vicious kick aimed between his legs. So ruthless. Ryu was taken aback and had no choice but to retreat. Musashi immediately seized the opportunity, shaking her wrists free from his grip and pulling her katanas from the ground. Just when Ryu thought she would press the attack, Musashi suddenly leaped backward, instantly disengaging from the fight. Not going to fight anymore? Ryu tentatively asked. Musashi responded with a cold, sharp smile. Ryu's heart skipped a beat. A strong sense of foreboding welled up inside him. Suddenly, an overwhelming blood-red aura of malice erupted from Musashi's body. Behind her, a towering giant figure appeared. It had a snake's tail, a human upper body, 4 arms, and a terrifyingly ferocious face. It was as if the Azura King had been reborn. A massive amount of blood-red and dark energy coalesced into a thick fog that enveloped the 4-armed giant. Then, in each of the giant's 4 hands, a massive katana, each over 10 meters long, appeared. As this demonic figure fully manifested, Musashi's aura surged dramatically. 6 realms 5 rings, the divine figure of Kurakara. Musashi let out a fierce shout as she swung her twin blades in his direction. The divine figure of Kurakara behind her mirrored her action, lifting its massive swords and slashing down at him. Even before the blades arrived, the fierce wind from the strike stung Ryu's face. At this point, Jean seemed to realize she had gone too far with her teasing and quickly activated her noble phantasm. Luminicite Eternelle. Jean raised her holy flag, and golden light immediately formed a barrier around her and Ryu. The faint sound of trumpets echoed in the sky, and angelic wings glowing with white light gently wafted down. The colossal katanas struck the barrier, producing a piercing screech, like an electric saw cutting through steel. A fierce clash erupted where the holy golden energy met the dark, blood-red energy. But in the end, the seemingly thin golden barrier held firm, while the divine figure of Kurakara eventually ran out of energy, letting out a roar filled with unwillingness before dissipating into countless fragments of light. Standing behind Jean, Ryu didn't have any particular reaction. After their adventure in the cabanery of the Iron Fortress world, Jean had gone from being the Saint of Orleans to the savior of the world. With the massive boost in faith energy, Jean's Saint Graph had broken through its limits, reaching an entirely new level. All of her attributes had increased by a full rank, and even her 2 noble phantasms had seen terrifying upgrades. Take her defensive noble phantasm Luminicite Eternelle, for example, its rank had risen from A to a level beyond EX, reaching the status of a divine artifact. In terms of pure defensive power, it probably surpassed even the EX-ranked Avalon. If Avalon placed its wielder in an idealized utopia, then Jean's Luminicite Eternelle placed the entire area of effect into a heavenly realm. One had the backing of the Fairy Queen, while the other was supported by none other than God himself. Which was stronger? The answer was obvious. After Jean used her noble phantasm to block the attack, Ryu stopped holding back and directly activated Time Pause, knocking Musashi unconscious. He then had Medea prepare a large batch of potions designed to lower attributes and weaken a person, and he force-fed them to Musashi. Although Medea-chan looked at him as if he were no different from those scumbags who drug people at bars, she still obediently prepared the potions. Next, perhaps out of guilt, Jean took on the task of persuading Musashi herself. Having personally experienced Jean's barrage of words, Ryu felt reassured. Given Jean's preaching, nagging, skills, she would surely be able to convince Musashi to let go of her hatred. And so, after a fierce battle, Ryu finally had a moment to rest. However, just as he was about to reach the door of his room, an unexpected figure appeared there. Outside the window was the brilliant, endless starry sky, and inside, leaning against the windowsill in the hallway, was Scathach, dressed in a purple evening gown. The starry sky looked like an illusion, and the beauty before him was like a painting, especially with her posture. Scathach's perfect and voluptuous body was fully displayed to his eyes. Noticing Ryu's arrival, she turned her head to look at him with a serene expression. Bewitched by her allure, he quickly coughed twice to regain his composure. Ahem. Sure, did you need me for something? Scat Hack didn't speak, she just stared at him with her crimson eyes, making him feel a chill down his spine. Not bad, you didn't slack off, she said suddenly, her voice calm. Before Ryu could respond, she tossed two shimmering, rainbow-colored gems toward him. Instinctively, he caught the gems, but in the next second, he nearly threw them away. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained 2 world sources. Would you like to absorb them? Warning, these world sources were forcibly extracted, and absorbing them will cause irreversible damage to the respective worlds. Ray's eyes almost popped out of his head. Is this even possible? He quickly looked up the consequences of forcibly absorbing a world source, and the system provided a detailed explanation. In short, if a world source was not voluntarily offered by the world's consciousness, forcibly extracting it would cause irreversible damage to that world. The most direct effect would be a significant drop in the world's overall energy, turning a high magic world into a low magic one. For example, in the Toru Majitsu no Index world, if Ryu forcibly absorbed the world source, the world would lose its magic gods and saints. At the same time, magicians and espers would be heavily suppressed. Magicians might only be able to conjure a small flame, and even the strongest espers, like the level 5s, would be reduced to bending spoons at best. In other words, it would be a complete victory for the science side. The kind of grand achievement that Academy City's principal dreamed of accomplishing could be done by Ryu with just the flick of a finger. Without the troublesome magicians, there would be no chance for the 3rd, 4th, 5th, or 6th world wars to occur. Similarly, if he forcibly absorbed the world source from the One Piece world, the effects of devil fruits, hockey, and even the Navy's 6 powers would all disappear. Wars in that world would once again be fought primarily with battleships, and individual strength would no longer determine the outcome of battles. It sounded rather tragic. But what did that have to do with him? As they say, when force is outlawed, heroes become criminals. Without high-level combat power, individual strength could no longer dominate the battlefield, and these 2 worlds would be forced to move toward peace, just like the real world. After learning about the consequences of absorbing the world sources, Ryu didn't hesitate to choose to forcibly absorb. Stopping disputes, that's a good deed, right? Looks like both worlds owe me a Nobel Peace Prize, Ryu thought to himself with satisfaction as he pressed the confirmation button. The 2 rainbow-colored orbs immediately merged into his body. Ryu instantly felt an enormous and seemingly endless energy slowly spreading throughout his body. All of his basic attributes, including luck, skyrocketed by 10 points. Additionally, a new entry appeared at the bottom of his attribute panel. Ryu opened the system panel to check. Name, Nguyen Ryu. Race, human. Class, none. Level, mythical heroic spirit. Basic attributes. Strength, 67.6, A+. Agility, 68.5, A+. Endurance, 69.3, A+. Mana, 61.6, A+. For reference, the average attribute for a normal human, except for mana, is 10. Anything below 10 is F-, and anything above 15 but below 20 is E-. Attributes continue to scale accordingly. Luck, plus 25. Class skills, item construction, D level, 42%, magic resistance, EX. Personal skills, advanced melee weapon mastery, 14%, advanced unarmed combat mastery, 86%, mana burst, B level, 14%, primordial runes, B level, 10%, world ruer, EX level, high mana consumption, flight, adverse environment adaptability, language proficiency, true godlike body, shave, D level, 53%. Noble phantasms. Reversal war god, true, EX. Brahmastra, B. Apocalypse, B level, 3%. Machine gun blow? Power of the world source, C master, world separation. Through the system's introduction, Ryu learned the terrifying nature of this new skill called Power of the World Source. Aside from the high energy cost, its only drawback, power of the world source could be used in any world, and its effects were absolute. For example, the Skillsea Master could forcibly summon an ocean even in a world without one. In worlds with vast oceans, like One Piece or Kantai Collection, the effects would be greatly amplified. When this skill is activated, Ryu would essentially become a god who controls the seas, able to summon waves, create tsunamis, and manipulate ocean currents at will. All ocean-related powers would be at his disposal. As for world separation, it wasn't some imitation of a certain ninja's ultimate jutsu. It was an even more terrifying ability. This skill could forcibly separate Ryu and his chosen target from the world, placing them in a unique extra-dimensional space. In this space, aside from their physical abilities, all world-specific powers would be nullified. For example, if a magic god from the Toru world remained after the world source was taken, they might be able to produce only a small flame. If Ryu used world separation on them, all of their abilities would disappear, reducing them to weaklings who could be defeated with a single finger. After absorbing the world sources from these two worlds, all of his basic attributes had reached a plus rank, just a step away from breaking into the EX level. Unless someone's physical strength was already overwhelmingly powerful, anyone hit by world separation would be nothing but a plaything for him. However, Ryu also noticed that as his basic attributes approached 70 points, nearing the EX level threshold, it became increasingly difficult to increase them further. The Reversal War God, true, Noble Phantasm's attribute boosting effect was already becoming less noticeable. Now, the only way for him to quickly increase his basic attributes was to absorb the world sources of different worlds. As Ryu began plotting to acquire other world sources, the worlds of Toru and One Piece, which had been forcibly drained of their world sources, underwent earth-shattering changes. Chapter 200, FGO, 200. 2,172 words. The world of a certain magical index. The entire world suddenly experienced a massive reduction in energy, and a group of magic gods disintegrated into dust before they could even react. A certain seductive big sister, dressed in denim shorts with one leg cut off, was in her usual sparring session with a delinquent boy dressed as a red-haired priest. 7 flashes. She launched her attack, but all of a sudden, she felt all of her energy drained from her body. The steel wires she had slashed out went berserk, binding her in a shibari-style restraint. Her already voluptuous figure became even more alluring under this provocative bondage. The delinquent priest facing her was so shocked he dropped the cigarette from his mouth. Hey, hey. Big sis, even if you're going easy on me, this is way too obvious. No. It's not like that. The seductive big sister wanted to speak, but the steel wires were tied so perfectly that, though she could breathe, she couldn't speak, only managing muffled sounds. Her overly suggestive posture made her face flush with embarrassment. The delinquent priest completely misunderstood, thinking his big sister was encouraging him, and quickly waved his hands. Okay, I get it. He struck a pose, but all he managed to produce was a tiny flame the size of a fingertip. The scene became extremely awkward. Meanwhile, in a quiet alley, a certain albino boy walked along. On a rooftop 500 meters away, a tea-haired girl wearing military-grade night vision goggles aimed an anti-material sniper rifle, longer than she was tall, at the albino boy's head. Time, 1800 hours. The 10,086th experiment begins, Misaka number 10,086 coldly stated. The tea-haired girl muttered something incomprehensible and pulled the trigger. Bang. With a loud bang, the massive bullet shot straight toward the target's head. Splat. Without a sound, the albino boy's head exploded like a watermelon, splattering red and white matter across the alley. The tea-haired girl was stunned, though her expressionless face betrayed no emotion. Accelerator has been killed. The 10,086th experiment has failed, Misaka said, dazed. In a cozy student dormitory a few kilometers away, a girl identical to the tea-haired sniper but with livelier eyes was desperately trying to shake off the octopus wrapped around her. For some reason, her usually reliable 100,000 volts only produced a few sparks. Her junior, mistakenly thinking she was playing hard to get, excitedly pounced on her. Such misfortune! The tea-haired girl shouted with frustration, echoing the catchphrase of a certain spiky-haired boy. Across Academy City, in a plain student dormitory, a certain spiky-haired boy sat at home watching TV. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he stared at the screen, his hands trembling as he pulled a beautifully printed slip of paper from his pocket. It was a lottery ticket. With a trembling finger, he pointed at the TV, his face filled with disbelief. Earlier today, the supermarket he frequented was running a promotion: spend a certain amount, get a free lottery ticket. Having never won even a single yen in his life, the boy had casually stuffed the ticket into his pocket as if it were trash. Who would have thought? I won. I won. I hit the jackpot. I won 100 million yen. As if he had been saving up his luck from birth, fortune finally smiled upon him. So lucky. The spiky-haired boy shouted to the sky. Then, to the bewilderment of the silver-haired nun beside him, he picked her up by the arms and spun her around. The silver-haired nun, initially confused, quickly regained her senses and became furious. Toma! A blood-curdling scream came from the dormitory, followed by the sounds of biting and chewing. As energy levels across the world of a certain magical index sharply declined, both the magic factions and Academy City gradually withdrew from the stage. Academy City managed to hold on, barely, maintaining its influence through technology and strategic exchanges of interests. The magic factions, especially the once dominant Roman Catholic Church, became easy prey for the nations they had once suppressed. The vast Christian Church was quickly dismantled, with its wealth and resources seized by nation-states. Once influential, the Church was now a shadow of its former self. Thus, the world of a certain magical index entered a peculiar form of peace. Similarly, in the world of One Piece, with the loss of devil fruits, Haki, and the Six Powers, battles at sea shifted from contests of individual strength to clashes between warships. With their overwhelming technological advantage in numbers, the Navy annihilated the Yonko and over 90% of the pirates, ushering in a temporary era of peace. A certain Straw Hat Boy was finally captured by his grandfather and became an honorable Navy officer. Thanks to the protagonist's incredible luck, he eventually rose to the rank of Fleet Admiral. How joyous! Raya had no idea that his actions had caused such a massive impact on both worlds. After absorbing the world essence of both worlds, he was immediately dragged to the training ground by Scathach for a brutal sparring session. Ryu initially thought that with the time gem in his possession and his unfairly powerful world source skills, he could at least glimpse a chance of victory. Reality proved otherwise. Shursho is still Shursho. The nerfed time gem was completely useless against Scathach's skill and the world separation. Though Ryu had an advantage in attributes, he still fell to Scathach's superior combat experience and techniques. So, Ryu's dream of defeating Scathach remained distant. Perhaps he would only have a chance to reach Scathach's level after collecting all 6 root gems and wielding them with his power. Suddenly, Ryu realized he was starting to resemble a certain purple-skinned villain. Hopefully, he wouldn't end up like that villain, snapping his fingers to wipe out half of all life, yet still unable to win. Thinking of the villain's tragic love story with the goddess of death, Ryu felt a headache coming on. Now that he thought about it, Scathach's personality did resemble Lady Death. Could he be that unlucky? Ryu figured he would just have to take things one step at a time. Thanks to his bizarre and powerful abilities, Ryu temporarily satisfied Scathach's thirst for battle. Thus, Scathach generously let him off the hook. After taking a day off, Ryu returned to his intense training regimen. Absorbing the world source caused his attributes to skyrocket, but it also introduced significant risks. It was like a sniper rifle. Its power in the hands of a veteran sniper is vastly different than in the hands of an ordinary person. Before entering the next world, Ryu needed to work hard to familiarize himself with his newfound strength. Every time a basic attribute increased by a major grade, the effects were drastically different. Especially after reaching grade C, each improvement brought a monumental transformation. Each increase in grade represented a 10-fold boost from the previous level. It's no exaggeration to say that Ryu now possessed the strength of a humanoid dragon. He had only 1 month to adapt to a power 10 times greater than before. To achieve this, Ryu even went to Scathach for some abuse, for help. Naturally, Scathach was more than happy to oblige. Nothing was more enjoyable than training, torturing, a disciple. After 20 days of relentless torment, Ryu finally gained preliminary control over his vastly increased power. At the very least, he could now drink from a glass of water without accidentally crushing it. At this point, Ryu received a notification from the system. The next world he would enter was Re-0- starting life in another world novel. After some thought, Ryu had Semiramis summoned back from the world of Damaji. Era, has my lord finally thought of bestowing his favor upon me? As expected, no one wants an old, faded woman like me. Semiramis's first words upon seeing Ryu almost made him spit out blood. To make matters worse, he immediately felt several pairs of murderous eyes glaring at him from behind. Realizing things were about to turn into a true battlefield of love, Ryu quickly explained the reason for summoning her. After hearing his explanation, Semiramis's eyes narrowed into slits. What an interesting task. I suppose I'll accept it, though it's beneath me. Good. Ryu wiped away imaginary cold sweat from his forehead. Then he turned to another person. Anna, you're coming with me too. Eh? Me? Anastasia was initially surprised, then overjoyed. Ryu nodded. Yes, I want you to meet someone. Before he could finish, someone muttered something, which immediately resonated with the other women. Master, that person is a girl, right? Of course. When have you ever seen our master show interest in a man? Good point. As they all nodded in unison, Ria's face turned awkward. Hey. Enough of that. After some playful banter, Ryu, Semiramis, and Anastasia set off on their journey. Once they left, the other girls returned to their tasks. In a flash of light, Ryu, Semiramis, and Anastasia found themselves in a European-style alley. You brat, are you looking down on us? Let's see if you don't die today. Before Ryu could fully take in his surroundings, he noticed 3 thugs beating up a young man in a tracksuit not far away. Ryu was stunned. Wasn't this the opening scene of Re-0? The young man in the tracksuit, which looked completely out of place in this world, was none other than the protagonist, Natsuki Subaru. As for the 3 thugs, one tall, one short, and one fat, with the leader resembling a budget version of Accelerator, they were the city's small-time punks. At that moment, the budget Accelerator seemed to decide that kicking Subaru wasn't satisfying enough. His intentions turning sinister, he pulled out a gleaming knife and aimed for Subaru's kidney. Die, kid. Slash. With a sickening sound of metal-piercing flesh, blood splattered everywhere. The intense pain, anger, hatred, and despair twisted Subaru's face into a grimace. A stab to the kidney wouldn't kill instantly. Subaru slumped against the wall, clutching his wound with one hand while reaching forward with the other as if grasping for a lifeline. At that moment, he saw Ryu and the others not far away and instinctively reached out to them, his face pleading. Seeing that there were others present, the trio of punks realized they were in over their heads. Damn it. Don't get involved. What are you looking at? Never seen a murder before? Keep staring, and we'll kill you too. The 3 thugs barked half-hearted threats and quickly fled in a panic. Semiramis crossed her arms and looked at the bloody scene with indifference, her gaze shifting between Natsuki Subaru and Ryu as if waiting for him to make a decision. Anastasia, on the other hand, showed a hint of compassion on her otherwise icy face. Ryu-sama. Ryu raised his hand, stopping Anastasia from saying anything further, and observed Subaru, whose life was slipping away. He was waiting for a specific event. This had to do with the unique nature of this world. In this world, there were 7 witches named after the deadly sins. It was said that an 8th witch, the Witch of Vainglory, Pandora, would appear later, and she seemed to be the mastermind behind everything. As a fan of the anime, Ryu didn't know much about the light novels or manga. So, he wasn't too familiar with that. Even if he knew what happened later, he wouldn't be too surprised. So, it's not surprising at all if 7 deadly sin witches turn out to be 8. It's just the trend nowadays. Anyway, 400 years ago, the Witch of Envy, Sadella, suddenly went berserk, killed the other 6 witches in one go, and consumed half of the world. Honestly, the Gaia of this world is not to be trifled with, it got eaten just like that. Then, Sat-Ella was sealed by the divine dragon, the first sword saint, and the sage. 400 years passed in the blink of an eye, and a Japanese high school student named Natsuki Subaru was summoned to this world. He was granted the bug-like ability of return by death by the sealed witch of envy. Return by death, as the name suggests, allows Subaru to return to a specific point in time before his death, much like reloading a save in a game. Moreover, according to rumors, Subaru is the reincarnation of the sage from 400 years ago. And this sage supposedly had a romantic relationship with the witch of envy, Sat-Ella. This rumor is quite plausible. After all, why would a witch, already mad, grant such a god-tier immortality buff to some random Japanese high school student from another world? And every time Subaru experiences return by death and is enshrouded in black mist, Sat-Ella, hidden within it, sometimes whispers words of love to him. If there wasn't something between them, who would believe it? And what Ryu was waiting for was exactly this, the moment Subaru would experience return by death. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Sally Fox Audiobook.